Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Well, what's your hurry, Chester?
Oh, hello, Mr. Dillon. I'm going over to the stable.
No, what for? You leaving town?
No, sir. Hank Young's over there. I got to see him.
Well, I'm not doing anything. I'll go with you if you don't mind.
Well, good. I run into Mr. Bowers, and he asked me to give Hank a message for him.
No?
Well, Hank is a real nice fellow, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I didn't say he wasn't, Chester.
Yes, sir, I know. But I was just thinking there ain't many fellows around here steady and peaceable as he is.
I guess that's one reason Bowers has kept him working at the ranch for so long.
Mm-hmm. There he is.
Where?
Cinching up his saddle with his back to us there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Dillon, I'm going to surprise him. Walk easy, huh?
Okay.
Gotcha! No, Hank, no!
Look out, Chester! Oh! Now, take it easy, Hank.
Oh, Marshal. I didn't know who it was. You shouldn't come up on me like that, Chester.
For goodness, I guess I shouldn't.
Now, where'd my gun? Oh, there's my gun. It's a wonder it didn't go off. You hitting at me that way, Marshal.
How come you're wearing a gun, Hank? I don't think I ever saw you with one.
I wore guns before, Marshal.
No, I meant around here.
No, maybe not around here.
Hank, Mr. Bowers is going to be an hour or so longer than he thought.
He is, huh?
Uh-huh.
All right, you tell him I'll see him out the ranch. We got work to do out there. So long.
So long.
So long, Hank.
My, I guess I really upset him.
Something sure has.
Hank ain't never acted like that before. We're always kindly teasing each other.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it.
Dillon?
Yeah.
I want to talk to you, Marshal.
Well, go ahead.
My name's Quillen. Ben Quillen. I've only been here a few days. I've been meaning to get acquainted, but I thought I'd do a little scouting around for myself first.
No?
What's the name of that man you was just talking to, Marshal?
Well, why?
Oh, he kind of fits the description of the fella I've been hunting. You see, I'm a deputy sheriff.
No?
There's my badge.
Deputy Sheriff, Prescott, Arizona.
Yeah, I got papers to prove it, too.
Yeah, you've come a long way, Quillen.
I think it's going to be worth it, Marshal. Here, take a look at this.
What is it?
It's a warrant for Ike Abbott.
Prescott, Arizona, July 6, 18. Something. It's kind of smudged.
You read the description. Don't Ike Abbott sound like your friend who just left? Sure does to me. Same height, same build, same kind of face, brown hair and eyes. Just about everything.
Is that true, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it fits generally, yeah.
But what's he wanted for?
It's a warrant for his arrest, Chester. He's charged with murder.
Hank?
We heard he was hiding out around Dodge somewhere. He's been here about 3 years, hasn't he?
Yeah, just about. Why didn't you make your arrest a few minutes ago, Quillen?
I wanted to be sure, Marshal. And I also want to talk to you first. After all, this is your territory.
Hank's wearing a gun, Quillen. Does he know you?
No. But I've been asking around about anybody from Arizona. He must have heard about it. Well, I guess I'll ride out and take him.
No.
What?
Hank Young's ready to fight. I don't want to kill him. I'll go.
You mean you'll bring him in for me?
Well, if I'm sure he's the man you're after, then I think I can find out.
Okay. Well, watch your step, Marshal. He's already killed one man.
Don't worry, Quillen. So have I.
Introducing one of the country's best-known jazz musicians and arrangers, Mr. Bobby Haggart. How about whistling along with him?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
That's him sitting in the bunkhouse door, Mr. Dillon. I thought he said he had work to do.
He had nothing special to do except get out of Dodge.
You think he's going to make trouble?
And I hope not. Hello, Hank.
Marshal. Chester.
Oh, Hank.
Looking for me.
There are a couple of things I want to ask you, Hank.
You go right ahead, Marshal.
You've known me about 3 years, right?
About that.
And you know when I go after a man, I generally bring him back.
So you do, Marshal.
Is that why you put your gun away?
Well, I declare, he ain't armed no more, is he?
No, I ain't.
Well, you told me the truth, Hank.
You always dealt fair, Marshal. I'll tell you the truth.
Well, there's a deputy sheriff in town named Ben Quillen. He's got an Arizona warrant for Ike Abbott's arrest.
I thought so.
Was it murder, Hank?
That how that warrant reads, Marshal?
Mm-hmm.
Figured so. What else you want to know?
You still haven't told me why you put your gun away.
Done some thinking on the way back here. Knowed they'd sent somebody after me, but if I killed him, I'd just have to face you next. I wouldn't be getting nowhere that way.
All right, Hank. Come on, Chester, let's get back to town.
Well, Mr. Dillon, ain't we going to take Hank back to
I
Dodge?
said let's go, Chester. Morning, Chester.
Oh, morning, Mr. Dillon.
Ben Quillen been here yet?
Well, I just got here myself.
No, didn't you sleep here last night?
Well, see, No, sir, I didn't.
No?
I ain't never going to set up all night playing poker again.
Oh. I was kind of hoping you'd maybe outgrown poker.
I'm getting there.
Morning, Marshal. Chester.
Quillen?
Good morning, Quillen.
Well, Marshal, did he put up a fight?
No, there was no trouble.
But he is the man I'm after. He's Ike Abbott, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the man.
Well, I sure do thank you, Marshal. Now, if you'll turn him over to me, we'll be on our way, and I won't be bothering you no more.
I didn't bring him in, Quillen.
Why not?
And I guess maybe I didn't have the stomach to arrest a man who's been a friend. Who's never caused any trouble around here.
That don't keep him from being a murderer. And I've got a legal warrant for him.
Then you go get him.
I thought you didn't want no killing.
He isn't armed.
You've caused me to waste a whole day, Marshal.
Why don't you go get your man, Quillen, and get him out of here? I don't want any part of it.
You admit he's a friend of yours, Marshal. I just hope you're not trying to trick me somehow. 'Cause I'll hold you responsible.
What's on your mind tonight, Matt?
Well, Kitty, it sure isn't drinking beer and sitting around the Long Branch.
You know, you sometimes act like you've been schooled in a slave market.
Drink your beer, Kitty. I'm buying.
Oh, you are? And I take it all back. Oh.
What?
Here's Ben Quillen. Now I know what's been bothering you.
Marshal, I want to talk to you.
Oh, what's your trouble, Quillen?
You gave me to believe there'd be no trouble with Hank Young, or whatever you call him.
Was there?
He wasn't armed, Marshal. At least you didn't lie about that.
And just what did I lie about, Quillen?
About them 4 friends of his.
What friends?
I don't like being made a fool of, Marshal. I don't like going after an unarmed man who's hiding behind 4 shotguns.
Ah, I see.
You trying to tell me you didn't know about it?
No, Quillen, I didn't.
You swear to that?
Now, you can take it or leave it.
All right, I'll believe you. Providing you ride out there with me. I can't face them men alone. It'd be suicide.
It's your party, Quillen. I'm not getting paid to make your arrests.
You wouldn't be scared, would you, Marshal?
I think we've talked just about enough, Quillen.
All right. I'll telegraph Prescott. I'll get me some authority for some deputies.
Wait a minute, Quillen.
What?
You meet me at the stable in the morning. I'll go with you.
Here they are, Marshal, waiting for us. How are we going to shoot it out against 4 men with shotguns, Marshal?
You just keep out of it, Quillen. Hello, Hank. Gentlemen.
This here ain't my idea, Marshal. The boys just heard about everything. I can't talk 'em out of a fight.
That's right, Marshal. Ain't nobody taking a friend of ours off to Arizona, warrant or no warrant.
Now listen, you men. Hank Young's a friend of mine, too. Isn't that right, Hank?
I always thought so, Marshal.
But you know me well enough. If any man needs taken in, I'll take him in.
Be kind of like walking into a cannon, won't it, Marshal?
Maybe. But more than one of us will die.
Now, hold on. I don't want a lot of blood spilled over me. Just 'cause I killed a man 12 years ago is no reason any of you men should die now.
Wait a minute. Quillen. What? You got that warrant with you?
Of course I have.
Let me see it. Well, come on, let me see it.
Well, I don't know what for.
Give it to me.
You seen it once. What are you looking for? Well, is something wrong with it?
Nah, it's legal, all right.
Then give it back.
Yeah. Hank, I've changed my mind about taking you today.
Now, wait,
Shut
Marshal.
up, Quillen. Will you come into my office 3 days from now, Hank? We'll settle this thing then.
Okay, Marshal.
Sure, it's okay, Hank. We'll be right along with you. Won't we, boy?
We'll be right with you.
We ain't backing down one bit, Marshal. You better remember that.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your favorite easy chair? Or out driving? Oh, there you are. In the kitchen. Say, do you want to make whatever you're doing more enjoyable? Have a Chesterfield. Enjoy Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
John, I've been waiting for you.
Let's go, Chester.
Did you finally get your telegraph?
Yeah, just in time, it looks.
I know. That's quite a crowd waiting for you. Think there'll be trouble?
Yeah, there could be.
Anything you want me to do?
No. You better wait here.
All right. But you be careful now. Them friends of Hank's sure look like they mean business.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Marshal, I've come in, like you said.
I know you would, Hank.
Let's get this over with, Marshal. I waited long enough.
You've waited too long, Quillen.
What?
Hank, I want your friends to wait across the street over there.
We ain't moving, Marshal.
All 4 of you go over there and wait.
Now, will you do what he says, Jim? Go on now. Jim, he ain't the kind of trick nobody.
I mean it, boys. Now get going.
Well, come on, men. So we'll be watching.
Quillen, let me see that warrant.
You've seen it twice. Here. Well, ain't you going to look at it?
I should have looked at it the first time.
Huh?
Close. I missed reading the date till Hank mentioned it was 12 years ago.
What's that got to do with it?
12 years is a long time, Quillen.
That warrant's still legal.
But it would have been forgotten by now if you hadn't have paid the sheriff in Prescott to go to the trouble to dig around and find it for you. And paid him something more to make you a deputy.
What are you saying?
I hate men like you who go out after other men just for the reward money. You're a professional manhunter, and that's the worst.
So, what are you?
I'm a lawman. I never collected a reward in my life.
Okay, do it your way, but I'm taking this man back.
I got word this morning from a friend of mine in Prescott, Quillen.
So?
He says what I thought about you. You don't often get back with your prisoners.
Huh?
Too much trouble, I guess. Too much expense. You'd shoot Hank here for trying to escape before you reached the Colorado line. But you'd still collect the reward.
You're getting a lot of ideas, Marshal.
I got a couple more. Hank,
Yeah, what, Marshal?
I hear there weren't any witnesses to that murder 12 years ago.
That wasn't no murder. Of course, I had to run anyway.
Yeah, the sheriff was an enemy of yours?
Well, I hear he's dead now.
Mm-hmm. There'll be a circuit judge here next week. I think we'll let him decide all this.
No, you don't, Marshal. You don't cheat
I'm
me.
sorry, Quillen. You're going to have to earn your money someplace else.
Marshal, I'm warning you.
This is the only copy of the warrant for Ike Abbott there is, isn't it?
You give me that.
I'm going to tear it up.
I'll kill you if you do.
Hank's only worth $500 to you, Quillen. You can find bigger game than him.
I said I'll kill you. You tear up that warrant.
Even you're not that big a fool, Quillen.
Don't do it, Marshal.
Somebody has to.
No!
You killed him, Marshal.
I misjudged him, Hank. He was worse than I thought.
What?
He wouldn't only kill a man for $500. He was willing to die for it himself.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, on the frontier, men fought for fools' reasons, like a spilt drink, and they fought for good reasons, like fenced water. But next week, a man comes to Dodge who won't fight for any reason, and still wins his battle. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, John Daner, and Ken Lynch. Harley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Live modern. Smoke L&M. Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you the full, exciting flavor you get through the pure white Miracle Tip. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white Miracle Tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
It's a nice, clear evening, Mr. Dillon.
It'll be cold before morning, though.
Maybe old Doc ain't too far wrong.
Oh, what about?
Well, he claims winter's coming early this year. He claims we'll have snow before the end of the month.
He's just passing along Indian talk, Chester. They're all claiming the same thing.
Evening, Marshal.
Oh, how are you, Jezra? Miss Cobb?
I do, Marshal. Chester.
Evening, ma'am.
Eat up there.
You do declare, Mr. Dillon, that ain't the most dilapidated old buggy I ever seen anywhere.
Jezra believes in getting full value out of things. Making do, as he calls it. Yeah, let's get something to eat, huh?
Well, now, eating is something I get full value out of.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's sit over there by the window.
That team of Jesuits could do with some eating. The way their bones was sticking out.
Jezra figures fat on a horse is a sign that grain's being wasted.
Well, you sorely, Marshal.
Okay.
He must figure the same thing about women. Miss Cobb's bones was sticking out some, too.
He probably works her half to death. Has to run a farm that size without any hired help.
Well, they sure do keep to themselves.
People just don't take to Jezra much. He's got a pretty cold way about him. But it's hard to say what she's like.
That poor lady don't even open her mouth less than he tells her she can. Plain mousy, that's what she is.
What are you figuring to eat, gents?
Well, what do you got?
Stewed beef and boiled greens.
I guess that's what we'll eat, huh, Chester?
All right, I'll bring it right out.
Boiled greens. Boiled Jimson weed more than that.
What?
Say, that was up the end of the street, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, come on, Chester. Open up here. Let me through, will you, please? Will you let me through?
Hang on to that horse. He's mighty spooky.
What's the trouble, Chester?
Marshal, you've allowed this town to become a sink of iniquity, a whited sepulchre.
Oh, is that so?
Town of painted Jezebels, scoundrels, and murdering assassins. The name should be changed to Sodom or Gomorrah.
You all right, Miss Cobb?
Somebody tried to kill us, Marshal. They were standing right over there in the shadows.
Minerva, you'll kind of remember a woman's place.
Marshal asked me.
Silence.
Sorry, Ezra.
Did you get a look at him?
We did not. The coward struck in the darkness. It was only a miracle we escaped.
Any of the rest of you see who fired those shots?
Why, you're the law here, Marshal. I demand an accounting of this outrageous assault.
Jezra, do you know anybody who might think they got a reason to kill you?
I never had an enemy in my life.
Well, it looks like you got one now.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoking L&M.
Why are more people changing to L&M than to any other cigarette? Because only L&M lets you enjoy full, exciting flavor through the pure white miracle tip. L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So free up, freshen up your taste, get full, exciting flavor. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Put a little more sugar in here. That should fool Mrs. Putnam. Well, have me that pill mold, will you, Matt?
Is this what you mean, Doc?
That's it. Thank you. Well, I got to make this prescription look real authentic.
Oh, what do you mean?
These are fooling pills. Got nothing in them but sugar and some chalk and a little gum araby to bind them.
So that's the kind of medicine folks get from you.
Oh, no, it's the kind old Mrs. Prudlin gets. Long as she figures they help her, that's all that's necessary. At least they don't do her any harm. Nothing wrong with her anyhow, except in her mind. There we are. We'll let that sit a while and dry, and then... Oh, say, you found out yet who fired those shots at old Jezra Cobb?
No, Doc. Not a hint.
That's a funny thing, Matt. I don't think I know a soul in Dodge that likes old Jezra.
Yeah, I know, Doc. But nobody really hates him either. They just stay clear of him as far as they can.
Yeah, that's just it. He just isn't the kind of a man to rouse up strong feelings in anybody, good or bad.
Well, he must have roused some in whoever tried to kill him or kill her. I don't even know for sure which one they were after, him or his wife.
You busy, Doc?
Huh? Oh, well, come right in, Kitty.
Hello, Kitty.
Matt, what are you doing here?
Well, he's hiding from Jezra Cobb.
What?
Don't mind, Doc. I'll step outside, Kitty.
Oh, no, don't go, Matt. I just wanted to get something for a headache, Doc.
Oh, it's too bad. Well, dip yourself some water there. Here are some pills I just made up, Kitty.
Oh, now, Doc, you're not...
Formula came straight from Boston.
Well, if they can take care of this headache, they're miracle pills.
That's exactly what they are. Here you are. You swallow a couple of those.
Oh, thanks, Doc.
I personally guarantee those to stop the world's worst headache in 1 minute flat.
Yeah, they done wonders for Miss Prudlin.
Mrs. Prudlin?
Pay no attention to him, Kitty. He's all upset over that shooting.
Well, I could name a few people who aren't upset over it.
Oh, which people?
Some of the girls at the Long Branch. He drops in about 3 times a year.
Jezra Cobb at the Long Branch?
Old, self-righteous Jezra. And every time it means trouble. He always drinks too much, and he bothers everybody.
Bothers him how?
By trying to reform them. And it's the girls who always get the worst of it.
Now, who'd have thought it?
He calls them painted Jezebels. Says he means to cure them of their transgressions. Of course, the only cure he seems to know is to grab a cane and beat the daylights out of any of them he can get his hands on.
I didn't know Jezra was that bad.
You ask some of the girls, Matt. Daisy or Billy Bell.
Yeah, I will, Kitty.
Doc, could I have some of those pills to take with me?
Look, Kitty, Doc was just playing.
They're real good, Doc. My headache's all gone. What'd you start to say, Matt?
Nothing, Kitty. Nothing.
"48 hours, Marshal, and you've accomplished nothing. I demand legal action."
You haven't helped things any by lying to me, Jezra.
Lying to you?
You told me you never had an enemy in your life, but 2 or 3 young ladies over at the Long Branch disagree with you.
Dance hall girls.
Maybe so. But I'd sure hate to have them looking at me over a set of gun sights.
Abandoned. Painting their faces. cavorting in public to the devil's music.
And stay away if you don't like it before you get a bullet in your back.
It wasn't the woman who fired them shots.
A woman wouldn't have to fire them, Jezra. She could get a man to do it for her.
Then why don't you jail them girls if they're plotting to kill me?
I don't have any proof of anybody plotting anything.
You're in league with the adversary, Marshal. You're aiding and abetting the forces of evil.
Let me tell you something, Jezra. I'll aid and abet anybody's right to live his own life according to his own lights. As long as he's within the law.
Mr. Dillon,
Yeah, what is it?
could I see you a minute?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, what's the matter, Chester?
Well, it's Miss Kitty. She wants you over at the Long Branch right away.
Oh, what for?
Well, it seems there's a fellow there that's been drinking real heavy, Mr. Dillon, talking too much.
Oh?
And Miss Kitty heard him say he'd been offered $300 to kill old Jezra.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Today, all over the country, more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. And it's all because only L&M gives you full, exciting flavor through the pure white miracle tip. L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So free up, freshen up your taste, live modern, change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
This way, Matt.
Right, Kitty. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
He's playing poker over here with a house dealer and a couple of cowboys.
You been in here before?
Yeah, just during the last week. He's a drifter, I guess. Goes by the name of Puggy Rado. There. That's him, Matt, on the far side of the table.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he looks like a saddle bum.
He was making out real braggy for a while. Fastest gun in Texas, that kind of talk. But I guess he knew he'd gone too far when he said that about Jezra Cobb. He shut up tight right after.
All right, Kitty, I'll try to get him away from that table.
Wait, Matt. I think he's coming over here.
Yeah.
Reckon you're the marshal, ain't you?
That's right, yeah.
And I reckon she heard what I said, sent for you. That's just what I figured she was doing.
Let me.
Hold it, Marshal. You make one move toward that gun, and I'll put a bullet right in her back.
You got your hands off me.
Take it easy, Kitty.
You tell her, Marshal. Tell her me and her is leaving now. And if anybody lays a hand on a gun, there's going to be a pretty corpse on the floor.
Told you to let go. Take him out.
Drop the gun, Rado.
Not a chance.
You all right, Kitty?
I'm all right. Thanks, Matt.
I had to kill him now. There was no time for anything else.
Marshal, was that the man?
Yeah, it looks that way, Jezra. He was claiming somebody had offered him $300 to kill you.
Why, that's the fellow who...
Who what, Jezra?
Why, he stopped in at my place last week begging a handout. Did you say $300?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I got to be getting on home, Marshal. Got stock to tend to. Got a lot of things to tend to.
Well, forevermore, what come over him so sudden?
I don't know, Chester. But I think I can guess. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Kind of quiet, Mr. Dillon. Maybe Jezra ain't home yet.
There's a light on in the house.
That's a real proud barn yonder to be with such a poor-built house, ain't it?
Yeah, it sure is. Good evening, Miss Cobb.
I do, Marshal. Chester.
Miss Cobb.
Your husband get home yet, Miss Cobb?
He's out there in the barn. Won't you come in and set a spell?
Yes, we will, thank you. As a matter of fact, Miss Cobb, you're the one we rode out here to see.
That's right kind of you, Marshal. Now, you two sit you down there at the table. Just this minute took a wild plum pie out of the oven.
Well, no, thank you, Miss Cobb.
Well,
I don't often get to feed callers. You ain't going to deprive me of the chance.
Maybe we could just taste it a little dab, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. I always had the impression that you were opposed to visitors, Miss Cobb.
Oh, I love to have folks come. Jezra ain't never been one to encourage it.
Oh, I see.
The righteous must turn their faces from the world. For the world is the cradle of sin. That's what Jezra always said. There you are, piping hot.
My gracious, that smells good.
Well, eat hearty. There's plenty more. It'll just go to waste. Jezra's never cared too much for plum pie.
Miss Cobb, how long have you and Jezra been married?
27 years, Marshal. 27 years.
Uh-huh. And over those years, Miss Cobb, how many times did he beat you?
Hundreds of times. For my transgressions, he told me. He used to read me from the good book that a husband's got a right to do that. I ain't never learned to read myself. But last month I asked Reverend Blouse, and he said there weren't nothing like that in the good book.
Well, maybe Jezra's got his own version.
He lied to me, that's what he done. And if he'd lie about that, then, well, I reckon you know, don't you, Marshal?
Yes, ma'am. About you offering money to that drifter who rode through here last week. That you hired him to kill Jezra. Yes, ma'am, I guessed it.
Jezra did, too.
Well, I figured he did the way he acted in town.
He come home and told me about you having to shoot the man. Then he asked me for our savings. And I got it for him. He sat down here and counted it. And when he seen it was the same as that fella had been talking about, $300, then he knowed for sure.
What did he say?
Oh, nothing much. He just sat here a while, smiling at me kinda in that cold way of his. His glory smile, I always called it. And then he got up and went out to the barn. And, of course, I knowed what he was going for.
What do you mean?
He was aiming to fetch a hickory stave. He always keeps some out there to mend fences.
I declare, Mr. Dillon, a man like that ought to be, well...
I think, ma'am, maybe I better go have a little talk with Jezra.
Won't be no use, Marshal. Just won't be no use.
I think it will, ma'am.
Listen to me, Marshal. You're wasting your time. I'm trying to tell you. When he went to fetch that stave, I knowed what he was aiming to do. And I followed him out to the barn.
Yes?
I stood real close, Marshal, so I wouldn't miss. And I pulled the trigger 4 times. I put the gun there in the cupboard. I figured you'd be wanting it. Jezra ain't never gonna beat me no more. You sit right back down there and finish your pie.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. If your daily routine never varies, chances are you're heading for a great big case of monotony. Everybody needs a break once in a while, and sometimes a vacation just once or twice a year isn't enough. But a break once a week would more than fill the bill. What could you do with that leisure time? Here's the answer to that. You can vary your routine with a fascinating and vital pursuit, spotting planes for America's Ground Observer Corps. It's exciting. It's interesting, and just 2 hours a week of your spare time is all that's needed to keep up the 24-hour schedule of the GOC. Men and women from teenage up can help the Air Corps cover the blind spots in our radar system by volunteering for the Ground Observer Corps, a civilian component of the Air Defense Command. You'll be trained and supervised by officers and airmen of the Air Defense Command to spot planes in your area. Find out from your local civilian defense office how you can be a civilian ground observer. This has been a public service message by CBS Radio. And now, William Conrad.
You know, when a bad man riding a good horse came into Dodge looking for trouble, well, likely as not, he got a bullet hole placed in him. And the horse went to the man who did it. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Ralph Moody, Don Diamond, and John Daner. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Dillon, I swear I never seen the likes of it.
Well, what's the matter, Chester?
Well, Bood Wilson won't leave himself. I opened the door and he won't budge out of there.
Did you tell him I was releasing him today?
Yes, sir, I did, but he claims he wants to stay. Well, he even asked me what I was fixing for dinner. What we going to do?
Yeah, the train's in. You go on down, get the mail. I'll handle it.
I never seen a man who wanted to stay in jail before.
All right, come on out of there, Bood. I'm turning you loose.
Oh, it's all right, Marshal. You needn't bother.
You like it here, do you?
It's the only home I ever had.
I see.
You and Chester have been good friends to me. Particular Chester.
Is that why you keep getting drunk, just to get in jail?
Well, fellow's got to have a friend. A roof over his head, don't he, Marshal?
All right, come on, Bood. Let's go.
I got my hat under this blanket here. I sure like my hat, Marshal.
Yeah.
Oh, here's that extra blanket Chester gave me. I tried to keep it from touching the floor.
Thanks, Bood. All right, let's go.
You say so.
You going back home now?
I don't rightly know where home is at. Old Pa, he run me off before I was old enough to know where we was living. Said he couldn't feed me no more.
Yeah.
Ever since then, I've been kind of like a tumbleweed going here, there. Guess I'm from all over now.
Don't you ever stay put?
Well, I'd like to. But people always run me off, just like Pa did. Just when I think I got a friend, they tell me to go.
I'll get you packed for you.
Now you're doing it, Marshal.
Doing what?
Running me off.
Now, look, Bood, I got nothing for you and nothing against you. I put you in jail 4 times for getting drunk and almost breaking somebody in 2 with your bare hands. Now, all I want you to do is to keep yourself out of jail by staying away from those saloons. Now, here. This all your stuff?
I won't stay in Dodge, Marshal. Fella's got to have a friend where he stays.
Look, don't take me wrong, son. It's just that there's no...
Mr. Dillon, come here, quick.
Oh, what's the matter, Chester?
A hangman's come to town.
A hang? What are you talking about?
Come take a look. He's all dressed in black, and he's hauling his gallows right along with him.
Gallows?
See there? 3 yoke of oxen pulling it. Ain't that an awful-looking thing? A gallows built right on the back of his wagon.
Henry Maples.
You know him?
I've heard of him. He thinks he cleaned up the border country with that gallows.
Oh, but what's he doing here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, maybe he thinks Dodge is next. Come on.
Friends, if you'll just listen to me a moment, please. I'll answer all your questions at a later time. From what I hear of Dodge, I'll be here for quite a spell.
He's getting these people pretty well worked up, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, let's wait here.
Just a moment. There's plenty of time. First off, I want to know how many murders you've had in this town the last 6 months. Come on, speak up. Don't be afraid. How many murders? How many of your fellow townsmen have been shot down to die like dogs in the street? How many times has the law been obstructed? You, madam, how many times has a man been killed right here on the streets of Dodge?
Well, I don't know exactly.
How many?
Well, 6, I guess. Maybe 8 dozen for all I know.
There you are. The good lady doesn't even know. Anywhere from 6 to a dozen killings.
And do you know the answer to this? Do you know what'll stop this bloodbath? There it is. Made of wood and nails and rope, the finest rope money can buy. Man's answer to man's misdeeds. Let me ask you, madam, where are the men who perpetrated these foul killings?
Well, I'm not sure. They were taken to Fort Hays for trial, and, well, I just don't know.
But are they dead? As the law says they should be. Now, the law's not unkind, my friends. The law is just. When I hanged Billy Street, yes, I hanged him, Billy Street. He walked up those steps, those very steps, with a smile on his face. And he told me he'd never owned a new suit. So I stopped the hanging. And out of my own pocket, I bought him a new suit. And before I dropped him, Billy Street thanked me. Now, the law's not unkind, my friends. The law is just.
Maples.
Who called my name?
I did. Marshal Dillon. I want you to take your gallows out of Dodge.
What became of all those murderers, Marshal? Did they pay you to let them go?
There were 6. 2 of them were hanged at Fort Hays, and 4 of them are in the territorial prison.
4 men who lived to kill again.
I'll give you till sundown to have the gallows out of Dodge City, or I'll burn it in the streets.
You'll learn, Marshal. Discouragement by fear. That's the answer to your killings. Now, would somebody give me a hand with these oxen?
I'll help you, Mr. Maples.
All right, my friend. Take the halter on the lead oxen.
Yes, sir. Say, you can just call me Bood, Mr. Maples, 'cause that's my name. Bood Wilson.
Well, then lead on, Bood Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Hiya!
You know, Mr. Dillon, maybe I ought to tell you something.
What is it, Chester?
Well, this town is getting awful jumpy about that gallows sitting out there on the edge of town.
Yeah, I know.
Well, yes, but it's kind of dividing up the people.
Yeah, I know all about it, Chester, but you let me do the worrying, huh?
Yes, sir. Kitty's right over there at the dock.
I see her.
Oh, Matt. I'm glad you're here.
Hello, Kitty. Doc.
Yeah, well, it's about time the real law put its foot in here. Maples are sure stirring these people up.
Oh? How long's he been here?
About half hour. He's showing tintypes of men he's hanged and the ropes he's used. He talks about hanging people like he was proud of it.
I think maybe he is, Kitty.
That gallows of his reminds me of some vulture just waiting to devour somebody. Have you been out there, Matt?
No.
Well, I rode by there the other day on my way to Mrs. Wiggins. Why, he was standing up on that gallows without even moving. He had a rope strung up, and for a moment I thought somebody was hanging there. Oh, I tell you, I jumped a foot when he moved.
Yeah, I'll bet you did.
Hey, how did Maples ever get started, man?
I'll answer that question, Marshal Dillon.
Huh? All right, go ahead, Maples.
How'd I get started? It was simple. First, I had convictions. I believed in the law, so I read the law. When Judge Brand asked for a man to carry out his judgments, I volunteered. By the way, Marshal, I was paid $100 per man. I'll expect the same from Dodge City.
Dodge doesn't need you, Maples.
It will.
Hey, Hangman. I want you.
All right, Thayer, you're drunk. Put the gun away.
Maples, I've been thinking about you. I had a brother hanged once. Jimmy was his name. Maybe you was the one who done it? Jimmy Thayer?
I told you to put the gun away, Thayer.
Stay out of this, Marshal. Maples, move over here.
I hanged no man by that name.
Then I'll kill you for the one who did. Start moving, Mr. Hangman.
I warned you, Thayer.
Marshal, don't make it you and me. I've been waiting for him all evening.
You're
making it you and me, Marshal.
Doc, take care of him.
All right, Matt.
You still think your town doesn't need my kind of law, Marshal Dillon?
Get out of here, Maples.
Somebody give me a hand.
Mr. Maples? Mr. Maples.
What is it, Boo?
I've been looking all over for you, and I heard those shots, and I was pretty worried.
I'm all right.
You hadn't ought to go out without me looking after you.
Never mind, Bood. I'm on my way back to camp right now.
There it is, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I see it.
I sure do get an awful feeling about a gallows.
Uh-huh.
I reckon it's because I seen a hanging one time when I was just a little boy.
You did?
Yes, sir. Papa took me because he wanted me to learn the wages of sin, as he put it, so he told Mom it'd be a great lesson for me. But
Well, was it?
No, sir, I can't rightly say it was.
Why?
Well, see, they was hanging 3 men for stealing. And me being kindly little and all, I couldn't see none too good. I was standing there in this crowd, and when the time come, all I could make out was a bunch of men going around picking the pockets of the people watching up at the men being hanged. Now, that kindly learned me something, but it wasn't quite what Papa set out for me to learn.
No, I guess not.
Miss Dillon, look. Just look up there. Sweeping that gallows with a broom just like it was something important.
Yeah, the Maples, I guess it is.
There's a rope hanging straight down through the trap. See there?
Yeah.
Well, good morning, Marshal.
Maples.
Good morning, sir.
Well, the gibbet's ready, Marshal Dillon. I'm stretching one of my new ropes now.
Yeah, I see.
Apology for last night isn't necessary, Marshal. I've forgotten it already.
Apology? I didn't come to apologize.
That's good. I don't like a man that crawls.
How come you to stretch that rope, Mr. Maples?
Not one of my clients has ever come back for a second try.
Oh, I reckon not.
The reason is I buy the best 1.25 inch Kentucky hemp you can get, and then I stretch it down to 1 inch before I use it.
What do you use to stretch it with?
Bood Wilson's under there. He'll show you. Get ready to untie it, Bood.
I can't untie this knot, Mr. Maples.
Chester, go down and give him a hand, huh?
Yes, sir.
You see, Marshal, I got a 200-pound bag tied on the rope.
I'm not interested in that, Maples.
Oh?
The businessmen in town told me to see that you leave Dodge City permanently. You and your gallows.
But why, Marshal? Dodge needs me.
They don't think so. And neither do I.
But the law, what about the law? It must be upheld.
It is being upheld, Maples. Your kind of law might have been all right a few years ago in the border country, but not in Dodge.
Murderers must be hanged, Marshal Dillon. There's no other answer.
I'll give you till tomorrow morning, Maples.
Hello, Marshal Dillon.
How are you, Bood? You staying away from the liquor?
Yes, sir.
Good. You see that you do. All right, come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Maples, I heard how he talked to you. I wasn't friendly like. You've been good to me. You let me help you.
I brought the law before. I can do it again.
Mr. Maples, I was saying I'd like
there
to...
must be a way.
Mr. Maples?
Huh?
Maybe I can help.
Oh, you, Bood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, maybe you can. Bood, I want you to go to Dodge City with me tonight. Will you do that?
Mr. Maples, I'd do anything for you.
Yeah, town's quiet tonight, Matt.
Doc, I hope it stays that way.
Well, in my business, that's when I worry the most.
Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon!
Yeah, what do you want, Chester?
Miss Kitty sent me after you. Bood Wilson's about to kill a man at her place.
What? Well, come on.
I'll kill you.
Oh, Matt, stop him. Bood's going to break him in two.
Bood, stop it.
Kill you.
Stop it.
Nobody talks to my friend that way.
I said stop it. Sayer, you all right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks. Oh, he'd like to broke every bone in my body.
Chester, take Bood and lock him up.
Yes, sir. Come on, Bood.
Thanks, Matt. Oh, I felt sure there was going to be a killing.
I told Bood to stay out of saloons.
Don't blame him. It was Maples.
Maples?
Yeah.
What's he got to do with it?
He was trying to get him drunk. He kept buying him drinks.
Oh? Where is Maples?
Well, I guess he left in all the excitement. Matt, why would he want to get Bood so drunk?
I think I know, Kitty. But I'd have a hard time proving it.
Sorry, I don't know how Mr. Dillon gets these guns so dirty. Just look at that. I'm going to have to practically...
Good morning.
Hold, Mr. Maples.
Is the marshal here? I want to talk to him.
No, sir, he ain't. He's off on a business trip that's going to take him all day.
Oh, then I'll just have to come back this evening. While I'm here, I wonder if I could see my friend Bood Wilson.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, I won't be a moment.
Oh, yes, sir. I guess it's all right this one time. It's right through that door there.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Oh, now, where'd this doggone little thing come from? When will I learn not to take more than one gun apart at a time?
Where is everybody? Matt? No, Matt. Chester! Chester, you here?
Doc, go away!
Chester, you out back?
Doc, don't come in here.
No, Chester, what are you doing in that cell?
Bood just locked me in.
Bood Wilson, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Why? What's that gun for?
I'm sorry.
Bood, you listen to me. You haven't got enough sense to have a gun, so give it here.
I got to get to Mr. Maples. I'm sorry, Mr. Doctor.
Doc, you all right?
Chester, I need help.
Doc, you can't die. Doc! Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon! Anybody? Doc's been shot! Help! Help!
Mr. Maples? It's me. It's Bood Wilson.
Come up here, Bood.
Well, how come you're on the gallows, Mr. Maples? Ain't you ready to go?
Come here, Bood.
You waited. Like you said, didn't you, Mr. Maples?
Did you use the gun I gave you?
We better hurry. They'll be after me.
I asked you if you used the gun.
I done what you told me, Mr. Maples.
Bood, listen to me. You still have the gun.
Yes, sir. Right here.
Give me the gun, Bood.
Well, sure. There.
It's been fired. Did you kill anyone?
I used it, like you said.
Dude, I asked you, did you kill anyone?
Well, that doctor man, he came in and I shot him.
Do you know what I have to do to you now, Bood?
You said you was my friend. You gave me the gun so I could come back to you so we could go away together. That's what you said.
But you've killed now, Bood. Don't you understand? You've broken the law. Bood Wilson, I find you guilty of murder in cold blood. And for your just punishment under the law, I sentence you to hang by the neck until you're dead!
Mr. Dillon, if Doc was to die, I don't know what I'd do with myself.
He's not going to die, Chester, but you can be awful glad I came back as soon as I did.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon, look. The gallows, they ain't gone yet.
No.
I don't see nobody around. Mr. Dillon, that rope on the gallows, swinging like there's a body on the end of it.
Come on.
It's a man. He's went and hanged Bood.
Stay here, Chester. Keep me covered.
Yes, sir.
Chester, come here.
Why, it's the hangman himself. Is he sure enough dead?
Yeah, he's dead. He said himself they never have to come back. What?
No need to shoot, Marshal. I ain't giving trouble.
Did you do this, Boot?
I done it.
Why?
Well, he throwed a fit.
What kind of a fit?
When I come back from Dodge, he asked, did I kill a man? I told him I had, that doctor man. And that's when he throwed a fit.
Now, what did he do?
He started hollering law on me, saying how he was going to have to hang me for that killing. It was either me or him.
Boot, he gave you that gun just so you'd kill a man, so he could have a hanging. Prove that Dodge needed his kind of law.
Oh, no, you're wrong, Marshal. Something just made him crazy for a little while. Like happens to me when I drink liquor. He was going to take me traveling with him, Marshal. Now, you're wrong about Mr. Maples. He was the best friend I ever had.
All right, Boot. All right.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Tom Hanley, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Joseph Kearns, Virginia Christine, and Barney Phillips. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Doggone if Dodge ain't growed a heap since I was here.
It is very big,
Front Street must have 7, 8 saloons. A lot of towns I seen don't even have that many houses.
We are going to stay here?
Now, Nina, I told you not to fret yourself. Nobody's going to bother you. Well, look there. The Longhorn Saloon. You know, a man might find whiskey fit to drink in a place like that. Just drop your reins over the rack, Nina. Your old pony ain't about to go nowhere.
I will wait right here, Cuff.
Here in the dust and heat? Come on, get down off that old horse. You've been riding so long you need to walk around some.
All right.
Anyway, it's cooler inside. If they got a ladies' parlor, you can sit in there. Well, sit on the porch. Come on. Sure, they got a parlor. There's a side door over there, Nina. You go on in and wait. Glass of rye, bartender.
Hold that drink, bartender. Maybe you picked the wrong place to drink, mister.
That's so?
Places down along the river let Mex women come in and sit.
I've heard tell.
Maybe that's where you better go.
Bartender, I ain't got my drink yet.
Mister, you don't understand what I said. That bartender ain't going to give you no drink.
Maybe he is.
No, he ain't. This place don't serve nobody that walks in with no dirty Mexican.
All right, hold it.
Very well.
Hold it. All right, you men, take Lawson out to a horse trough and soak his head for him. The rest of you get about your business. Come on.
You busted up what could have been a man-sized fight.
Well, fights like that lead to killings.
Darned if they don't.
You're a cool one, mister.
You get that way in my profession.
Oh, what's that?
Army Scout. I'm on my way to Fort Wallace. What's yours?
United States Marshal. My name's Dillon.
I noticed they paid you a heap of attention. I'm Cuff Peters and proud to know you. Marshal, I want you to meet somebody. This here's Nina. She's my wife.
How do you do?
Ma'am?
Cuff,
Nina and me been traveling quite a spell.
Oh? Where'd you ride from?
Come up from Texas. Figured we'd stay over here in Dodge if I can find a place. Nina's been feeling poorly.
How long do you figure on staying in Dodge, Cuff?
Can't rightly say, Marshal. Why?
Well, you made trouble for yourself when you hit Hank Lawson.
That right.
It'll bother him, Cuff, and he'll be after you. I know you can't make Fort Wallace, so it might be better if you and your wife rode out to Fort Dodge and stayed there.
He's right, Cuff. We should go on right now. We don't want no trouble.
You've been riding enough, the way you feel. Besides, I got things to do.
Look, Cuff, I don't want any trouble here.
I sure don't aim to cause any. Now, how about joining me in a drink, Marshal? I've still got a glass of rye coming.
Dodge was real quiet for the next week, except when a drunked-up cowboy tried to burn the town down because he lost at a faro table. I kept an eye on Hank Lawson, but the trouble I'd been expecting between him and Cuff Peters seemed to blow over. Chester heard somewhere that Cuff had found a room for Nina and himself at the widow Helgerson's place out at the edge of town. I didn't see Cuff again except once when he drove the widow's buckboard into town, loaded it up with food and supplies, and drove back out. Then one morning while Chester was cleaning up the office, Cuff walked in.
Morning, Marshal.
Hello, Cuff. I never did get a chance to pay you back for that drink you bought me.
The time will come, Marshal.
Cuff, this is Chester Proudfoot. Cuff Peters.
Well, sir, I'm that proud, Mr. Peters.
Howdy.
Mr. Dillon told me how you knocked old Hank Lawson across the bar at the Longhorn. I sure do wish I'd seen that.
Chester isn't too fond of Hank.
Well, if I'm going to hit him again, I'll let you know.
Well, thank you.
Marshal, what I come for was to get your help.
Oh, what is it, Cuff?
Well, I don't know much about doctors and all. And they say you're a good friend to the one in town.
Oh, I've known Doc for a long time. What do you need?
Well, I'm not ailing, but Nina's feeling real puny.
Oh?
I think maybe someone should have a look at her. We ain't been married but 5-6 months, and I don't understand much about women folk and their ailments.
Chester, run up and get Doc, will you?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
You see, Marshal, the thing that bothers me the most is that I got to start out for Fort Wallace right soon. I already stayed here longer than I intended.
Well, if your wife's sick, you can't take her with you on a ride like that.
That's what I want to know from the doc. Is she too sick to ride?
Well, you could leave her here. She could come on later.
I'd just pure hate to leave her behind if I didn't have to.
Oh, hello, Matt. Where's the patient?
Doc, this is Cuff Peters, Doc Adams.
Howdy, Mr. Peters.
Howdy.
Mr. Peters wants you to have a look at his wife.
I'm ready. My bag's by the door there.
Doc, maybe you ought to know before you come with me. My wife's Mexican.
Well?
The only reason I mention it, some folks here seem to take exception.
Oh, for heaven's sake, standing here talking isn't going to help Mrs. Peters any if she's sick, you know. You ready to go, young fella?
I'm ready, Doc. Marshal, I want to thank you.
Sure, Cuff. Goodbye.
So long. See you later, man.
He's a nice little fella, ain't he, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, he seems to be, Chester.
What's he do for a living?
He's an Army scout, he says. On his way out to Fort Wallace.
Well, I always had in mind that scouts was more tricky. Shucks, he's no more sly than me.
Yeah, don't let Cuff fool you, Chester. He's small, but he can take care of himself.
Well, one thing, he don't seem to let nothing upset him none.
Well, he's worried about his wife, Chester. Plenty. Chester, you're going to get a bellyache.
I can't help it, Mr. Dillon. Ever since I was a little boy, I just get a craving for wheat cakes at supper.
4 servings?
Well, It does make up to quite a pile, don't it? But then that molasses kind of keeps them wetted down.
Oh, hello, Matt. Chester.
Sit down,
Oh, Doc.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you going to eat?
No, Matt, no. I ate out at Widow Helgerson's with Cuff and his wife.
How is she, Doc?
She's resting, isn't she? She's a pretty little thing, Matt. Just as nice and sweet.
Yeah, she is.
What was wrong with her, Doc?
Nothing that won't be right in about 6 more months.
Well, that don't make sense, Doc.
She's going to have a baby, Chester.
She is?
Yeah, well, it only took a minute to see that.
I guess Cuff meant it when he said he didn't know much about women.
Well, I should think a baby be easy enough to tell about.
Chester.
Oh, yes. Cuff sent a message to you, Matt. He's going on out to Fort Wallace. Says after he reports into the colonel and gets a place ready out there, he'll come back for Mrs. Peters.
Now, that's a 10-day ride there and back, Doc.
Well, I know, man. A little while.
And I don't like Mrs. Peters staying alone here in Dodge.
Well, there's nothing to be worried about. She's in good hands here.
Yeah, but the widow Helgerson's an old lady, Doc. She wouldn't be much help to Nina.
Well, what kind of help would she be needing, Mr. Dillon?
More than an old lady could give her. If Hank Lawson finds out that she's alone here.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this coming Tuesday night, you have one date with Pam and Jerry North and another date with John Lund as yours truly, Johnny Dollar. If mystery is your dish, then listen in as Mr. and Mrs. North and Johnny Dollar dish it out. Remember, the night is Tuesday, the network is CBS Radio, and the shows are Mr. and Mrs. North and yours truly, Johnny Dollar. They're here on most of these same stations this coming Tuesday. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
That's about everything, Mrs. Peters?
Yes. And thank you.
I'll give you a hand out to the buckboard.
Oh, it's not that much. I can carry it.
Well, I'll get the door for you then, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Good day.
Good day, ma'am.
Well, if it ain't Mrs. Peters come to town to do a week's shopping.
I beg your pardon?
Excuse me, ma'am, I ain't being very polite. This here's Cane Twig. I'm Hank Lawson.
What do you want?
Now, surely you remember me, ma'am. You ought to. I was the fellow your husband hit in the mouth his first day in town.
I remember you. Now let me pass.
Well, now, ain't I being a miserable cuss letting you carry all them heavy sacks? See, I help you some.
Please.
Just put him in the wagon for you.
Oh.
Oh, that was mighty careless of me to slip plumb out of my hands. I hope there was nothing in there to break.
Leave me alone, please.
Well, now, Mrs. Peters, I don't know why you're upset. You know I wouldn't do nothing to harm a fine lady like you. Besides, your husband might try to give me another lesson in manners, and that scares me real bad. I just want to show you how much I learned. Now, you go on and get into that buckboard. Go on. All we're going to do is just start you for home, Miss Peters. Untie them lines so we can face that team down the street.
Sure.
Now, like I say, ma'am, I don't want you to fret. Stand aside, Twig. All right, ma'am. Hang on.
How is she, Doc?
She's all right, Matt. She's fine.
And the baby?
There wasn't anything I could do.
Those miserable, filthy
Now,
beasts.
take it easy.
Take it easy. What are you talking about, Matt? Those men should be
No, kid. Matt did all he could. He even roughed them up a little on the way to jail.
Oh.
And then yesterday morning, the judge fined them and turned them loose.
Find them. Probably all of $50.
Kitty, be sensible.
You and your precious law. I'm sick of it.
You have to go by it, Kitty, whether it seems right or not.
I don't have to do nothing.
Now, Kitty, don't talk like that.
If I was a man, I'd shoot him in the belly.
Oh, now, Kitty.
Oh, leave me alone, both of you.
Kitty. Look, Kitty. Why don't you go in and talk with her, huh? She needs another woman, huh? Go on.
Nina, can I come in?
It's terrible, Matt.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, there's nothing more I can do. Officially.
No, just that's right.
Look, Doc, I want you to keep Nina in your office. You can keep an eye on her there. Cuff will be back in a few days.
And then you'll tell him?
Yeah. Yeah, then I'll tell him.
Hello, Marshal. Chester?
Oh, Mr. Peters.
Cuff?
I just got back. Widow Helgerson says there's been an accident. I should come see you.
Well, your wife was hurt bad, Cuff, but she's better now, though.
Where is she?
She's up in Doc's office. Chester will show you.
I know the way.
It just makes me sick, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he's likely been in his saddle all day, riding to get back to her. Then he gets here, and...
How was she tonight?
Well, she ate the supper Kitty brought over.
That's more than she's done in a week. You know, I'd kindly hate to be Hank Lawson.
Have you seen him around?
Yes, sir. Him and Twig been hanging around the Longhorn. Hank asked me was anybody looking for him. And then he laughed.
What'd you say then?
Nothing, like you told me. I just walked on out.
Yeah, good.
What do you figure Cuff will do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know.
Cuff's so mild and quiet and all. But I got a feeling he'd be mighty mean if once he got riled.
I want to thank you, Marshal, for all you and Chester and Doc done for Nina.
I'm sorry, Cuff.
Now, I wonder if you'd hold my gun for me?
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to look for Hank Lawson, and I'm going to mock him. Mock him good.
That way somebody's going to get hurt.
That's a fact, Marshal.
Look, Cuff, I won't stand for a killing. Now, Nina's well enough to travel. You could start for Fort Wallace. We'd fix a bed and a wagon for you.
I'm going to start for Wallace, all right. But not until I've seen Hank Lawson. Well, will you hold my gun?
Till you come back for it.
Thank you.
Oh, Cuff.
Yeah?
Chester and I were just talking about going up to the Longhorn for a drink. We thought maybe we might walk with you.
The company'd be fine, but it's my deal.
Sure.
Back to town just a little while ago. This time, when I lay eyes on him, I'm going... Well, if it ain't little feller himself. But I see the marshal come along so's he wouldn't get hurt.
I'm just here to see that no shooting starts, Hank.
Yeah. What's on your mind, Cuff?
I left my gun at the marshal's office.
So?
After you drop yours on the floor, I'm going to make you bleed.
Figure to take me with your fist?
That's right.
All right, boys, move back. Make a little room here. All righty, Cuff. Load my gun down.
Chester, just so Hank's friends don't get too excited and maybe want to help him out, move down to the end of the bar.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon?
There'll be no gunplay here, Hank. What's between you and Cuff, you'll settle yourself. Right in here.
That's good enough for me, Marshal. All right, little fella. Come and get it.
Now I'm going to take you apart, Lawson. Bit by bit.
That's the way you feel. I say. Lucky punch is all that was. Just a lucky punch. That won't
Get up, Lawson.
You dirty little pig. I'm going to slit your throat.
Drop that knife, Hank.
Never mind, Marshal. He's going to fight with a knife. I'll fix me one, too. Yeah. Now, Lawson, if you're going to fight to cut, I'm ready. Fight or drop it. Now get out of here. Because if I see you again before I leave, I'm going to finish what I started.
Oh.
My gracious alive, I ain't seen anything like that since I left Waco.
Cuff, as soon as you get your breath, I'd like to buy you that drink I owe you.
Thank you, Marshal. I figure I could use it. Because my wife and me's got a long ride ahead of us.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The special music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin and Lawrence Dobkin, with Lillian Byoff and James Eagles. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Later tonight on most of these same stations, Herb Schreiner will take your sense of humor in hand and give it a once-over wonderfully on Two for the Money. Hoosier Herb and his droll wit are an irresistible combination for merriment. The quiz part of Two for the Money makes the show that much more interesting to hear. Remember, Two for the Money later tonight. George Walsh speaking. Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy open fire on your funny bone Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
We kindly cooled up after all that hot weather, didn't it, Mr. Dillon?
Uh-huh.
It sure turned out to be a pretty nice day.
Yeah. Kind of makes a man lazy, though, doesn't it?
Hey, look at that little old dog out in the street there. He sure is playful, ain't he?
Oh, yeah. If he had any sense, he'd go lie down in the shade somewhere.
Well, he's just a pup.
Uh-huh.
Oh, now he better leave them horses be. He's gonna get kicked.
Well, he's got to learn sometime.
Go on. Go on, scat. Go on, get away from here, you mutt.
He's gonna make that fellow mad.
Go on. Oh, I'll fix you.
Hey. Why, he shot him. Well, what a mean, miserable thing to do. That little old pup wasn't hurting nothing.
No, he sure wasn't.
Hey, that's the marshal.
Yeah. Well, what do you want?
Get on off those horses.
What?
Do it! Right now.
All right. Now, what's your trouble, Marshal?
I'll take your gun, mister.
No, you won't.
I'm not even going to argue with you. Then I'll make a move. Here, Chester, hold it.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll take yours, too.
Sure, Marshal. I ain't gonna try nothing.
Hold up now. What's this all about, anyway?
What's your name, mister?
Walt Gorman.
Mm-hmm. And what's yours?
Hakes. Jod Hakes.
All right. I don't allow shooting and dodge.
Well, ain't no reason to take our guns.
I ought to bend them across your heads. Come on, Chester.
Hey, wait a minute. When do we get them guns back?
Tomorrow noon when you leave town.
But we ain't figuring on leaving.
Oh, never mind him, Hicks. He can't run us out.
By golly, you are too, Mr. Dillon.
I will, Chester.
Look at that poor little dog. I wonder whose 'tis.
I don't know. Probably belongs to some kid around here.
I'll carry it round back to jail. Maybe the kid will want to bury it himself.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
That Gorman sure is a mean one.
Well, I can get mean, too, Chester. And I got a feeling I may have to before I'm through with him.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you all the flavor you want. The rich, exciting flavor you get only from L&M. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Get L&M today.
Say, Mr. Dillon, guess what?
No, what, Chester?
You know who that little raggedy dog belonged to? It wasn't no kid at all. It was an old fella called Pony Thompson.
Pony Thompson?
Yes, sir. He come in here a while ago. He heard we had him. He's out back now burying him.
I never heard of Pony Thompson.
Neither had I. He's a real nice old fellow, though. Oh, kindly funny looking. He looks at you from under them scraggly eyebrows like an old gray wolf, but that's him. You'll see.
Hello, Mr. Thompson.
No, I ain't no Mr. Pony's good enough.
This is Marshal Dillon.
How do, Marshal?
I'm sorry about your dog.
Well, I shouldn't have brung him. Town's bad enough for humans.
Where you from, Pony? I haven't seen you in Dodge before.
I don't seek out no town but once a year. I move around on the prairie, Marshal. Sometimes I go into the mountains. I just can't stand four walls and a roof. It's like being in jail.
What are you doing here now?
Once a year, I get drunk.
What?
That's why I come to town to do it. I figure if I got to get drunk, I got to be cooped up in some saloon. But, just walking down your street there, I feel kind of hog-tied.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, Marshal.
Yeah, Pony.
Who shot my dog?
A couple of men who just rode into town.
I'll have to know their names.
Why, you want them to pay you for the dog, Pony?
No, 'tain't money I'm after.
I didn't think so.
I got a heavy old rifle down at the stable with my gatherings. I figured to go kind of beat 'em half to death with it.
Now, that wouldn't help you, Pony.
You ain't gonna tell me their names?
No, Pony, I'm not.
Well,
Where you going?
I can't get drunk unless I start drinking, can I?
No.
But I'll find out who shot my dog. Don't you worry.
Your friend Pony Thompson's doing pretty well at the bar over there, Matt. That's his second bottle he's working on.
He sure keeps to himself, doesn't he?
A man who drinks alone is usually peaceful anyway.
Yeah.
Now, hurry it up, bartender. We ain't got all night.
Now, who's that pair? Just came in. Well, you know him, Matt?
Yeah. One of them's the man who shot Pony's dog I was telling you about.
Oh. Well, he looks like the kind...
Kitty?
Oh, no, what Sam wants.
Hey, Kitty.
I better go see. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure, Kitty.
Hey, look at this one, Hicks. She's pretty.
Yeah. Hey, girlie, buy you a drink.
No, thanks. Oh, what'd you want, Sam?
Never mind about him. Come on, have a drink.
I said no.
I said yes. Come on, girlie, loosen up now.
Tell me something, mister. Do you have to be awful brave to shoot puppy dogs?
What?
Must take a real man to do that, huh?
I just ought to slap your face in for you.
I wouldn't try that, Gorman.
It's a marshal.
Now what?
You get out of here. And you take Hicks with you.
You sure like having your own way in this here town, don't you?
I sure do. Now, you get moving.
Come on, Gorman. We don't want no trouble.
Get up. All right. I sure am getting a belly full of that.
What a hero.
Yeah. But you know, Kitty, I wish you hadn't mentioned the dog.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. I forgot.
Hey, evening, Marshal.
Hello, Pony.
So, that feller's name was Gorman, huh? He's got a mean face, too, ain't he?
Now, look here, Pony.
Don't you worry. I ain't gonna follow him, Marshal. No sirree, Bob. I got me this here bottle to finish. Yeah, I'm gonna get drunk tonight, remember?
Well, I guess it doesn't matter after all, Matt, huh?
Hell, I hope not, Kitty. But I'm not so sure.
side meat, fried potatoes, Harmony grits and sorghum, and a cup of lye. Matt, that was a mighty poor breakfast, if I do say so.
Well, then I'm glad I didn't treat you to it, Doc.
Look who's in it. If you ever treated me to breakfast, I'd be so dumbfounded I couldn't complain.
Dillon! Mr. Dillon!
What?
Oh, it's Chester. At the stable door there.
You too, Doc. Hurry up!
Me? What's he got, a sick horse in there?
Yeah, he's got something, Doc. He looks pretty worried.
Oh, Chester's always worried. If it isn't money, it's women.
Ma Strimmick went to the office looking for you.
Now, what's the trouble, Chester?
There's been a killing.
What?
That fellow Walt Gorman, he got his throat cut in here. Moss found him laying in one of the stalls. Pony Thompson done it.
How do you know?
Well, he was right in there with him. He still is. We tied him up with a rope. Of course, he was passed out drunk when Moss found him, but he come to fast enough when we sluiced some water on him.
How could he kill a man when he was passed out?
I don't know, Doc, but he was all spattered with blood, and the knife was laying there right there by his hand. There he is.
Oh, Marshal, make him turn me loose.
That's Gorman under the saddle blanket back there.
All right, I'll take a look, but I don't know how much good you do.
Oh, please get me loose, Marshal. Please, I just can't stand this.
All right, on time, Chester.
All right, sir.
I didn't kill nobody.
The knife's in that board right next to you, Mr. Dillon.
Oh. Pony, is this your knife?
Yeah, sure, it's mine, but I didn't use it on nobody.
It was laying right by his hand.
Well, then somebody put it there.
Gorman's dead, all right, Matt. 4 or 5 hours. He took a knife in his back and then had his throat cut.
There. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't do a thing like that, Marshal.
I wouldn't have thought so, Pony.
It's true. Oh, sure, I found him later after you left the Long Branch, but well, I only swore at him a little for shooting my poor pup.
I'm going to have to lock you up, Pony.
Oh, no, please, Marshal, don't do that. Please, don't.
I got no choice.
I tell you, I'll just go crazy. You put me in jail. I told you how I am.
Chester, take him down.
Come on, Pony, let's get going.
Oh, please don't. Not jail,
You
please.
should have thought about that before you killed Gorman. Now, come on.
I'd rather get shot. I'd rather die.
You ain't gonna die. Now walk along.
Hello, Marshal. I've been waiting for you.
Hello, Hicks.
I seen Chester a while ago taking Pony Thompson into the jail here.
Can he tell you what happened?
He sure did. I didn't want to see Gorman. Not after what that old man did to him.
Come on into the office, Hicks.
Mr. Dillon.
Chester? What's the matter? What's the matter? You sick or something?
He hit me.
What? Oh. Where's Pony Thompson?
That's what I'm telling you. He hit me with that stool in there.
You mean he got away?
I turned my back to go out of that cell. That's all I remember.
And he's been gone about 20 minutes.
Well, let's find him. Standing around here is doing no good.
We'll find him, Hicks.
Oh, but I know where he went.
You do? Where?
Well, in the stable there, he was mumbling about a hideout he knows down by the Arkansas somewheres.
You feel up to riding, Chester?
You bet I do.
And I'm coming, too. I'll shoot that old devil on sight.
It's a good thing I took your gun, Hicks. But you're coming with us, all right, just to make sure you don't find another one.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Yes, have an L&M. Enjoy a really modern cigarette. A cigarette that gives you all the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you the flavor you get through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern, smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Get L&M today.
Well, it's breaking day, Mr. Dillon. We can get moving again directly.
He could be 30 miles from here by now.
Well, you can't track a man in the dark, Hakes. We done the best we could. Blackest night I ever seen.
Marshal, I want you to give me a gun today.
You're awful anxious to shoot him down, aren't you, Higgs?
It's to keep him from shooting me. He's probably armed by now.
Oh, sure he is. There's lots of guns laying along the banks of the Arkansas. I'm cold. I'm going to walk around a little and stretch my legs.
Don't you get lost, Sonny.
Oh, why don't you try keeping quiet? Your voice itches my ears.
Hicks, tell me something. How long were you and Gorman partners?
About a year. Why?
Yeah, I just wondered.
You gonna let me have a gun today?
I wouldn't trust you with a buggy.
Now, you got no cause to say that.
I want Pony Thompson alive. He'd be no good to me dead.
What do you mean?
Well, I didn't get a chance to talk to him, for one thing.
Hey, Mr. Dillon,
Yeah, what?
there's a little old cave right up here.
Go crawl in it. Maybe it'll fall on you. He sure bothers me.
You kind of bother him.
I ain't done nothing to him.
Mr. Dillon, come here, quick.
What? Yeah, what is it, Chester?
There's a man in this cave.
Ah.
It's old Pony Thompson.
Well, drag him out.
I did. He's dead, Mr. Dillon.
Huh? He's dead.
Yes, sir.
Make a torch out of some of those dry weeds, Chester. I can't see much here.
Yes, sir.
What is it, Marshal? Somebody kill him?
I don't know, Hicks. Just stay out of the way.
Doggone it, you treat me like I was dirt. I've had enough of that.
Come on, Chester, hurry up.
Yes, sir, I got it. Here, let me get lit.
I don't feel blood anywhere.
Yeah. Ain't gonna burn long, though.
Hold it near his head.
I don't see nothing.
No, wait a minute. Hold it closer.
Huh?
Down here.
There ain't a mark on him.
Yes, there is.
Hmm?
See those two little punctures on his neck there?
Yes, sir.
All right, Chester. Well, I guess Pony meant what he said about not liking jail.
What do you mean?
We've been sitting right down there in front of his cave for about 8 hours now. He could have hollered for help, but he didn't.
Help for what?
There was a rattlesnake in that cave.
That's what them marks on his neck was. He got bit.
Rather than face jail, he stayed in there and died.
I don't get to feeling so sorry for him. He stuck Gorman in the back and cut his throat, didn't he?
Yeah, Hicks. That's exactly what happened to Gorman.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Did you tell the Hicks that Gorman got knifed in the back?
No, sir. All I said was he got his throat cut.
And poor old Pony Thompson died for nothing. I don't know why you killed your partner, and I don't much care, but we'll find out. After we get Pony buried properly.
Now, look here, Marshal.
And you'll dig the grave, Hicks. And you'll dig it deep. The old man deserves that much from you.
moment, our star, William Conrad. In a recent study, a noted traffic expert estimates that inadequate highways and resultant traffic jams cost the American economy billions of dollars every year, and suggests that the cost of modernizing our roads would quickly be regained in time saved. Discussing motor accidents, this same expert suggests that legislation may be needed to curb the speed of our powerful automobiles before they ever leave the factories. This is a controversial question on which the experts disagree. But all traffic experts agree on one thing. Common sense cannot be legislated into the automobile driver. He has to learn it by himself. Anger, bravado, and the spirit of competition often are expressed on the highway by excessive speeding, disregard of traffic signs and signals, and other risky maneuvers. Psychologists sum it up by saying that careless drivers are emotionally immature. Put more bluntly, it means that careless driving is kid stuff. This has been a CBS Radio public service announcement.
You know, when a High Plains woman was looking for a husband, cowhands used to laugh and say, she's throwing a wide loop. Well, next week a woman catches her man right enough, but with a .50 caliber rifle. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Vic Perrin, and Lawrence Dobkin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Seems to me this fella could have picked a better place to get himself caught in.
Yeah, it's pretty dry, all right.
And we still got a 3-day ride. Seems to me that sheriff could have brung him in without sending for us all the way to Dodge.
The sheriff probably didn't fancy the trip either, Chester.
This trip too tough for you boys? Too much for you to handle?
Well, now, we can handle it all right, Hob. Don't you worry none about that.
Never did like to see a man bite off more than he could chew.
All right, now, just a minute. Don't you go thinking you're more than we
Seeing
can
a man
chew.
take on so
Hey, what do you
makes
mean?
me feel bad. Real bad.
All right, that's enough, Cannon.
Marshal, I was just saying I'm sorry for the fix you're in.
There's only one thing about it that worries me.
What's that?
You're not worth it.
He sure ain't. It's a pure waste caring for a murderer like him across these plains. Just ought to leave him here for the coyotes. Buzzards. Buzzard bait, that's all he... Hey, look yonder, Mr. Dillon. Some riders coming up over that rise there.
Yeah, I see him.
What they're doing way off here.
Troopers.
Train over this way, looks like.
Now, let's hold up here. Morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, out of Dodge City.
Lieutenant Elridge, 6th Cavalry.
You're a long way from a post, aren't
Yeah.
you?
On our way from Fort Leavenworth to Fort Lyon.
Uh-huh.
Routine transfer, but we wouldn't mind catching up with a certain runaway Indian while we're at it.
Did he break out of the stockade at the fort?
No, the word is he escaped from a reservation down south. He's heading back home to Nebraska.
Oh, what'd he do?
Do?
Did he kill somebody or rob the stores?
No, but if it became known that a sub-chief made a successful escape, it'd be hard to keep any of them on the reservations.
I see.
I'd appreciate it if you'd keep an eye out for him, Marshal. His name's Blue Horse.
Blue Horse, huh? Yeah, all right, Lieutenant. I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you. Oh, Marshal.
Uh-huh.
You mind riding over here for a minute?
Sure.
Marshal, this is my first time west of Fort Leavenworth.
Uh-huh. Well, I kind of figured that.
Yeah. Well, Marshal, I have maps, of course.
But you wonder if you're on the right track, huh?
Well, yes, to tell the truth, I do.
Well, if I were you, Lieutenant, and this was my first time out, I think I'd just drop on down south to the Arkansas River.
Yes?
Well, that's all. You just hit the Arkansas and follow it west. You couldn't miss Fort Lyon if you tried.
Oh, much obliged, Marshal. I'd have got there all right.
Oh, sure. I'm just giving you the easy way.
Yeah. Well, we'll be on our way.
Yeah.
Company! At the walk! Whoa!
Gracious, Mr. Dillon, he sure is a young one, ain't he?
Yeah. Well, there's one thing for sure.
Yes, sir.
There's only one way for him to grow, and that's older. Come on. Let's get going.
That old political character, Elijah Cuddlestone, was tremendously proud to be a part of the government of the United States. That pride shows through in this excerpt of one of his speeches. And it is my sincere belief, I believe that the United States of America is without doubt, indisputably, the most successful experiment in democracy, that is, in democratic rule, that the world has ever known. Well, democracy, of course, means rule of the people. It's from the Greek demos, people, and kratos, meaning rule, strength, or power. Most forms of government owe their names to the Greek. For instance, anarchy is from the Greek word anarchia, composed of an, meaning no, and archos, ruler. An anarchist wants no king, emperor, or president above him. An oligarchy is a form of government where a restricted few have supreme power. Oligarchy comes from the Greek oligos, meaning few, and archo, which means rule by a few. The Greek word heros meant holy, and the word hierarchy once meant a government by officers of the church. Hierarchy now represents a system of graded authority, and the strange word ochlocracy means mob rule. In Greek, oklos means crowd or mob. Words like these literally make politics Greek to most of us.
along toward sundown, Mr. Jones.
There'll be a watering place along here pretty soon. We'll stop for the night, huh?
You mean you tough lawmen are going to stop and sleep like ordinary folks?
Never you mind, Cannon. You'll be lucky we don't just leave you tied on your horse all night.
He'd be better company.
All right, now you listen
Chester.
here. Yes, sir, Mr. Jones.
Look, why don't we head for that bunch of trees over there, huh? Come on.
Sure. Wait there, Mr. Dillon. I'll help you. You hurt bad?
I don't know, Chester. Where's Cannon?
He's right over there.
Well, get him off his horse.
Yes, sir. All right, you, Cannon, climb down off that horse. Don't you try nothing now.
That'd be just plumb mean, wouldn't it? Marshal hurt and all?
I'm not hurt too bad to use a gun, Cannon. You remember that. Chester, see if you can get me on my feet, huh?
Sure I will.
Now, be careful. Take it.
No, let me down. Let me down.
What?
Oh. Well, I guess it's no use. The leg just won't hold me. All right, help me get my boot off then, huh?
Yes, sir.
I'll take it easy.
Looks me like it's broke, Mr. Jones. Broke bad.
Yeah. Look at my horse.
Yeah. And he stepped in that hole and pitched all the way over, landed on his neck. He's dead, all right.
Well, I can't stay here.
Oh, maybe we can get you over to those trees. Come on, Cannon.
Wait a minute. Now, we better figure this out first. Now, look. When you get me to the trees, you ride on, Chester, and see if you can get help, huh? And if you don't meet up with anybody, you bring a wagon from Dodge, huh?
Why, I ain't going to leave you here, Mr. Dillon. Go in all night. It'd still take me 2 days to get back.
We got no choice.
Yeah, but what about him, Cannon?
He stays with me.
But, Mr. Dillon...
I'm going to need somebody. And I got a gun.
Well,
Look, we haven't got any choice, Chester. Now, will you get me over to the trees? All right, you can tether his horse to me, and then you get going, huh?
Well, all right, if you say so, but I sure don't feel good about that.
I don't feel good about anything. Come on, let's go. Next time you stay inside all the way, Cannon.
Just filling your canteen at the creek, Marshal.
You just stay inside, that's all.
Marshal, a man with a leg like yours, with a fever coming up, he ought to be glad of water no matter how it comes.
I just want to be sure it does come. And I'm still watching.
Here, Marshal. Have it sweet.
Thanks.
That leg didn't improve none overnight, did it?
Not much.
Lying around waiting like this through most of the day, you're feeling pretty bad, ain't you, Marshal?
Don't you worry about it.
Oh, I ain't worrying, Marshal. I got time. I got plenty of time.
Don't you count on me passing out before Chester gets back. Because you might get hurt if you do.
I ain't counting on a thing, Marshal. I'm just waiting. That's all. Just waiting.
Miss Kitty! Miss Kitty!
Why, Chester, I
I didn't think you would do back for a day or two.
Miss Kitty, have you saw Doc anywhere? I've been up to his office, and he ain't there.
Oh, he just went into Delmonico's there to get his supper. What's the matter, Chester?
I can't stop to talk, Miss Kitty. I got to get Doc. It's about Mr. Dillon.
Well, what about him?
Well, he's hurt bad and way off there.
Way off where?
Out on the ferry. 2 days ride out. Doc?
Well, when did you get back?
There's trouble, Doc.
Terrible trouble.
What is it, Chester? Where's Matt?
He's out there on the plains, Doc, with a busted leg.
Is he all alone?
Nobody but that murdering Hob Cannon. He's with him.
Well, we better get to him. Can you take me there?
That's what I come for.
Well, you don't look too good yourself. You ride all night, Chester?
Sure I did. Miss Kitty, come on, Doc. We ain't got no time to wait.
Well, you're sure you can make it back there, Chester? It's rough sleeping in that rig of mine. I could take somebody else.
Of course I can make it back there. Come on, Doc. Come on.
All right, Chester. All right. Don't worry, Kitty. Matt's a strong man.
I know, but you hurry just the same.
Cannon, is that you moving? Cannon!
Yeah, I am, Marshal. I'm right here.
What are you doing over here? You get on back to the fire.
Just thought I'd have a look at your leg, Marshal.
Never mind my leg.
All right. Mighty dark, though. I can't... Sorry I had to kick you that way, Marshal. But I figured it was the only way to jolt you loose from that gun.
I'll get you, Count. You'll never make it.
Oh, no. You won't ever get me. You're going to be just a corpse for that fool Chester to take back to Dodge. I'm going to get me onto that horse you've been hanging on to, and I'm just going to kill you, Marshal. Ride right out of here. So long.
Stop. Drop gun. I will shoot.
What the devil are you doing here? I am Blue Horse. Blue Horse? Well, you're the runaway Injun they're looking for.
Hello, Blue Horse.
I have been watching.
Well, it's lucky for me.
Listen, Blue Horse, you don't want to help him. He'll just turn you in. He was talking to the cavalry about you yesterday.
He is my friend.
Well, he can't be your friend. He's a lawman. He's got to turn you in.
One day he cut the rope of the white hunters from around my neck.
I was a drunken hanging party. I remember.
I owe you a life. I do not forget.
Use your head, Injun. This is different. You help me, I'll let you go. Never tell a soul. Well, you'll be scot-free.
Too much talk.
Well, I'm telling you.
Build up fire.
What?
Build up fire. Heat water.
What are you going to do, Blue Horse?
Fix leg. Woman, come out. She boils roots in water.
You going to pour that stuff down me?
No. I will put it on leg. Draw fever out.
Oh. I'd be much obliged.
I give you your gun.
Thanks, Blue Horse. You want to tie Cannon up for me? I'm awful weak.
You sleep. I will watch.
Hometowns in America have a lot in common, and yet they're each one of a kind. Take, for example, Kansas City, Missouri. The pungent odor of the slaughterhouses is in the air, but that means fresh meat and the best steak town in the USA. They'll prove it to you at the Golden Bull restaurant, where the bull on top now looks up at Millionaire's Hill, and the millionaires look down on the Missouri River, the rooftops of Kansas City, and the country's closest in downtown airport. Cat's drugstores have that homey atmosphere, and the French fries are good there after school. If you're driving in Kansas City, you'll appreciate the good traffic control and straight streets. You can start at 4th or 5th downtown, cover Troost and Wyandotte Avenues, and reach the plaza up in the 60s where the bachelor guys and gals are and where the action is. And later wind up with a swank night in the terrace room at the Mule Bar. But if your hometown is Kansas City, you already know this. We only wanted to remind you. It's still there.
You sleep well. The sun has long been high.
Yeah. Where's Cannon?
The prisoner is safe.
Oh. Well, that's more than he deserves.
Woman, bring some food.
Blue Horse, I want you to thank her for me. I feel a lot better.
Yes, your leg will heal. The fever is gone. You want water?
Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Blue Horse. Tell me, what are you doing here? Why did you break out?
Blue Horse is going back to the land of his people.
Well, the Army doesn't seem to want you to.
I cannot live on the hard land with the dry wind. Blue Horse comes from the hunting people, the Pawnee.
So you just picked up your wife and left, huh?
It is for us to live under the northern stars.
It's too bad the Army doesn't see it that way.
The government of the white man does not care that all Indians cannot live alike. The South is no good for the Pawnee.
I work for the government, Blue Horse.
A wagon coming across the distance.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they're coming for me.
I am glad the marshal will be safe.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, over here, Chester. Hello, Doc.
Oh, well, hi, Matt. Now, let me take a look at that leg.
All right. Ouch. Doc.
Well, looks like you've had some help, Mr. Dillon. Glad to see Cannon good and hog-tied over there.
Thanks to Blue Horse and the squaw, I wouldn't be here without them.
Blue Horse? Well, Mr. Dillon, the Army's looking for him.
Yeah, I know. Hey, take it easy, Doc.
Oh, sorry, man. Say, your leg looks pretty good, man. Surprisingly good. I don't think you're going to have any trouble.
Blue Horse and his woman said it. Just had some good nursing.
Yeah, I can see that.
Blue Horse?
I am here.
You understand that I'm a man of the law.
I understand.
Well, I want you to do just what I say. We'll be leaving soon. You and your squaw get on your horses.
You are taking us with you?
No. Now I'm sending you back. I want you to ride right out there. That way. Now, will you give me your word?
You have the word of Blue Horse.
All right, get going, then.
We will ride. Goodbye, Marshal.
Well, I've heard of ungrateful people in my time, but this beats all. You let him save your life, and then you send him back to be cooped up on the reservation.
I did what I had to do, Doc.
Well, I could have done something else. You pointing the way and making that Indian promise to go there, and you know he'll keep his word.
Yeah, I know he will.
Hey, wait a minute, Doc. I just thought of it. Mr. Dillon pointed north. That reservation's not north, it's south.
Huh? Well, by golly. Yeah, that's right.
Well, you made a mistake, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I guess I did, Chester.
How well do you know the history of your army? For example, do you know who the first chaplain was? He was the Reverend John Hurt. During the early days of the American Revolution, he served as chaplain of the 6th Virginia Infantry. Later, he became brigade chaplain. And finally, in 1790, he was appointed first chaplain of the United States Army. Thus, another page was added to the history of your United States Army.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
I think that come from down there someplace, Mr. Dillon.
Well, let's take a look.
My golly, I don't know. There sure ain't no sign of nobody.
Now, that was in back of the Dodge house between it and the livery stable. Come on.
It sounded like it. What in the thunder are they shooting at?
I don't know.
Well, it sure did sound like somebody yelled after that first shot.
Look, Chester, wait here and keep an eye on the street. I'm going to walk on toward the back of the livery stable, huh?
Well, All right, but you be careful back there in the dark now.
Oh, no. No call to get spooked. All right. Come on out of there. You hear me?
You go mind your own business. You better drift, mister. You buy more trouble than you can handle. Let go of me.
Give me that gun.
I've no right.
When you throw a rifle on somebody, young lady, it'd scare 'em more if you closed the breech block. And reload it, maybe, when it's a single shot.
Oh, darn single shot. I'd have got him hadn't been for that. That in a bad light.
Got who?
None of your goddamn business.
It might be. I'm the U.S. Marshal here in Dodge.
Marshal?
Chester.
Coming, Mr. Dillon.
How old are you, young lady?
Well, I've passed my teens.
You don't live around here, do you?
I wouldn't live up here if I owned it. I'm panhandle and proud of it.
Long way from home, aren't you?
Depends on what you call long.
What's your name?
Sally Burkoff, if it's any of your business.
My gracious, it's a girl. She done that shooting, did she?
Yeah, it looks that way. Who was it yelled when you fired that first shot, Sally?
Maybe it was me.
It was a man's voice.
Goddamn single-shot rifle.
Who's with you? Who'd you come up from the panhandle with?
Nobody.
How'd you get here?
I rid my horse. How do you think?
Where is it, in the stable?
I ain't got money for stables. He's bedded down back there under a tree.
With what? Did you bring hay along with you?
Some fell out through the fence there.
Fell out through the...
A horse that's been rode hard needs grain. Some grain fall out, too, did it?
There's some left in a feed box over there.
Uh-huh. I see.
Probably drawed damp and spoiled for a morning. Other horses in the corral had already ate.
When's the last time anything spilled out for you to eat, Sally?
It's my business.
You gonna tell me who it was you shot at?
No, I sure ain't.
All right, come on.
I ain't done nothing, Marshal.
Moss Grimmick owns the stable. He might disagree with you.
It was going to waste. Where you taking me?
To feed you. Then we'll see about putting you out for the night.
Put me up where?
And the only place where I can be sure of finding you come morning. In jail.
In the early days of World War II, an organization was born. An organization which offered benefits to all members of the United States Armed Forces. It was formally opened in April 1942 at Madison, Wisconsin, and called the Army Institute. Its mission was to provide educational opportunities for millions of American youths entering the armed forces. The response from servicemen and women was immediate and enthusiastic. Later that year, the facilities were made available to the Navy, and in February 1943, the name was changed to United States Armed Forces Institute. This was the first USAFI. Today, there is a bigger, improved USAFI with 5 branches in various areas of the world. But the mission is still the same. The number one client is still the United States serviceman, receiving an opportunity to develop power through knowledge with USAFI.
Sure was a fine meal.
I'll bet better.
Was that so? Well, just tell me where.
At home, that's where.
Oh, well, that's different. At home.
My ma's too old and broke down for any other kind of work. She's a goddamn good cook when there's anything to cook.
Been kind of hard going, huh, Sally?
It's my business.
Yeah, I figured it would be. Well, here's your hotel, young lady.
Oh, It sure ain't much of a jail.
You've been in better ones, have you?
I ain't never been in none before. Marshal, I don't want to go to jail.
Ah, come on. It's not as bad as it sounds. Just haven't got any other place to put you. Hello, Decker.
Marshal, I want to report a shoot.
That's him. Give me that gun.
Grab her, Chester. Back.
You low down.
You let go of that.
Oh, you hurt me.
Now, you sit down in that chair and you stay there. Here's your gun, Chester.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. She grabbed it before I
Decker,
know what
what's all this about?
She tried to kill me. Now, you saw her do it. And that's the third time tonight. I was waiting here to tell you. First time was about an hour ago near the Dodge house.
Yeah, I know. Why is she trying to kill you?
Just crazy, I guess. How would I know why?
You know why, all right, you sneaking yellow dog.
Sit down, Sally.
He stole money from me and Ma. All we had, $600.
That ain't so.
Wait a minute, Decker. What happened, Sally?
He come up through the panhandle last fall fetching a trail herd from East Texas. Fine breeding stock, he said they was, and he sold me 100 head for $6 a head, $3 under the going price.
There, you see, nobody stole nothing from her.
Now, I remember that drive of yours last fall, Doctor. You started out with 2,500 head and didn't get here with more than about 400.
I just had some bad luck, was all.
Sure. Them cattle had the chokes, was all through the herd.
Cowpox, huh?
They was dying on him before he hit the panhandle. Only I didn't know it. And he seen a chance to unload 100 of them on me. They started dropping before he was gone 3 days. Last one died 2 weeks ago. And when the chokes gets in a herd, there ain't nothing you can do.
That's one of the risks of the cattle business. You can't blame me for it.
You know they had it when you sold them to me.
I don't suppose you told her that, did you, Decker?
Of course not. When a man's out to make a deal, he don't have to tell what he ain't asked.
Even when the buyer's a girl?
That was a legal sale. Now, whose side are you on, Marshal? I come here for protection.
You mean to have the girl locked up or run out of town, maybe?
I sure do.
All right, Decker, you've made your complaint. Now get out.
Well, now, wait a minute.
I said get out.
Marshal, I'm just going to hold you responsible for anything she does.
You do that fine.
Standing up for that little wildcat.
Sally, if I was to let you go, what would you do?
Have another try at shooting Clem Dyker.
That's what I thought.
Ain't likely to miss him 4 times in a row.
All right, Chester, take her back and get her settled in one of those cells.
Yes, sir.
What are you aiming to do with me, Marshal?
I don't know, Sally. I just don't know.
Matt, you look worried about something.
Oh?
It's that young kid, Sally Burkhoff, right?
Yeah. Kitty, I'll be darned if I know what to do about her.
Well, Matt, as far as the letter of the law goes...
Yeah, sure. Let her stand trial. She's guilty of stealing from the livery stable. She's guilty of attempted murder. She'll probably go to prison.
Well, she's young. Court might consider that.
No, she's had a raw deal, Kitty. You know, there are just 3 of them, her and her mother and her 8-year-old brother. They couldn't make a go of farming their place, so she thought she'd try running cattle on it. Losing that money wiped them out.
Oh, that Clem Dyker ought to be strung up.
Yeah, but like he says, the deal was perfectly legal.
Oh, Matt. Say, you want to play some draw poker with me and Chester and Miles McTagg?
Oh, not tonight, Doc.
Why not tonight? I've been working all week on my bottom-of-the-deck deal and my up-the-sleeve holdout. I'm ready for you, Matt.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Is he going to join us, Doc? Nah, he says not. I think he's just sitting here worrying about that little Sally Burkhoff. Well, I guess I don't blame him too much.
Well, you might as well sit in, Matthew. I likely lose to everybody at that kind of a day.
What do you mean?
You remember them ore concentrates, iron pyrites, the stuff I took in on account when the Black Hawk mine closed down?
Yeah, a couple of tons or so, wasn't it?
3 tons. And they allowed $150 for them. Figured they might run twice that in silver. Well, I got the assay report from Iola today.
Oh, what are they worth?
Less than $50. Wouldn't even pay to ship 'em to the smelter, so you better come get in on the game, Matthew. My day for losing.
Wait a minute, Miles, here. Just a minute. I'm getting a lovely idea here. Yeah, it's lovely. Does anybody else know about that assay?
Well, not yet, Doc. Why?
How would you like to get your $150 back?
I have a due and proper respect for money.
Good. Are you willing to let any money over that go to a worthy cause?
If I get my 150, I won't even ask whether it's worthy.
What are you talking about, Doc?
Now, who could I get to help? You know, a sort of kindly swindler who could fool somebody good.
Now, look here, Doc.
There's just one person. Me. Matt, it couldn't work without me.
Well, I'm not sure what couldn't work, Doc, but from the look on your face, it's larceny.
Come on, Miles. We've got work to do.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Hey, honey, I'm home. Daphne.
Drop dead.
Uh-oh, what's the matter, honey?
Don't you speak to me, you Don Juan.
Don Juan? Daphne, I'm no Don Juan. No habla español.
Very funny. Ha, ha, ha.
Well, it was no prize winner, but...
Neither are you Lothario.
I've often wondered, what's a Lothario?
I don't know, but that's what the wives on TV always call their husbands. I guess it applies.
Do you want me to go out and come in again?
As far as I'm concerned, you can go for a long walk, preferably on a short pier.
Well. Oh, come on, Daphne. What's wrong?
Your good friend Harry called, and he spilled the beans.
Which beans?
He said, quote, "Tell Joe he was right about those blondes. They're great," unquote.
Blondes?
That's what he said. Well?
He didn't say blondes. He said bonds. Savings bonds.
What?
Sure. I buy them on the payroll savings plan. And I told Harry he ought to do it, too. Savings bonds have a guaranteed interest that pays back $4 for every 3, which is a pretty good investment.
That's a pretty good story, too.
It's true, so help me. That's why Harry's so happy. Savings bonds are great.
Well, maybe you're right. You wouldn't really fool around with blondes, would you? You're too faithful and sweet and kind and...
Fast talking.
Had plenty of time all the way around, Mr. Dillon. I just don't reckon Doc's little Dido is going to work.
Well, there's nothing certain in this world, Chester.
Doggone it. I sure wished it had, though. Do my heart good to see that low-down dyker get here.
Are you gentlemen alone?
Well, come on in, Miles. Come on in.
Well, I'd never have believed it. I figured Doc and me ought to team up and do this every week or so.
Yeah, well, you do, and I'll jail both of you. How much?
Oh, you wouldn't loosen up, would you, Matthew? Maybe let me take out just a little profit.
You get $150. Now, let's have the rest of it.
Maybe, yeah. Well, there you are. $820.
$820.
And I think he'd even have gone another 100 if I'd held out.
Oh, this is enough. And it gives her a couple of $100 extra to pay for her trouble.
Oh, he was hopping from one foot to the other. I never saw a man in my life with so much larceny in his soul.
Chester, go get Sally, will you?
Yes, sir.
He had 3 men in a wagon waiting outside. They started loading up the concentrates to haul away the minute he'd paid me. I told the clerk to wait till he'd got them all on the wagon before he gave him that assay report from Iola. Well, I figured he ought to have it, seeing that he owns the concentrates now.
That was real generous of you, Miles.
Well, at least I got my 150 back. I think I'll kind of lay low for the rest of the day, Matthew. He's going to be madder than a hornet when he finds out.
Yeah, I expect he will. I'll see you later, Miles.
Yep. Right on in there, young lady. Go on.
What are you aiming to do, Marshal? You gonna turn me loose?
Well, that depends, Sally. I can't very well turn you loose and have you walk right out of here and start shooting at Clem Diker again, now can I?
Then you might as well take me back to that cell.
Now, wait a minute, Sally. Suppose that you did kill him. It wouldn't get your money back, would it?
No, but it'd sure give me a deal of pleasure.
Now, suppose you had your $600 back with a couple of hundred to boot.
Oh, is there a chance of that ever happening?
Yeah, but suppose it did. Would you be willing to get on that horse of yours and hightail it back to the Panhandle?
Marshal, you don't mean he's going to give that money back?
Well, here it is. All of it. And $220 besides.
You mean it's mine? I can take it?
You can take it and get. And good luck to you.
Oh, well, I'll be a son of a gun.
Oh, am I busting in on something?
Now, come on in, Doc. Sally's just leaving to ride back to the Panhandle.
The Panhandle? Is that so, girl? Well, you be mighty careful. There's a lot of mighty desperate characters down that way.
Oh, don't you worry none about me.
Sally, you give my regards to your ma and Billy.
Yes, sir, I will. Thank you, Marshal. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, Matt, it was hook, line, and sinker. I never saw a man get taken in so easy in my life.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, you know, I was born for that kind of a game. I may give up my practice and just start scheming my way through life.
That's a good idea, Doc. I hear that they need a doctor at state prison.
Oh, Marshal, I've been robbed by a pair of swindlers.
Oh? How did it happen, Doctor?
You ask him how it happened. He's one of them. Him and that storekeeper, Miles McTagg. $970.
Why, Diker. Now, all I did was come and ask you to loan me $1,000.
Now, you talked like you'd found a good thing. Something you could buy cheap because the owner didn't know what it was worth. And then you let that phony assay report fall out of your pocket when you left.
Oh, why? Oh, now, that was just scribbling. It wasn't a real report.
I know that now. $900 a ton, it said. Why, them concentrates ain't worth $50. I just saw the real report after I'd bought the whole 3 ton.
Well, my. Well, you certainly did jump to a hasty conclusion, didn't you?
Marshal, Miles knew they was worthless when he sold them to me. Now, I want him arrested.
Did you ask him if he'd had them assayed, Decker?
Well, of course not. If I had, he'd have known. Well, he'd have known...
That you were trying to swindle him. And Doc, too, huh? I'm sorry, Docker. I don't see that you got much of a case.
But he knew that I thought it... Well, I should have known I'd get no satisfaction here.
Well, it depends on whose ox is being gored, doesn't it?
I'm going over and talk to Judge Bent.
Yeah, you do that. Oh, and by the way, Docker, you can stop worrying about the girl. I, just ran her out of town.
I don't care if you...
Wonder how she'll make out down there in the Panhandle.
Don't you worry, Chester. That kid'll make out wherever she is.
That old political character, Elijah Cuddlestone, was tremendously proud to be a part of the government of the United States. That pride shows through in this excerpt of one of his speeches. And it is my sincere belief, I believe that the United States of America is without doubt, indisputably, the most successful experiment in democracy, that is, in democratic rule, that the world has ever known. Well, democracy, of course, means rule of the people. It's from the Greek demos, people, and kratos, meaning rule, strength, or power. Most forms of government owe their names to the Greek. For instance, anarchy is from the Greek word anarchia, composed of an, meaning no, and archos, ruler. An anarchist wants no king, emperor, or president above him. An oligarchy is a form of government where a restricted few have supreme power. Oligarchy comes from the Greek oligos, meaning few, and archo, which means rule, ruled by a few. The Greek word hieros meant holy, and the word hierarchy once meant a government by officers of the church. Hierarchy now represents a system of graded authority, and the strange word ochlocracy means mob rule. In Greek, oklos means crowd or mob. Words like these literally make politics Greek to most of us.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Oh, there you are. I didn't know you was asleep.
I wasn't asleep. I was just trying to get there.
Yeah, but I didn't see you laying here on the cot. I was looking for you to be setting up.
How could I sleep setting up, Chester?
I didn't know you was sleeping.
I wasn't sleeping, Chester. We just went through that.
God gracious, I ain't going to tell you what I come to tell you.
All right, it's fine with me.
By jing, I don't know it's going to be so fine for you at all.
You know, Chester, any more of this, and I'm going to take you out and soak you in brine.
And while you're doing that, Leif Tugwell's probably going to be shooting down some innocent citizen.
Leif Tugwell?
That's right. I'd know that long, sad face anywheres. His hair's might gray, but it's him right enough, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he always did look like an undertaker.
Well, they orter. He's buried enough men.
Yeah, maybe, but at least he never went looking for trouble.
He always managed to find it without looking. I don't like no part of him, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I'll go have a talk with him. Where is he?
He went up to Doc's office. And if I was you, when he comes out, I'd tell him to keep right on going, all the way back to Texas.
I've known Leif Tugwell a long time, Chester. I know him when he helped clean up San Antone, and they're mighty proud of him down there. He's no cheap gunman to be told to get out of town.
All right, then, ask him to leave, because if you don't, Mr. Dillon, there'll be trouble as sure as shooting.
Matt Dillon.
What?
Oh, Matt, you old son of a gun.
Hello, Leif.
I heard they pinned a badge on you.
Well, I was just on my way up to Doc's to see you. Oh, it's Chester Proudfoot.
Hi, son. Don't believe I heard about you.
Well, I've heard an awful lot about you, Mr. Tugwell.
Well, you don't have to call me mister, son.
And you don't have to call me son. I'm old enough to have saw you kill a man back in Abilene.
Never mind, Chester. Why don't you go on over to the Long Branch and have a beer, huh?
I'll just do that, Mr. Dillon. By golly, I'll just do that.
Kind of feisty, ain't he?
Well, it's not so much that, Leif. He just doesn't like trouble, that's all. And neither do I.
But you think I do, huh?
Oh, I know better than that. But I'd appreciate it if you took particular pains to steer clear of it while you're here in Dodge.
I won't start anything, Matt.
Good. Then we won't worry about it.
We? That'd be quite a show, you and me. Could almost charge admission.
Yeah, maybe you could, Leif. But one of us would be winding up using his cut for a burial. Come on, I'll buy you a beer.
I don't think so, Matt.
No? Now who's getting feisty?
Look, I carry a gun, sure. If I'm a little faster than the next, it's because I've had to be. But I never killed a man who wasn't trying to kill me first. Is that against the law in Dodge?
No, it isn't. But we got a big population up on Boot Hill, Leif. And I'm interested in keeping it from getting any bigger.
So am I. By exactly one. Me.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy full, exciting flavor through L&M's Pure White Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier. Tastes richer. Smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So free up. Freshen up your taste. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Hello, Kitty.
Well, Matt, I didn't see you come in.
Oh, that's probably because you weren't looking.
Well, no. After all, what do I care about who comes in here as long as I got money to spend?
You can be more friendly than that.
Only to my friends. Thank heaven most of our customers aren't.
Oh? I take it you're not feeling very kindly toward people tonight.
Not very. Maybe it's just because I get sick of men stalking one another like wolves, baring their teeth, hating one another. Why can't they sing and laugh and dance once in a while?
Well, they do, and you know it.
Not tonight, they don't.
Are you thinking of somebody in particular?
Well, that one doesn't help.
No, who?
That fellow at the bar. The one with a face like a hound dog. Look at the space on each side of him. You'd think it was poison.
He is, Kitty. That's Leif Tugwell.
Oh. He seems quiet enough for a man with his reputation.
And it's his reputation I'm worried about. Every would-be gunman in Kansas would like to be able to say that he'd taken Leif Tugwell.
Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon. Oh, hello, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, there's a young fellow over at the Alphaguns talking pretty big, and it's all about Leif Tugwell.
Oh? What does he look like?
Small, stocky, got a real mean mouth on him.
Well, maybe I better go calm him down a little
Wait
bit.
a minute. You won't have to. That's him just come in. There. That one looking around like he's going to buy the place.
Well, he can't be over 18.
They're the worst kind, Kitty. The young ones trying to make a fast name for themselves.
My drink. Sad-faced fellow bartender. The one with gray hair. Stand around, folks. Stand around. I suppose you all didn't know there was a famous man here tonight. You're going to drink with me, Tugwell.
Son, I don't think Mr. Tugwell wants to drink with you.
You standing up for him, Marshal?
I can handle this, Matt.
Calls you by your first name. Must be he's a friend of yours.
Well, maybe as long as we're bandying names about, you'll tell me your name.
It's Gore. Trace Gore. And I'm from Texas. Tugwell knows all about Texas. That's where he's running from.
I never ran away from anything in my life, Gore. So that makes you a liar.
All right, give me that gun, Gore.
I came a long way to kill him.
I said give it to me. All right, now you get out of here.
I sure never thought I'd see the day when any lawman's badge would be big enough for Leif Tugwell to hide behind.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Get him out of here. Here's his gun. You can give it back to him outside.
Come on, boy. Let's go.
I'll get you.
You shouldn't have done that, Matt. You'll just go screw up his courage another notch.
What do you want here in Dodge, Leif?
You getting ready to tell me to leave?
I don't want to. In a way, you and I are sort of brothers under the skin.
We're what?
You were a marshal in San Antone, Leif. Now, why don't you make my job easier for me?
I'll tell you something, Matt. A man gets tired of running from a lot of would-be gunmen that ain't dry behind the ears. This ain't the first time Gore's tried it on with me.
You mean he followed you here?
All the way from Sweetwater. I pinned his ears back with a bottle down there. This time it'll have to be with a .45.
Aren't you forgetting something, Leif?
Yeah, what?
About steering clear of trouble while you're here? Doc! Hey, Doc!
The back room, Matt.
I saw your light, Doc.
Oh, I'm glad you came up. I've been alone here watching these test tubes last 6 hours.
Oh? That looks like blood.
It is. Probably the easiest blood ever drawn in Dodge. He was willing.
Who was it?
And Matt, I don't ask you who got picked up for being drunk on Front Street.
Okay, Doc, I'm sorry. What I really came to see you about was Leif Tugwell.
What about it?
Now, you've known him a long time, Doc. I want you to help me talk him into leaving Dodge.
He'll be leaving tomorrow, Matt.
Well, I want him out before he has to kill a man. And tomorrow may be too late.
I promised Leif a while ago I wouldn't discuss this, but under the circumstances, I better tell you. That's his blood in those tubes. He can't hold a gun, much less pull the trigger.
What?
There's no cure for the disease Leif has. Nobody even knows what causes it. The nervous system goes to pieces, and so does the muscle control.
Oh, why didn't he tell me?
Well, put yourself in Leif's spot. He was a big man once. Weakness doesn't come easy to that kind.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Doc. I probably would have done the same thing.
Well, anyway, you got no cause to worry about Leif Tugwell killing anybody.
No, Doc. But what about his getting killed? Chester.
Hmm?
Hey, Chester.
Oh, my.
Look, Chester, there's no sense in both of us keeping a night watch. Why don't you go get some sleep, huh?
Well, I tried to, Mr. Dillon. But I keep thinking of the way I treated Leif Tugwell. You know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going over to his hotel first thing in the morning and apologize. He was mighty patient with Gore.
He was patient because he had to be, Chester.
Had to be. Forevermore, Mr. Dillon. Leif could have ate that young fool for supper.
Could have, maybe. But not now. He's a sick man, Chester. He can't even use a gun anymore.
He tell you that?
No, but Doc did. That's why Leif came to Dodge. He figured maybe Doc could help him.
Well, why the Sam Hill didn't he say something?
Well, all he's got left is his pride, Chester. When a man becomes a legend, he wants to keep it that way, I guess.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Why are more people changing to L&M than to any other cigarette? Because only L&M lets you enjoy full, exciting flavor through the pure white miracle tip. L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So free up, freshen up your taste, get full, exciting flavor. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Marshal Dillon. Marshal?
Yeah, what is it, Gore?
That hotel across the street. That's where Leif Tugwell's staying.
Oh, is it?
Now, you know it is, Marshal. And I know he's got to come out sometime. Did you hear what he done to me?
He said something about it.
He shamed me. Hit me with a bottle right in front of the whole town of Sweetwater.
He only did it to keep from killing you, son.
You got it wrong, Marshal. It's me who's going to kill him.
Why don't you go back to Texas, Gore?
Oh, I will, Marshal. I will.
I know you're kind, Gore. You listen to too many lies around a campfire. You got no hair on your face, but you blow yourself up to the size of a man.
You got no call talking to me this way.
You shut up and listen. Now, being cock of the walk isn't all you've got it figured to be. You talk a lot about killing, but there's being killed, too, and you're dead a long time.
Is that all, Marshal?
Yeah, that's all.
Think I'll go get me a drink. Join me?
No, thanks. I'm superstitious.
Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
You better come quick. They're out in front of the Long Branch.
What?
Leif and that young fella Gore. They're fixing to have a showdown.
Leif knows he can't pull a gun.
Well, he don't act like it. How are you going to stop him?
That's Gore I'm going to stop. Leif doesn't need stopping. Yeah, you wait here, Chester.
Yes.
Leif!
Stay out of this, Matt.
It'll be self-defense on both sides. No law against that, is there, Marshal?
No, there isn't, son. You know, Leif, this kind of reminds me of the time you killed those 3 men in Abilene. That's the fastest draw I ever saw.
I told you to stay out of this, Matt. You're too far away, Gore. Never hit a man from there. You're going to fight, come a little closer.
I'll call my own hand, Leif.
Trouble with these youngsters is they get nervous, Leif. Worst thing that can happen in a gunfight, son.
I ain't nervous, Marshal.
Well, you don't have to be ashamed of it. There aren't many amateurs like you who could face a man like Leif Tugwell without their hands sweating.
Give the boy his chance, Matt.
That's what I'd like to see him have, Leif. Oh, look at him. The boy's hands are starting to twitch right now. He's getting scared, Leif.
I ain't scared.
Well, then, come on, son. Let's get this over with.
Son, sometimes they die slow and hard. A bullet makes a big hole in a man's insides. It can churn him up bad.
You stay out of this, Marshal.
Now, why don't you stay out of it, son? Why don't you clear out? Why don't you get on your horse and go on back to Texas, huh? You got a lot of living ahead of you that way. Here you haven't got any, and you're smart enough to know it. You can be lying dead there in 5 seconds.
Well, son? You coming at me?
No. No, I ain't. Changed my mind.
When you do like the marshal says, you go on home.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm right.
All right, folks. The show's over. Now, why don't you all go about your business, huh? Go on.
I guess I'll be moving along, Matt.
Back to Texas?
No, not this time. Maybe I'll go out to California, get myself a small spread, and sit under a tree. Use your words. I'll have a lot of living ahead of me that way.
Yeah, I think you would have.
Goodbye, Mr. Tugwell.
You don't have to call me Mr. Son. Goodbye, Matt.
Goodbye, Leif.
My golly. A man like that's got a right to be called Mister.
Yeah, he has that, Chester. He sure has that.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. What makes a nation great? People, of course. Not money or scenery or history, but a strong-minded, intelligent, well-intentioned population. And that's why action came into being. Communities help to shape personalities. Clean, healthful, well-ordered communities make for wholesome citizens, while slums breed juvenile delinquency, maladjustment, and crime. Action is the American Council to improve our neighborhoods. Take a look up the street where you live. Is it well lighted? Are sidewalks in good repair? Is garbage disposal efficient? Note the appearance of the buildings. Are they well kept, painted when necessary? And how about the local school, the shopping center nearby, the playgrounds? If an unbiased inspection reveals the signs of blight setting in around your home, CBS Radio suggests you write Action, Box 20, Radio City Station, New York City, for information how you and your neighbors can work together to improve your homes and the whole community. That's Action, Box 20, Radio City Station, New York City. And now, William Conrad.
You know, scattered along the frontier, there were Plains Indians of many tribes: Pawnee, Kiowa, Cheyenne, Arapaho, Sioux. But next week, a citizen of Dodge nearly dies because of a Great Lakes Indian, a Delaware. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by William Lester, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin and Sam Edwards. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Matt, wait a second. Oh, now, you blasted team. I want to talk to you, Matt, if I ever get this confounded team to stop. Whoa!
You driving that buggy, Doc, or you're just being tucked?
Oh, this blasted team. They got mouths of solid iron.
They're probably trying to run away from that squeaky wheel. If you don't grease that thing, you're going to twist off a spindle one of these days.
It'll last as long as I will. Oh, say, Matt,
I just drove in from Meadow Flats.
No? Well, every man to his own pleasure. I
It
always
wasn't
say.
pleasure, confound it. And I got something that'll wipe that grin off your face, too.
That's so?
Yes. Burke Reese and that ornery boy of his. They've been kicking up their heels again.
No? Who are they after this time?
Pezzy Neller and his wife. They've got that homestead, next to the Reeses.
Yeah, I know the place. What happened?
Well, it seems Burke Reese and his boy kind of hoorah'd him a little bit last night. They burnt one of Pezzy's chicken houses and fired off a few shots, and Pezzy's acting real funny about it.
How you mean?
Well, he didn't want me to say anything about it. He claims he doesn't want any trouble.
Doc, with Burke Reese after him, he's already got trouble.
There's old Pezzy, Mr. Dillon, scratching around the ashes there.
Uh-huh.
Well, Marshal, Chester, this is a mighty pleasant surprise.
Morning, Pezzy.
Hi, Mr. Neller. Get down and set a spell.
Oh, thank you.
Cora's got some coffee on. Be ready directly.
Oh, fine. We could do with some. Oh, looks like you might have had a little trouble out here last night, Pezzy.
Trouble, Marshal? Well, that chicken house burnt right down to the ground. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but the studding ain't hurt much. Be no chore to fix it up.
Lose many chickens?
Oh, about a dozen, I reckon. Got most of them out, though.
Oh, you're mighty lucky.
Yes, sir. That's just the way I look at it, Marshal. Mighty lucky.
It's a downright hollering shame, if you ask me.
Pezzy, I understand there were some shots fired last night.
Look, Marshal. You hadn't ought to rode clear out here just on account of this little go-around. Well, it didn't amount to a hill of beans.
You're a patient man, Pezzy.
Just can't abide trouble, I guess. Never could for some reason.
Too bad the Reeses don't feel the same way. Isn't that who it was? Burke Reese and that bullying son of his, Spike?
Well, I just wouldn't rightly know for sure. It was awful dark last night, Marshal. There was two fellas on horseback. That's all I could tell.
Uh-huh. You been bothered before?
Oh, a couple of nights this week. Might be the same two fellas. Might not. Hard to say.
What'd they do?
Oh, just galloped around the house a couple of times, shooting off their guns. Didn't do no harm much, though.
Has Burke Reese been trying to buy you out, Pezzy?
Well, he did make me an offer last week. Only about a third of what the place is worth, though. Anyhow, I ain't aiming to sell.
Neither was Ed Talmadge. He had the homestead north of Reese, remember?
Yes, I remember.
Reese bought that place for about a third of what it was worth, Pezzy. From Ed's widow.
You know, I never could figure who Drygulch did that night.
Look, Pezzy, if you'll sign a complaint, I'll have both the Reeses locked up inside an hour.
Won't do no good, Marshal. It is dark. I couldn't swear in court it was them.
And you know what'll happen. You don't even pack a gun, Pezzy.
Guns just lead to trouble, Marshal. I'm a mild sort of man, I reckon, and a believer in nature. Like with their herd of cattle. Storm comes up, they just turn their tails to the wind and wait it out. A man can learn a whole lot from animals.
Sure he can, Pezzy. But Burke Reese learned his from a mountain lion.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy full, exciting flavor through L&M's Pure White Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier. Tastes richer. Smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So free up. Freshen up your taste. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest-growing cigarette.
I declare, Mr. Dillon, the Long Branch ain't never had this big a Saturday afternoon before.
Quite a crowd in town, all right.
I don't even think we can get up the bar.
Oh, like edge along the side here.
Well, maybe I can do it empty, but it's sure going to be a tight squeeze, ooching out full of beer.
You get that full, Chester, and I'll leave you here.
Imagine you in here in daylight.
Chester needed a beer, Kitty.
Oh, he brought you along to chaperone him, huh?
Oh, I got a hunch you brought me along to pay for it. How you been?
No complaints. Look at this crowd. You ever see such a mob?
Yeah, from the looks of things, the fights will be starting even before dark.
Yeah.
Want to have a beer with us?
No, thanks. It's too early for me. But if you're around about 3 a.m., I'll have some supper with you.
Sounds good. Try to make it.
Well, he seems happy enough.
That's old Bert Reese, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. And Spike along with him.
Now, there's a pair that's due for a hanging.
They're overdue, Kitty.
Well, howdy there, Marshal. Mighty nice to find you on the job. Ain't that right, Spike, huh?
You know, I can usually find some good in anybody, but those two. Especially after they murdered Ed Talmadge last year.
There was no evidence, Kitty. No witnesses.
Well, all right, Matt, but everybody knew they did it.
Yeah, but the law has to go on proof, or it stops being the law.
But people are afraid of him, Matt. They're afraid even to go into court and tell what they know.
Matt?
No?
Matt, come here.
Just a minute, Doc. Come on, Chester. Let's see what he wants. I'll talk to you later, Kitty.
Don't forget, Matt. Supper at 3.
Yeah. Out there in the street, Matt, some folks got themselves in a peck of trouble.
Oh.
Pezzy Neller and his missus. When they come out of Jonas's store and started to drive off, the team pulled the front axle out from under the wagon. Let the whole bed drop right down into the street.
I see. Look, you better stay here, Doc. Excuse me. Would you let me through here, please?
Yeah, stand back.
Excuse me, please.
Oh, now, ho, there, ho.
Looks like you had a little trouble there, Pezzy.
Oh, hello, Marshal. Yeah, I reckon the kingpin must have fell out.
Kingpins don't fall out, Pezzy. They fit in from the top.
Guess to do with that. Well, then it must have bounced up and fell out over the top somehow.
Uh-huh. Did you see Burke Reese take that pen out?
No, sir, can't say I did, Marshal. Me and Cora was inside the store there.
All right, what about the rest of you? Any of you see Burke Reese or anybody else fooling around this wagon? Not one of you saw a thing, huh?
Don't bother about it, Marshal. We just lost a little flowers, all. About all we bought, in fact, except a roll of heavy wire for a clothesline. Of course, it wasn't hurt none.
You all right, Miss Nella?
It ain't nothing, Marshal. Just cut my mouth a little.
You better let Doc take a look at it.
Oh, the bleeding's pert near stopped. Reckon I bumped it on the kickboard when I got throwed out.
Pezzy, if you don't care about yourself, you might think about your wife here.
Now, don't you go plaguing him, Marshal. Pezzy's been taking care of me for a good lot of years now.
And he ought to keep on doing it, ma'am.
Pezzy's got his principles, Marshal, and I respect him for 'em. He's a mild man, and he can't abide violence.
All right. Some of you men give him a hand there, will you? Come on, Chester.
Yeah, you sure can't help him much when he won't lift a hand to help himself.
There's one way I can, Chester. I don't like doing it, but somebody's got to.
What's that?
I'm going to show Burke Reese up for the coward that he is.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern.
Re-up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke and L&M.
Only the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip can bring all of L&M's full, exciting flavor through to you. And that's the big reason why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. Remember, L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Smoke and L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
There they are, Mr. Dillon, sitting over there at the poker table.
All right, Chester, you move on down there by the end of the bar. Just keep them off my back, that's all.
All right, sir. But you watch them, Mr. Dillon, and make them be awful mean.
What was the trouble out there, Matt? I didn't hear any shooting.
Later, Kitty. Right now, you better stay clear.
Matt, where are you going?
Well, Marshal, me and the young'un's getting up a little game. Like to sit in, would you?
Reese, you're a filthy murdering coward.
Now, you got no call to talk like that, Marshal.
You shot Ed Talmadge in the back last year so you could buy out his homestead.
That so?
Now you're after Pezzy Nuller. You shot up his place a couple of times and burnt one of his buildings.
Pezzy say all that, did he?
Pezzy's not one to stick up for his rights, so somebody's got to do it for him. Reese, I just called you a rotten coward.
Hold it, Spike. That's just what he's trying to get us to do. It won't work, Marshal. I ain't gonna draw on you.
Of course not. You're too yellow, both of you. Except with a man like Pezzy Nuller, who doesn't wear a gun.
I ain't drawing, Marshal.
Didn't you hear me, Burke? I called you a lying coward.
I'm sitting right here.
No, you're not. Now get up on your feet.
Get up. I know you, Marshal. You'd never shoot a man down cold.
I wouldn't do.
Spike, reach over slow. Unbuckle my gun.
You touch that belt, Spike, and I'll blast you out of your chair.
All right. Leave it, Spike. But I still ain't making no move.
No? Well, maybe this will do it. All right, what about it, Reese?
I'm staying right here on the floor, Marshal. You sit tight, Spike. I told you, Marshal, no matter what you do, I ain't gonna draw against you.
You're a smart one, Reese. You're smart just like a rattlesnake. Now you get up and get out of here. Get out, both of you, before I kick you to death.
Come on, Spike.
I've never seen you act like that before.
Yeah, I know, Kitty.
Not that I blame you.
I know they wouldn't draw either one of them. I just wanted to show them up for the cowards they are. Well, now I'm afraid there's only one more thing I can do for Pezzy Nuller.
What's that, Matt?
Attend his funeral.
Chester, this is the worst coffee I ever tasted. I drunk better embalming fluid.
Well, you kept your mouth shut, Doc, till after you'd swallowed 3 whole cups.
Well, no wonder my throat was still paralyzed from the first swallow.
Well, you're sure losing a lot of sass for being paralyzed in the neck. You want some more, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, not right now, Chester.
By Jim, you complain about it, Doc, but I notice you always come hot-footing over here first thing when you wake up.
It's a trial by torture, Chester. If I can live through Chester's coffee, I can face anything the day brings.
Well, forevermore, what do you know?
Yeah?
What is it, Chester?
Pezinelli, coming down the street there in his wagon.
No?
Well, Matt, how do you figure a man like that? He doesn't want any trouble, he says. He can't abide violence. He don't even realize he's on borrowed time.
I guess not, Doc. All he was worrying about yesterday afternoon was getting back home and putting up a clothesline for the missus.
Just a couple of babes and a forest of wolves.
He stopped right out in front here, Mr. Dillon. Marshal Dillon.
Now, let's see what he wants. Morning, Pezzy. You're up early, aren't you?
Reckon I am at that, Marshal. Oh, hello, Doc. Mighty glad to find you here.
There's something wrong?
Well, in a way, I guess there is, Marshal. Had a little accident out at our place during the night.
Accident? Who?
Doc, I reckon you better take a look there in the wagon bed. Just throw back the cover.
All right. Give me a hand here, Chester.
All right, Doc. Mighty sorry to have this happen, Marshal, but it's just one of them things that couldn't be helped, I reckon. Mr. Dillon, it's the Reeses.
What?
They're dead, Matt. Both of them.
What?
Their necks have been broken. There's marks across their throats. It's like they've been hanged.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I said to Cora this morning when we found him laying there. Looked like they'd been hanged, what I said.
Found him where, Pezzy? What happened?
Well, sir, me and Cora woke up last night and heard some shooting and hurrahing like them other times.
Yeah?
Only it stopped all of a sudden and the horses galloped off, so we went back to sleep. This morning when I come out, I found these two laying right there in my chicken yard, deader than doornails.
Go on.
Then I figured it was that doggone clothesline, Marshal. I put it up good and solid, 'cause Cora always hates to have her wash get down in the dirt. And I reckon these two just didn't see it in the dark that way.
They rode right into it, huh?
Man's got a number 20 rigging cable hooked under his chin and a galloping horse stretching his feet in the stirrups. Well, it sure don't do his neck no good.
No, sure doesn't. Well, you better take him down to the undertaker's.
Yeah, all right. I'll ride along with you, Pezzy. Might as well earn my fee.
Well, I'm sure sorry to put you fellas out this way, but man can't be expected to go around warning all his neighbors every time he puts up a new clothesline.
No, I guess not, Pezzy.
At that, I got to change the darn thing when I get back home. Put it a foot and a half too high for some fool reason. Well, Cora can't even reach it. Come on, get boss. Stop in to see us, Marshal, whenever you're out our way.
Yeah, I will, Pezzy. Well, Chester, never sell a mild man short.
Well, you said them Reeses was overdue for hanging, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. They're sure not overdue anymore.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. We laugh at Humpty Dumpty's tumble. We roar at the comedian who slips on a banana peel. But the unfunny fact is that almost 14,000 Americans died from falls in their own homes. Why did they fall? Silly little reasons, mostly. There was a toy on the stairs that they didn't see. There was that loose board on the porch they'd always meant to fix. Or maybe the scatter rugs scattered at the wrong moment. Or they climbed on a chair to straighten the drapes. It seemed so important at the time. Home accidents are second only to those on the highways and the terrible mortality they cause. And falls account for almost half of home accidents. Look around your house today and see that the causes of falls are removed wherever possible, that floors and stairs are in good repair and well lighted, that obstructions are removed and carpets secured. See that a slick wax job doesn't slide you into the hospital. Have a proper stepladder and use it instead of climbing on unsteady furniture. It's so simple to prevent accidents, so tragic to face their consequences. Check your home for fall traps today. And now, William Conrad.
You know, on the frontier, there was usually plenty of fresh meat to be had. Antelope, venison, buffalo, prairie chicken. And yet next week a man dies because of one small yearling calf. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Tom Hanley. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, John Daner, and Helen Cleve. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M. Superior taste, superior filter. America's best filter tip cigarette. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Who's that?
Oh, why don't you open the door? Maybe you'll find out, Chester.
I never heard of nobody knocking on this door before. It's Major Harris, Mr. Dillon, from Fort Dodge.
Come in, Major. Marshal Dillon. Sit down.
I'll stand, thanks. Marshal, last Saturday, 2 United States Army soldiers were murdered while driving a supply wagon from here to Fort Dodge. The government payroll was stolen, and you seem to have taken no interest whatsoever in the matter.
Well, now, Major, protecting the Army isn't exactly my job.
The Army can protect itself, Marshal.
Then how come there were only 2 soldiers carrying your payroll? Where was the rest of your Army?
On maneuvers.
On maneuvers?
In my command, troops remain in garrison as little as possible.
And you were asking for trouble, Major, knowing there was a payroll coming in.
Marshal, the arrival of the payroll was secret. Even the two men carrying it didn't know what it was.
Somebody knew.
Yes, they did. Marshal, I regard this crime as a demonstration of your inability to control these Dodge City ruffians.
What?
I mean it. And if no arrests are made in the matter, I'll give these bad men of yours a taste of martial law. We'll see how they like that.
Now, wait a minute,
This
Major.
town will be patrolled 24 hours a day.
Look, Major, you don't know these men. You run the army in here and they'll fight. There'll be trouble. Bad trouble.
They brought it on themselves.
No. You made a mistake and you got to find somebody to blame it on.
I want whoever committed those murders. And I want that money, Marshal, within a week. And if any more crimes are committed against the Army meantime, we'll take this town over at once. Good day, gentlemen.
Hello, Matt.
Evening, Kitty.
This is Marshal Dillon, Jenny. Matt, this is Jenny Lane.
How do you do, Johnny?
Pleased to meet you, Marshal.
Sit down, Matt.
You're new in Dodge, aren't you, Johnny?
Oh, I've been here most a month now.
Oh, she's only been working at the Long Branch about a week, Matt.
How do you like it?
Fine, but I'm kind of worried now.
Oh?
It's this army business everybody's talking about. Will it be bad, Marshal?
Yeah, it could be.
You think it'll happen?
Might. Especially if there's any more trouble.
Say, Jenny, has your corporal been in?
He was earlier.
Well, how do the soldiers feel about all this?
Well, he says they sure aren't anxious to mix it with all these gunmen and buffalo hunters and the like. But he's not my corporal, Kitty. He's just a lonely kid.
He's not so lonely. He spends more time here than he does at the fort. How does he manage it, anyway?
Well, they made him a clerk, a sort of a bookkeeper. His time's pretty much his own.
Well, he's lucky. Good, safe job, too.
Yeah, I suppose it is. Well, I better get busy. I'm glad to have met you, Marshal.
Glad to have met you, Jenny.
I'll see you again.
Sure.
Nice girl.
Mm-hmm. Where's she from, Kitty?
Hayes City, last.
What's the name of this corporal who's been sniffing around?
Stark. Corporal Stark's all I ever heard.
What else do you know about Jenny, huh?
She doesn't talk much about herself, Matt.
Well, maybe you can get her to, huh?
All right. I'll try.
Meantime, I'm going to wire the sheriff in Hayes City. He might know something.
You must have some reason for all this interest, Matt.
No, I haven't, Kitty. But I might find a reason before I'm through.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today. L&M's got everything.
Superior taste.
And superior filter.
Get L&M today.
This is it. L&M, superior taste and filter. Superior taste from tobaccos especially selected for filter smoking. Tobaccos that are richer, tastier, light and mild. And L&M's superior filter is white, pure white. Truly the miracle tip, because when it's added to L&M tobaccos, it actually improves your enjoyment of this great cigarette. Next time you buy cigarettes, look for the big red letters L&M. Smoke L&M filters, America's best filter tip cigarette.
L&M's got everything. Get L&M today.
I got it, Mr. Dillon. Just come in.
Oh, what?
The answer to that telegraph you sent to Hayes City last night.
Oh?
Here.
Oh, thanks.
I don't know what it says or anything.
Lane left Hayes about a month ago with a stranger called Nate Brand. Nothing against girl, but believe Brand a wild one. Regards, Clint Adams.
Never heard of no Nate Brand.
No, neither have I.
What's he doing, hiding him somewhere?
Oh, Matt.
Yeah, what is it, Doc?
Trouble.
Oh, what kind of trouble?
A shooting. Out behind the Texas Trail.
What?
It's bad, Matt. It's real bad.
Well, the shooting's always bad, Doc.
Yes, but this one's going to lead to a lot more shooting. Somebody just killed a soldier.
There he is, Mr. Jones. Laying in them weeds over there.
How come there's no crowd around here? There isn't a man in sight.
No.
Who told you about this, Doc?
The bartender. He said he heard a shot and went out back and found him.
He sure looks dead, all right.
He's dead.
Is that all the bartender had to say?
That's about all. Except that when he went back into the saloon and told everybody there about it, they didn't move a hair.
Well, I guess maybe they was thinking about the Army taking over Dodge.
Yes,
Why didn't the bartender come to me first?
Well, I don't know, Matt, but I've got the feeling that maybe nobody knows whether you're going to be on their side or the Army's.
Yeah, they never do trust me, do they? Chester.
Yes, sir?
Give Doc a hand here. I'm riding out to Fort Dodge.
Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Major.
What brings you to Fort Dodge, Marshal?
Murder.
What?
Murder.
A soldier?
Uh-huh.
Who?
I don't know. Some private.
In Dodge City, of course.
That's right.
Have you arrested the murderer?
Nobody saw it happen, Major.
I see. Well, Marshal, you leave me no choice.
Wait a minute, Major. I didn't ride out here just to bring you the news. I want something from you.
From me?
I want you to keep all the soldiers out of Dodge for the next 48 hours. Put it off limits.
That's not exactly what I had in mind.
Listen, Major, Dodge City's an armed camp. It's full of men who fought Indians, who fought the war between the states, who fought each other ever since they could spit. They'll fight you next. They'll make you hate it.
They can't fight the Army.
They can and they will. And a lot of men will die on both sides. But I'll make you a deal, Major.
A deal?
You give me 48 hours and I'll find your killers. You better take it. Because it'll get you out of a lot of trouble.
All right. But I want the criminals delivered here. To me.
Sure. But I might have to kill them to get them here.
Matt! Oh, Matt.
Hello, Doc.
I've been waiting for you to get back.
Oh, anything more happened?
Not yet, but I found a letter on that soldier. His name was Ravitch.
Oh, anything else?
Yes. I dug the bullet out of him, Matt. And you know something? I haven't seen lead like that since I mustered out in 65.
Oh, what do you mean, Doc?
That soldier was shot with a cavalry pistol.
He was.
I'd swear to it.
Thanks, Doc. I'll see you later.
Well, now, where you going?
Into the Long Branch. I want to talk to a friend of mine.
I've been expecting you, Matt.
Oh, have you, Kitty?
Chester was in a while ago. He told me about that telegram from Hayes City.
Look, Kitty, I gotta work fast. There's gonna be a war around here soon.
I found out a couple of interesting things, Matt. One is Jenny's been seen riding horseback at night towards the Arkansas down by Brandy Bend.
Oh?
It might have something to do with that man she left Hayes City with, Nate Brand.
Yeah.
I think he's hiding out down near Brandy Bend.
Any idea why?
Corporal Stark and Jenny went for a ride one night.
When was that?
The night before that Army payroll was robbed.
Uh-huh. Where's Jenny now, Kitty?
Over at Delmonico's having supper.
Kitty,
What?
I'm the only one who can ever thank you for it, but I think you just saved an awful lot of lives. Evening, Jenny.
Well, hello, Marshal. Won't you sit down?
You sure Corporal Stark won't mind?
Don't be silly. Besides, he's out at the fort.
When'd you see him last?
Oh, about noon, I guess.
Uh-huh. Anybody with him?
Private Ravitch. Corporal Stark didn't shoot him, Marshal. They were good friends. They worked together in the bookkeeping office.
I see. That's a pretty good job, isn't it? Handling expenses, figuring out the payroll, things like that.
Oh, I don't know. He never talked about it much.
Also, he'd be in a good spot to know when to expect payroll money in, wouldn't he? Even when it was kept secret?
You'd have to ask him, Marshal. But, this isn't why you found me here, is it?
No, of course not, Jenny. I'm sorry. You look real pretty tonight.
Thank you, Marshal. You really mean that?
Sure, I mean it.
Marshal, I have to work late tonight, but I can get off tomorrow. I know it's bold of me, but couldn't we maybe take a ride together? There'll be a moon.
Where would we ride to, Jenny?
Oh, I don't know. Anywhere. Maybe down along the Arkansas. I know. Let's ride down toward Brandy Bend.
All right, Jenny. We'll ride down toward Brandy Bend.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today. L&M's got everything.
Superior taste.
And superior filter.
Get L&M today.
This is it. L&M, superior taste and filter. Superior taste from tobaccos especially selected for filter smoking. Tobaccos that are richer, tastier, light and mild. And L&M's superior filter is white, pure white. Truly the miracle tip, because when it's added to L&M tobaccos, it actually improves your enjoyment of this great cigarette. Next time you buy cigarettes, look for the big red letters L&M. Smoke L&M filters, America's best filter tip cigarette.
L&M's got everything. Get L&M today.
The idea of a moonlight ride by the river with as pretty a girl as Jenny Lane was fine. Except that it was going to end with a man dead. Either me or her friend, Nate Brand. She was obviously leading me into an ambush, and there wasn't a thing I could do but go cheerfully along. I met her the next night. We started out. But a mile or so before we got to Brandy Bend, I pulled up and suggested we dismount and let the horses blow a little.
They won't run away, will they?
The horses? No. Now, don't worry. Here's a good place to sit. What's the matter? You nervous, Jenny?
No. No, of course not.
Sit down. Take it easy, then.
All right. This better?
Sure. Yeah, it's a nice night, isn't it?
Yeah. That's beautiful.
You're not even looking at it. Something on your mind, Jenny?
No. Why should there be?
Why, you tell me.
That's nothing, Marshal. Really.
Let me ask you something, Jenny. Did you ever see a man killed?
What? Why'd you say that?
What, did you?
Yeah, once in a saloon.
Tell me, did he have a fair chance?
Of course, he even drew first.
Then you never saw a man shot in the back or ambushed, huh?
What are you driving at, Marshal?
Oh, I'm just thinking about people, Jenny. Like, sometimes a person isn't really bad. He just falls into bad company.
What's that got to do with me?
And I think it sort of goes against your grain, the idea of a man being killed without a fair chance.
Why'd you come with me, Marshal?
Somebody had to.
I suppose you know about everything.
I think Private Ravitch got killed by Corporal Stark because he found out about the payroll deal between you and Stark and Nate Brand.
Sure. Well, what are you going to do now?
Gonna ride to Brandy Bend with you.
But why?
Because I'm gambling that you're still decent enough inside to let me have that fair chance I was talking about.
That's quite a gamble, Marshal.
Yeah. But we'll ride slow. And you'll have a little time to think about it. Yeah, I'd make a nice camp down here. Plenty of wood, get your water right out of the river there. It's real nice, don't you think, Jenny? Man could hide out real easy down here.
Marshal.
I could be safe here even while the Army was trying to move into Dodge, and a lot of men were being killed over it. Yeah, it's real peaceful down here.
Marshal, I can't do it.
All right, tell me, Jenny.
That big cottonwood up ahead. On the left.
Okay. Now keep moving. When we get close, I'm going to ride ahead fast. You stay back out of gunfire.
All right.
Yeah, it sure is pretty down here, Jenny. Maybe someday we can come down and go fishing, huh? This river's full of catfish. You ever eat a real catfish dinner? They can be mighty good if they're small enough. All right, stay back, Jenny. Jenny! Jenny! He's dead, Jenny.
Oh, God, no.
I had to do it.
I know. I'll be all right, Marshal.
Sure.
He killed your horse. I'll show you where he hid his and the payroll money.
Okay, Jenny.
Then you can take me back to jail.
Yeah. But there's one thing, Jenny. What you did tonight's going to get you out of jail real soon. Because I'm going to see you get your chance, too.
And now our star, William Conrad.
I'm telling you, the day you change to L&M, well, that's the day. Your big red letter day. No filter stacks up with L&M's pure white miracle tip. And I know you'll go for L&M's taste, superior taste you get from L&M's superior tobaccos. Richer, tastier tobaccos. Next time, look for those big red letters on the L&M pack.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield. Smoother, cooler, milder Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Chesterfield's best for you. They satisfy.
If you want tomorrow's better cigarette today, next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. You'll notice how fresh and good Chesterfield's made with Accuray taste, how smooth they are, and how they satisfy. So buy Chesterfield today. Smoother, cooler, best for you. Recently, many of your cards and letters have requested an evening time for Gunsmoke Radio. In response to these requests, the makers of Chesterfield and L&M filters will now also bring you Gunsmoke every Sunday evening at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So now you can take your choice and hear Gunsmoke transcribed at the time that is most convenient, either on Sunday evenings or Saturday at this time. And remember, the makers of Chesterfield and L&M filters also present Gunsmoke for your enjoyment on television. Tonight, watch an entirely different Gunsmoke show on the CBS television network. Check your local TV listings for time and channel. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Like they used to. Well, it can't hardly make yourself a decent fire no more. You just can't get it to burn. Everybody knows you can't cook none without an even fire. I swear about it, I just as well decide to chew on a piece of jerky and let it go at that.
Oh, Chester, you got the beans ready?
Now, you know they ain't ready, Mr. Dillon. Beans has got to cook long and slow before you can eat 'em.
They seem mighty slow to me.
Well, it ain't easy to cook 'em with this wet wood that's laying around here. It ain't dried out like it needs to do for a decent fire.
You know, you're getting pretty fussy, Chester, for a fellow who's camped out half his life.
A man gets tired of it sometimes, Mr. Dillon. A man likes a few comforts when he's cooking his dinner.
Like that old pot-bellied stove back in Dodge, huh?
Well, now, a decent stove don't hurt none, I can tell you that.
Come on, Chester, stop your bleating, will you?
Got me a decent slab of pork.
A what?
A decent slab of pork for the beans, Mr. Dillon. They ain't hardly worth fussing about without that.
You want to ride into Dodge and get some?
Well, that's a day and a night's ride.
Well, then why don't you quit complaining now? How long before we eat?
Well, at least about an hour or two, I expect. Them beans should just set and simmer. That's
All right,
sure.
so let them set and simmer. We'll go check that line shack for Old Man Goss like we promised, huh?
Guess that'll be all right.
You bet it'll be all right. Come on. I don't smell anything burning, Chester.
Well, of course not. I wouldn't leave them so they burn, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Oh, I'm tired and I'm hungry.
You know, there's some cooks on the chuck wagons that won't let you touch their beans till they've set all night.
Well, I'm not about to wait all night, so why don't you dish them up and I'll say to the horses, huh?
Well, sure. I was just telling you that there's some folks that's mighty particular about their... No. Mr. Dillon?
What?
They're gone.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Them beans. They're gone.
What?
And they wasn't rightly done yet, neither.
Whoever took them wasn't too particular, I guess.
Maybe it was an animal, Mr. Dillon.
No animal would come into with a fire like that.
I guess you're right.
And there's nothing spilled.
No, they ain't.
Your animal's a two-footed one, all right.
I declare. Looks like they was just dragging along, don't it? Yeah. You gonna track them?
I don't begrudge anybody a free meal, Chester, but I wanted some of those beans myself.
Yes, sir. Say, you reckon I better go get the horses?
No, not yet. Let's see where these tracks lead to.
Them prints is going right down the creek, ain't they?
Yeah. Maybe he didn't have a horse.
Now, nobody don't go around without no horse, Mr. Dillon.
Unless you don't have one.
Well, yes, but then...
Hey, Chester, keep your eyes open in these bushes, huh?
Yes, sir, I am.
Down this way.
Here. Look at there. There's my bean pot.
Yeah. Look yonder.
Well, I declare it's a woman.
Yeah. Come on. Let's turn her over easy, Chester.
She alive?
She's still breathing.
She don't look very good, Mr. Dillon. Just look at them bruises.
Mm-hmm. She's been beaten, all right. She looks half starved.
She didn't even get to eat them beans she stole.
We gotta get her to dock.
She ain't fit to ride, is she, Mr. Dillon?
No. Chester.
Yes, sir?
You notice that old wagon out back of old man Goss's shack?
Yes, sir, I seen it.
Oh, you ride up there and get it, huh?
Well, but there wasn't no horse.
You'll have to hitch your horse and lead him, huh?
All right. If you think you'll settle down enough to pull that wagon...
It's the only chance we have, Chester. Go on now.
Yes, sir.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
If there are any old blankets in the shack, put them in the wagon, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon, I'll do that.
Hold up a minute, Chester. I want to take a look at her.
All right, sir. Cool. How does she seem, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, it's hard to tell, Chester. She hasn't moved. Yeah, she's still alive, anyway.
Poor thing.
Yeah, whoever
whoever she was running from gave her plenty of cause. All right, you get on my horse, Chester. I'll lead the wagon for a while.
No, I ain't tired, Mr. Dillon. I can go on walking.
Go on, Chester. Mount up. I want to stretch my legs.
All right. I'll say one thing. You're going to have plenty of time to stretch them between here and Dodge.
Yeah, I guess you're right. All right, let's go.
Mr. Dillon, I didn't think we'd ever get here.
I'm just glad the wagon hung together.
I don't suppose you'd go much farther, and that's a fact.
Well, it doesn't have to. Come on, let's get her up to dock. Now, you take her shoulders. We'll lift her together.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now. Careful now, Chester. Take her up easy.
I am. Sure do hope Doc's here.
Yeah.
Matt and Chester, what's the matter? Who is it? It's a woman, Doc. Yes, I see it is. Oh. Where'd she come from?
We don't know, Doc. She was out near Hat Creek when we found her.
Yes. You didn't get her here any too soon.
She's pretty bad off, ain't she, Doc?
She's in bad shape, Chester. Yes, she is.
She took a mean beating.
Well, it isn't the beating that worries me so much.
How's that?
This woman is nearly starved to death. Now, Chester, pour some water in that pan for me, will you?
Yeah, Doc, sure. Here you are, Doc.
Yeah? Oh, yes. Thank you. This is an ugly business, Matt.
Yeah. Think she'll be all right?
She has a chance. It's a little too early to say how good a chance.
You'll keep her here?
Yes, of course I'll keep her here.
Thanks, Doc. I don't know if you'll get paid.
Oh, stop wasting my time. Help me get her into bed.
All right, Doc. Come on, Chester. Here, give me a hand.
And you don't know who she is?
Don't know anything about her. Just that she was badly hurt and hungry.
Shame. Is she a young woman, Matt?
Kitty, that's kind of hard to tell. She was so skinny and so sick.
Yeah. Well, I hope she comes out of it all right.
The doc said she was doing a little better this morning.
That's good. And maybe I could go see her when she feels well enough.
Would you, Kitty? That'd be nice.
Sure. We women have to hang together.
Or hang separately.
Oh, that's a lawman's attempt at a joke, if I ever heard one. Oh, do you want me, son?
I came to speak to the marshal, Miss Kitty.
Well, what can I do for you, son?
That big fellow at the bar, Marshal.
Down at this inn?
That's the one. He's been asking after you. I thought maybe you'd sooner see him over there.
Yeah, Sam, thanks. See you later, Kitty. I'm the marshal. You were looking for me?
You got my woman?
Oh, what's your name?
My name? Jedro. I come from a woman.
What makes you think I've got her?
You was seen. You brung her here in the wagon.
Are you the one who beat her?
I'm her husband.
That's not what I asked you. Did you beat her?
That ain't rightly none of your business, Marshal.
It is if she dies.
Allie? Allie ain't gonna die.
Well, the doctor isn't so sure.
I come to get her.
She's in no shape to be moved.
I come to get her, you hear?
Now, you listen to me.
No, you listen to me. You ain't gonna tell me what to do about my woman.
All right, come on, get out of here. No need
You
for a
ain't
ruckus.
telling me
Yes,
what
I
to-
am telling you to
No,
come
you
on
ain't.
outside. Come on. Come on. All right, now. Just stand easy. Maybe we can talk.
There's nothing to talk about. A man's got a right to see his wife.
Man's supposed to treat her decently.
I got a right to see her. Now, the law says that.
All right, Jedro, I'll take you to see her.
More like it.
But I'll be there, too. Come on.
Oh, it's you, Matt.
Hello, Doc. This man's name is Jedro. He's the woman's husband.
Oh, yes.
He wants to see her.
Well, now.
And I got right.
Will it hurt her, Doc?
I don't know if she'll even know him. I shouldn't think she'd want to see him.
She's my woman.
Yeah, she's your woman. It's all right, Doc. I'll take him in there for a minute.
All right, Matt, if you say so. Come on in. Don't touch her now.
He won't.
Allie? I come to get you, Allie.
Jedro.
Come to take you back.
Jedro.
She turned her head away.
Let me get to her. She's unconscious again. She won't speak anymore now.
All right, Jedro, come on out.
I come to get you, Allie.
That depends on the doc, Jedro.
And on the good Lord. Matt.
Huh?
Oh, Matt.
What?
Wake up, Matt.
What?
Come, wake up.
What? Oh. Doc, what are you doing here?
She's gone, Matt. The woman's gone.
You mean Hallie?
Yes, Matt. I had to go up to the Maury place tonight on a call. When I got back, she was gone. Well, she can't stand it, Matt. She's not well enough.
Yeah. Well, hand me that other boot, will you, Doc?
Jedro must have been waiting.
Yeah.
And that wagon's gone, too. That old one you left out back of the office.
Oh, thanks, Doc. I'll go get the horses. Go get Chester for me, will you? And have him meet me at the livery stable.
Sure, Matt. And I'm awfully sorry this happened.
But don't worry about it, Doc. We'll get her.
I hope so, Matt. I hope so.
It'd have been a sight easier if that Jedro would have took his woman off in the daytime.
He's not interested in it being easy, Chester.
Well, no, but there just ain't no sense in everybody losing a night's sleep.
Won't kill you.
I reckon not, but all the same.
Looks like that might be the wagon there ahead.
Say it does for a fact.
Yeah, come on. Hold up, Jedro.
I keep telling you, Marshal, she's my woman.
She's not in any shape to move, Jedro.
And that just ain't none of your affair.
I told you once it's my affair when somebody is killed, and this would be a killing just like a shooting. Now, come on, stop the wagon. All right, grab the reins, Chester.
Here now. Let go of him.
Now, you listen to me, General. This woman has a right to decent care until she's well again. She has a right to decide for herself whether she wants to go back with you.
No, I do the deciding.
She might even want to file charges against you for the beating you gave her. She's going to get the chance.
Marshal, her place is with me.
Not right now, it isn't. Now, come on, climb down from the wagon.
Well, I ain't doing that.
I said climb down.
You ain't going to shoot me, Marshal, because I ain't wearing no gun. Ain't no way for you to get me down.
Yes, there is. You're coming down.
No, there ain't. Ah! My arm. Will you let go of my arm? Pull it off.
All right, get up.
Oh, my arm. You could have broke it.
You're lucky I didn't.
Ain't no call to break my arm.
Now, you listen to me. I'm going to drive your wife back to Dodge, and if I see you around there again before she's well, I'll lock you up if I have to break both your arms to do it.
Man's got a right to have his
woman has
with...
a right, too, General. All right, come on, Chester. We're heading back.
Look at there. There's one. Well, sir, I tell you one thing, Miss Young. This new batch of circulars, these fellows on these wanted posters sure don't get no better looking, do they?
Well, we all can't be handsome like you, Chester.
Yeah, my gracious. Still, I ain't handsome, but I don't look like no desperado, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I guess you don't at that.
Marshal Dillon?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Marshal Dillon.
Well, I'm Hallie, and I come to thank you.
Hallie?
Well, Doc Adams told me all you done, fetching me to him and all.
Oh, Hallie. Yes, I guess I didn't recognize you, looking so well like that.
Yes, I got my strength back.
Oh, Hallie, this is Chester Proudfoot. He helped me bring you.
Yes, I come to thank you, too, Mr. Proudfoot.
Oh, my. Well, that's all right, ma'am.
Doc said that you'd been out to Winter's place for a few weeks, right?
They took me and Marshall like I was one of them. I'm beholden to them all.
It sure looks like they fed you, all right.
Yes, I've took on some, and that's a fact.
Fine.
Marshall,
Yes, Hallie?
I got another reason for coming to see you.
Well, I figured you might, Hallie. What do you want me to do?
Well, that's just it, Marshall. I don't want you to do nothing.
No. What do you mean?
Well, it's that I'm trying to save you some trouble, like, Marshall.
How's that?
I just want to save you the trouble of coming after me.
What? You think Jedro's coming again?
No, Marshall. It ain't Jedro. It's me. I'm going back.
Going back?
Yes, Marshall. I'm going back to Jedro.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Hallie. He can't force you to.
He ain't forcing me none. He don't even know it.
Well, then why?
He'll be needing me, Marshal. The crop's coming in.
What, if he treats you so badly?
Jedro don't mean no harm. And if we get a good crop, maybe we'd have enough to eat this year. And Jedro ain't took mean so often when he's eating regular.
Hallie, you've been a very sick woman. You better think this over.
I've been thinking. That's my place out there. I spoke up to the preacher that I'd take Jedro.
The law will protect you, Hallie. You don't have to go back to him.
Yes, I do, Marshal. Yes, I do. A woman belongs where her man is. I'm thanking you, Marshal, but I'm going back.
Miss Dillon, is that right?
I don't know if it's right or not, but that's the way it's going to be.
You mean you ain't going to keep her from going back?
No, Chester, I'm not. If Jedro hasn't kept her from going back, nobody else can. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Virginia Christine, and James Nusser. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
All right, Letty. You mind what I say now? You stay down on that bed. I'll look in on you in a day or so. Oh, sorry to have kept you waiting out here so long, Kitty. But Letty had a lot on her mind.
That's all right, Doc. Kind of nice sitting here with the evening breeze blowing.
Yes, the air moves around more out here than it does in town, and that's a fact. Come on.
Is Letty going to be all right?
No, Kitty, she isn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's her own fault.
That sounds kind of heartless, Doc.
No, I mean it. She calls me out here to tend to her when she feels bad enough, and then she never pays any attention to what I say.
What do you mean?
Well, sure as I'm driving this buggy, she's up on her feet right now. Oh, yes, doing some hard chore around the place. Wearing herself right down into another spell. Oh, I'm telling you, I just do not know how women do it.
Well, they'll tell you the work won't get done by itself.
Oh, yes, they tell me that, all right, but there's not a bit of sense to it. Waiting a day or two to scrub a floor wouldn't matter, not at all.
It would to a woman.
Oh, now you see. Oh, you're all alike.
Oh, come on, Doc. Let's not argue our way back to Dodge. I don't get a chance to ride out on your calls with you very often. I don't want to spoil it by having to defend womankind, or mankind either, for that matter.
All right, Kitty. I'm kind of sorry we can't stay out a little longer.
Yeah, I am too. It's not exactly refreshing in the Long Branch these hot nights.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Well, if it weren't for that fool Hud Perkins, we wouldn't have to hurry back.
Something the matter with Hud?
No, I doubt it. I doubt if there's anything wrong with him that a little less whiskey wouldn't cure. But I promised him I'd look him over when I got back to town.
He sure does a lot of talking about how good your doctoring is. You better take good care of him, Doc. He'll drum you up a lot of business.
Nah, he just needs somebody to tell him every so often that he hasn't got a fatal disease. Yet. And that makes him real good and friendly. Till the next time.
Well, he's your friend, that's for certain. Doc, look, there's somebody standing in the road up ahead. Doc, it's an Indian.
I see him, Kitty. Just sit quiet.
He's not going to move out of the road.
He wants us to stop.
He's got a gun.
No, don't be frightened, Kitty. Just sit still.
Yeah.
Why do you stop me? What do you want?
You, doctor?
Yes, I'm the doctor.
You come.
You want me to come with you?
Other way. You come.
What does he mean?
Well, it means to turn the buggy around and go back the way we came.
Other way.
There's another one, Doc, on a horse, back at that tree.
Yes, I see him. I expect we better do what they want. Sorry it's so rough, Kitty. It's mighty uneven ground.
I'll make it fine, Doc.
Oh, I wish I knew where we were going. How far? Where do you take us? Not exactly gabby, that's one thing.
I don't feel too talkative myself.
No, neither do I. Oh.
What?
Look at that, Kitty. In those cottonwoods by the river.
Doc, I feel a little sick.
Golly, there's a lot of them. They've set up quite a camp down there. So, we'll be stopping soon. You just sit straight and quiet.
Yeah, all right, Doc.
And don't be afraid.
No.
You stop.
Oh.
The men, they're walking all around us.
Don't show any fear.
No.
Is there a chief among you? I will speak to your chief.
I am Little Wolf. I am chief.
You will tell me why I've been brought here?
You are a doctor.
Yes? Yes, I'm a doctor.
Walk down. Out of buggy.
Little Wolf has not told me why his braves have brought me here.
My son. He is sickened.
Oh, you want me to look at him?
You will make him strong. Walk down.
If I look at your son, Little Wolf, the woman here in the buggy, she'll be safe.
He will be safe.
The chief will give his word.
Little Wolf gives his word.
I will come with you. You just sit quiet, Kitty. You'll be all right. The chief means what he says.
I hope so, Doc.
I won't be long. All right, Little Wolf. Show me the boy.
Come. This way.
There is no medicine man with Little Wolf?
Medicine man made magic. The boy still sickens.
And you think I can cure him?
Little Wolf was prisoner with white men. He saw white man's magic bring strength to fallen soldier. You make my son strong. He lies in there. Go in.
Yes. I see.
All right, little wolf. I'll have a look at him. Let me get down so I can see him. Yes, he has a fever. Erratic pulse. How long since your son has spoken?
Yesterday, sunrise.
I see.
He will be well.
Your son's a sick boy. A very sick boy.
You make him strong.
I will try.
You will stay here, in lodge with my son.
If I stay, little wolf, there must be a bargain.
You bargain for the life of my son?
I would bargain for the woman. She is to go free.
If woman goes free, she will bring soldiers.
No, I'll speak to her. I will tell her of your son. She will not bring the soldiers.
Better she stay here.
I have told you, little wolf. She will not bring the soldiers.
Doctor give me his word?
The doctor gives his word.
The woman can go.
You know, Mr. Dillon, the prairie ain't half ugly this time of the morning, is it?
I don't know how you can see it at all, Chester. The sun isn't even up yet.
Yeah, I know. Maybe that's why it don't bother me none.
Yeah.
Only trouble is, I always get hungry long about sunup.
Hungry? You ate just an hour ago.
Well, yes, sir, I know that.
I don't know how you ever made out in the Army, Chester.
Oh, it wasn't too bad. Not working around the supply wagons like I done. Mr. Dillon, what do you reckon Mort Huggins wants with us? I mean, you figure it's important enough that we have to ride a full day out to his place and back?
You didn't have to come, you know.
Well, I know. There ain't nothing to do in Dodge except whittle and spit.
Well, you could have found Doc and told each other lies for a while.
That ornery old cuss won't stir out of bed till midday.
Oh?
Yes, sir. He took Miss Kitty with him in the buggy yesterday, and while he paid some calls, they wasn't even back when I went to bed. Wasn't no lamp burning in his place, and Miss Kitty wasn't at the Long Branch.
Yeah, I know. Well, I ain't been off want to hurt either one of them. They work pretty hard, you know.
Yes, sir, I suppose they do. But I can't help thinking that just about the time this old prairie's hot as a cook oven, Doc will be ambling along Front Street on his way to have a noontime beer with Miss Kitty. And Miss Kitty will be there cool and comfortable, sitting on a stool. Sam will be pouring cold beer into great big pitchers, and everybody will be
for
sitting
heaven's
around
sake,
there.
Chester, if you're going to grumble all the way out to Mort Huggins' place, you better turn around and start home right now.
Oh, no, sir, I like it. I like it just fine.
All right, then, let's ride. We amble along like this, we won't be home before dark.
Whoa. Moss?
Why, Miss Kitty.
Help me down, will you, Moss?
Sure.
Oh.
Here.
Thanks.
You want to sit down?
No, I'll be all right.
From the looks of that horse, this rig's been running most of the night.
Yeah, it has.
Oh? I waited up quite a spell for the doc to come in. You must have run into a real bad case out there somewhere.
Real bad case. He's still out there.
Well, I'll fix it for somebody to go out and fetch him. I'll hit you up a fresh horse. I can send to Petersburg.
No, Moss, don't do that.
Why, you ain't just going to leave him out there to walk home, are you, Miss Kitty? Where is Doc, anyway?
Don't ask me that, Moss, because I can't tell you.
You mean you don't know where you've been?
I mean, I can't tell you.
What?
Have you seen Matt this morning?
Why, yes, ma'am. He and Chester come got their horses before sunup. Rode out to the Huggins place. Be back late this afternoon, they said.
Oh. Well, if you see him before I do, will you ask Matt to come down to the Long Branch? I want to talk to him right away.
Sure I will, Miss Kitty.
Thanks, Moss.
Miss Kitty, you sure you feel all right?
Yeah, thanks. I'm all right. You just be sure to tell Matt.
Well, 'cause 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 'cause
sure you don't want me to fetch you some dinner, Kitty? It's way past noontime.
No, thanks, Sam. I don't feel like eating just yet. This coffee's fine.
Body should keep her strength up. Oh, no, not him again.
Who's that, Sam?
Hud Perkins. He's been asking after you all morning.
Huh?
You want me to send him away, Kitty?
No, Sam. I'll talk to him.
Kitty?
Yeah, Hud.
Well, I've been in here looking for you on and off all morning.
What's on your mind?
I want to know where Doc is. That's what's on my mind. He was supposed to doctor me last night.
Well, he had to stay with somebody sicker than you are, Hud.
Letty Green? Why, there ain't nothing wrong with her to amount to anything. Lim told me she's up and around already.
Not Letty Green.
He give me his word he'd be here. He ain't got no right to go back on his word like
Hud,
that.
for heaven's sake.
Besides, there's something mighty strange going on. Moss Grimmick says you brung Doc's buggy in yourself. Now, why would Doc want to go and let you take his buggy?
I didn't steal it, Hud.
It don't make no sense. How's Doc going to get back to Dodge?
Don't you worry about it. He'll get back.
You bet he will, because I'm going after him. Must have headed west from Lem Green's
Now, Hud,
place.
you just leave things alone. Don't worry about Doc.
Well, it appears to me that somebody better worry about him. Leaving him stranded off somewheres that way. I'm going to fetch you.
Now, wait a minute, Hud.
I'll take along an extra horse, and I'll bring him back.
Now, listen to me, Hud Perkins. Don't go meddling in things you don't know anything about.
I know enough not to leave Doc out there.
If you go after him, you can endanger Doc's life and your own, too.
What do you mean by that?
Just what I say.
Doc in some kind of trouble?
He won't be if you leave him alone.
Sounds like somebody's holding him, forcing him to stay. Is that the way it is?
I didn't say that.
Well, I ain't gonna let nothing like that happen to Doc. He's got plenty of friends in this town. We'll go break him
Now,
loose.
Hud.
Hey, listen here, everybody. It seems to me old Doc's in some kind of trouble. We ain't gonna stand for that now, are we?
Hud, stop it.
We'll just go get on our horses and go get him. Come on now, we'll meet in front of the depot in an hour. Let's go.
Wait, Hud. Listen, come back here. You'll get him killed. You fools, you'll get him killed. Come back here.
You sure couldn't stop him, Kitty.
No, Sam, I couldn't. And if Matt doesn't get back, I guess there's nobody you can.
I declare, Mr. Dillon, a day like today could drive a man to take a midweek bath.
Yeah, Chester, it did get pretty dirty out there, didn't it?
Pretty dirty. Ooh-wee. Say, you can tell folks you spent the best part of the day looking for 3 old sows.
Well, if they ask me, I'll tell them, yeah.
That's a fine thing for a U.S. Marshal to be doing. You really think Mort Huggins thought them old sows was stole?
Sure he thought so, Chester. Mort Huggins is a good man. He wouldn't get us out there on
On a wild sow chase? Did you hear that, Mr. Dillon? A wild sow
I heard
chase.
it, Chester.
Yeah, well, that was kind of a joke. You see,
Yeah.
I could have said
well,
a wild...
I can think of a better one.
What?
A picture of you rooting those mired-down sows out of that slough.
I guess that was a sight, all right.
You take my horse on around to the livery stable, will you, Chester? I want to get right back to the office.
Yes, sir, I will.
Matt!
What? Oh, hello, Kitty.
I'm so glad you're back.
Oh, what's the trouble?
It's Doc. They'll kill him, sure. That Hud Perkins is
Hud
taking
Perkins? Well, why would Hud Perkins want to kill
Well,
Doc?
it's not Hud, Matt. It's the Indians. Doc made me promise not to send help.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. Just hold up a minute and start over again now, will you? Now, where is Doc?
He's in an Indian camp on the river.
Well, what's he doing there?
Well, they stopped us and they made Doc stay with them. The chief's son's very sick. But they'll kill him, sure, if that crazy Hud Perkins rides up there with his drunken bunch.
You mean Hud Perkins has set out to rescue Doc?
Yeah, Matt, but he doesn't know about the Indians.
Well, how's that?
Doc bargained with the chief. If he let me go, I wouldn't tell about it and send help, so I didn't tell Hud.
Oh, I see.
But with all this going on, I thought I'd better tell you. Was I right, Matt?
Yeah, Kitty. Yeah, you were right.
Mr. Dillon, you don't think Hud Perkins would be fool enough to ride all night, do you?
Well, I don't know, Chester. He's not the kind to stop and figure things out.
He sure ain't. The simpleton, he don't even know where he's headed for.
And I hope we find him in time to tell him. Well, looks like we're having a little luck. Somebody's fired down that wash there.
Reckon it's Hud's?
Well, I hope it's Hud's. Come on.
Hey, the marshal. Hi, Marshal.
I'm looking for Hud Perkins.
Oh, Marshal. Chester, mighty glad you come to join us.
Well, now, that ain't exactly
I want
the
to
reason
talk
we-
to you, Hud.
Sure, Marshal. There's coffee on the fire.
I want you to take your men and turn around and go home.
What'd you say?
I want you to go on back to Dodge.
Now, listen, Marshal. I set out to get Doc out of a fix, and I mean to do it.
You know where he is?
No, but we'll find him. Come morning, we're going to spread out. We'll find him.
You know what kind of a fix he's in?
That don't matter none. I'm going to get him out of it, that's all. A good friend like Doc, it don't matter to me who's holding him.
Well, it ought to matter.
Don't make no difference to me.
Not even if it's Indians?
Indians?
A moving band of Indians down the river away. They're holding Doc to tend to the chief's son.
Oh, that's the way it is.
Yeah, that's the way it is. And the sooner you turn around and head back to Dodge, the better.
Marshal, I ain't afraid of no Indians. We ain't afraid of no Indians, are we, boys? If the Indians have old Doc, we'll just break him loose, won't we, boys?
All right, be quiet, all of you. Now listen to me. Is there anybody here who thinks he's a better friend of Doc Adams than I am? Well, is there? All right, then. You know that I'm as interested in getting him out as anybody is.
Well, let's go get him, man.
And I'll tell you one thing for sure. If you all ride out on that Indian camp, you won't be doing Doc a favor. The least that'll happen is that you'll get him killed. And there'll probably be an Indian uprising to boot. Now, the best thing you can do for Doc is to turn around and go home and let me handle this.
You figure to take care of it alone, Marshal?
If it can be done at all, that's the only way to do it.
Well, now, listen to him, boys. The Marshal thinks he can do the job better than all us together.
Look, I know about these things. It's my job to know about them. Now, you go on, Hud. You go on back to Dodge, and you take these men with you.
You always got to be the whole show, don't you, Marshal? Well, that may work in Dodge City, but it don't work out here. You tell me to go back to Dodge, you got a fight on your hands.
All right, Hud. You suit yourself.
You ain't giving me no more orders.
Want me to get his gun, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester, I think he's through. Now, any of the rest of you set on riding out of that camp? Because if you are, you're going to have to fight me before you fight any Indians. All right, then. Pick up Hud and get him back to Dodge. Come on, Chester. Let's see what we can do for Doc.
You sure must have saw us coming by now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Well, at least they haven't started shooting. Let's leave the horses here, Chester, and walk into camp. We won't look so much like the cavalry that way.
White men stopped.
They've saw us now, all right. All around us.
You just stand steady. We come in peace.
White men wear guns.
Our guns stay covered.
Indian guns not covered.
You reckon they're going to shoot?
I don't know, Chester. Just don't make any fast moves.
It's all right. It's all right. They're friends of mine. The two white men are friends of mine. Yeah, it's all right now. It's all right, I tell you. You can put your guns down.
My gracious alive, Mr. Dillon, them Indians are doing just what he says to do.
Hello, Matt and Chester. Well, you can be thankful that I was here.
Well, I am, Doc. But you don't seem very glad to see us.
And I told Kitty not to send anybody after me.
That's a long story, Doc.
I'm not interested in any long stories, Matt. Now that you've come, how do you figure to get me back to Dodge? Riding behind one of you two?
Well, to tell you the truth, Doc, we figured to get you out the best way we could.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't rely on you to work things out. Oh, you there, bring me my horse.
Doc, you mean they give you your very own horse to keep?
Why, certainly, Chester. That was part of the bargain. If I cured the boy, I got a horse and my freedom.
What about the other part of the bargain, Doc? What if you hadn't cured the boy?
Well, that's pretty simple, Matt. I wouldn't have needed the horse.
Gunsmoke has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Hey.
Huh? Hello, Kitty. I didn't see you.
You'll get shot someday walking around in days like that.
You'll get sunstroke sitting out here in the heat and the dust.
I don't see people in the daylight very often. Wanted to find out if they're any different. Sit down.
Well, are they?
Any different?
Yeah.
I don't know. But I've spotted a few I think might be sober. That's different.
For you, maybe. You know, I was just thinking, Kitty. There's hardly a man comes to Dodge that isn't looking for trouble of some kind.
They call it fun.
Yeah, sure. But part of their fun's beating somebody up or shooting him.
I've heard of places where the men have to check their guns when they come to town.
Ah, that never works. You can always hide a gun. Or a knife.
You ought to go fishing, Matt.
What?
Have some fun yourself. Quit worrying for a while.
I'm not worried, Kitty. You know, if it wasn't for all these men stalking each other, I'd be out of a job.
There are other jobs besides keeping the peace, Matt.
Yeah, I've tried most of them in my time.
Hey, Mr. Dillon? Oh, hello, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
Doc sent me to find you. There's an old man up in his office.
Oh, what does he want me for?
The old man's been shot.
Shot?
Yes, sir. Claims somebody tried to kill him.
You mean he was ambushed?
I guess he was. Anyway, it hit him in the neck.
All right, Chester. I'll go back with you.
He's got a friend with him. but they're both strangers around here.
Now, you see what I mean, Kitty? Young or old, they're all looking for trouble.
Maybe it'd help if we burned this place down. I'll sit here and think. See you about it later, Matt.
Where's the doc?
Somebody come for him.
Oh, what do you mean?
Somebody come for him. That's what. Said somebody else was sick.
You're the man that was shot, huh?
We don't need you, Marshal. We'll handle this.
What's your name, mister?
Peavy. John Peavy. My partner's name's Rives.
Milligan Rives, Marshal. You ain't never heard of us.
Where are you from?
Up north.
The sodbusters don't usually wear 6 guns. What are you doing in Dodge?
We quit the land, Marshal. We're going to enjoy ourselves for change.
We ain't never going back.
Oh? You're a little old to be making a move like that, aren't you?
I ain't hardly 60. Neither is Rives.
Mm-hmm. Well, it didn't take you long to get into trouble, did it?
We ain't in trouble.
Maybe you're not Rives, but Peavy here's just been shot.
I told you we'd handle this, Marshal. Ain't nobody gonna sneak up on John Peavy and shoot him. I don't care if she is a woman.
A woman? What woman?
Oh, you already did talk too much, Peavy. You might as well tell him now.
I ain't going to tell him. I'll fix her myself.
You'll tell me or I'll throw you in jail till you do. I'm not going to have any women killed around here. Now, do you understand that?
Hey, go on, tell him. You already started.
Well, all right. She come up the alley, Marshal, next to our sleeping room, and she shot right through the window. Rives seen her running around the corner after. I'm going to fix her good.
She's been threatening him, Marshal. I hear to do it.
Who is this woman? What's her name?
She's one of them gals that works at the Texas Trail, Marshal. Name of Kitty.
Matt, what are you doing here?
I'm sorry to bother you, Kitty.
Well, come in. Come in.
Now,
My room's a mess. I wasn't expecting any callers.
well, it's important, Kitty.
Of course. What's the trouble, Matt?
You know a man called John Peavy?
Peavy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know him, the old fool.
But did you threaten to shoot him?
Don't tell me he's come and complained to you about that.
Well, no, not exactly.
Well, I told him I'd shoot him, and I will, too, if he doesn't leave me alone, the old goat.
He's been shot, Kitty.
What?
He wasn't hurt very bad, but he and his partner claim a woman did it. Now, they say it was you.
Do you think I did it, Matt?
Well, Kitty, if you got mad enough and you had a gun in your hand, I'd be one of the first to hide, but to sneak up on somebody in cold blood no, you didn't do it.
When did it happen?
No, an hour or two ago.
I've been right here, alone. I guess I couldn't prove it.
Well, you don't have to, Kitty.
Thanks, Matt.
The reason I came was to tell you about it and see if you had any ideas.
All I know about Peavy and his friend Rives is that there are a couple of old men who've been acting like schoolboys. Like they've run away and are having their last fling. And I don't want anything to do with either one of them.
Well, I don't blame you. But Rives claims he saw a woman down the alley after the shooting. You, any idea who it might have been?
No. He's probably lying, dreaming.
Yeah, maybe. Well, if you hear anything, let me know, Kitty. And if Peavy gives you any more trouble, send for me.
I sure will.
been up this early in the morning since I can remember, Mr. Dillon.
Oh? How about last Sunday, Chester?
Last Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's different. That was still Saturday night, sort of. Hey, look. There comes Miss Kitty. What in the world is she doing up at this hour?
She's in a hurry, whatever she's doing.
Matt? Hello, Chester.
Morning, Miss Kitty.
What's the trouble, Kitty?
Matt, somebody tried to shoot me.
What?
In my room, just a while ago. I had a pillow down by my feet. I guess they thought my head was there. They put a bullet right through it.
What, did you see anybody?
No, it came from outside. I didn't dare look out right away.
It's kind of the same as happened to Peavy, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe it was Peavy. He threatened something like this.
I'm scared, Matt.
Well, you should be. Chester.
Yes, sir?
You stay with Kitty. Don't let her out of your sight. I'm going after Peavy and Rives.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, every Tuesday, Pam and Jerry North prove that solving a murder is a family affair. And on the same evening, John Lund, as yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings us the thrilling details of his latest insurance fraud investigation. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
By noon, I'd searched the whole town, and there was no sign of Peavy or his friend Rives. They'd disappeared. And until I found them, I didn't dare leave Kitty where they could get at her. So I had Chester drive her out to a friend's place a few miles from Dodge, and she was happy to go. Now, we didn't have any luck until the next afternoon. Cowboy happened to mention to Chester that he'd come across a couple of drunks camped about a mile up the Arkansas. I decided it was worth riding out and taking a look. And it was.
It's them, all right.
Yeah, and they've seen us. Keep your head up now.
You think they'll fight us?
You never know.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
What are you doing out here, Marshal?
Looking for you.
Well, you found us. Get down and have a drink.
Well, what you got there?
Corn liquor. Only about half a jug left, though.
What's that other jug?
We killed that yesterday. Here, have a swallow.
Well, say now, that's right kind of...
Chester.
But of course I don't drink before sundown. Leastwise, not very often.
What'd you come out here for if you don't want to drink?
How long have you men been here?
Day before yesterday. Peavy's neck was bothering him, and I figured a couple of days in camp like this might ease it off some. I get to feeling better. I'm going back and teach that gal Kitty a lesson, though. I swear I am, Marshal.
Somebody tried that this morning.
Eh? What do you mean?
She got shot at, Peavy, the same way you did.
That don't make no sense.
Why, he's just thinking you done it, Peavy.
How could I do her? I've been laying here drunk for 2 days. Anyway, I wouldn't shoot no woman, Marshal. I beat 'em up a little, that's all. You know, knock 'em around.
Well, what kind of men you think we are?
I don't know. Why did you leave home in the first place?
Yeah, home.
Man don't live forever, Marshal. He's got to enjoy himself while he can.
Rives, you tell him what you told me about them graves.
Well, I was in the graveyard once, long time ago, and I noticed something I never forgot. No, sir. Never.
Yeah, Tell him, Rise.
Well, Marshal, I looked around and I seen that there was as many graves shorter than me as there was graves longer.
And that got him to thinking about dying, Marshal. So one day we decided to enjoy ourselves and quit working so hard. Hey, hand me that jug, Rise.
Yeah, help yourself.
Hold it a minute, Peavy.
Huh?
I want to tell you something.
What?
I'm going to leave you here, but if I see you around Dodge, either one of you, I'll throw you in jail.
What for? We ain't done nothing.
You have it in mind to beat up Kitty. And if you did that, I might kill you. So stay out of town. Come on, Chester. We left them there, passing the jug back and forth across their fire on the riverbank. Talking of death, probably, and of the hard, empty lives that they'd had. The prairie often left men a little too hungry and a little too dry. Chester and I were talking about it when we spotted a woman up ahead. She was walking after a saddle horse, which we figured must have thrown her and got loose. She was an old woman, and dressed for Sunday in a long black skirt and a big hat with a fancy pin stuck through it. I sent Chester to catch the horse while I rode up to her and dismounted. My friend will bring your horse back, ma'am. Are you all right?
I'm all right.
Well, how'd he get loose?
Mean critter, he run off.
Oh, I see. You live around here?
No. You been down by the river, ain't you?
I just came from there. Why?
See anybody?
Well, a couple of men lying around a fire, that's all.
Drinking?
Yeah. Yeah, they were drinking. You know them?
I might.
Are you looking for somebody?
I might be.
Well, maybe you'd like us to ride back there with you. And
I don't need nobody to ride nowhere with me, mister.
Oh. Oh, what's your name, ma'am?
What's my name? I don't take to scallywag cowboys asking me my name.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
You didn't?
Well, no, ma'am. Of course I didn't.
What's yours?
Matt Dillon, ma'am.
Dillon. I heard that name somewhere.
We won't be introduced proper unless you tell me yours.
My name's Sabina Peavy.
Ms. Peavy?
I've been married 35 years, Dillon.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon. Seems gentle enough. I'll hold him while you get back on, ma'am.
I can manage.
Hey, look what she's got tied to her saddle, Mr. Dillon. One of them old cavalry pistols.
Yeah, grab it and put it in your belt, Chester.
What?
You heard me.
Yes, sir.
You put that back, you thief. What are you, anyways? Suppose you'll steal my horse next.
I'm a U.S. Marshal, Ms. Peavy. Everything's going to be all right.
A marshal, eh?
I want you to come back to Dodge with me. Chester will bring your husband in.
Is she Peavy's wife?
You can't stop me, Marshal.
Chester, go back to that camp and shoot a hole in their jug, and when they're sober enough, bring them to town. And don't say anything about Ms. Peavy.
Yes, sir, I'll do it.
You're going to be all right with me, ma'am.
Well, you stole my gun and you're stronger than me. I guess I'll have to go.
Shall I make another pot of coffee for us, ma'am?
No. No, thanks, Dillon.
Oh. They ought to be here pretty soon. It's nearly evening.
You'll tell that girl, Kitty, how sorry I am I tried to shoot her, won't you?
I'm sure Kitty will understand.
Imagine me being blind jealous after 35 years.
You, told me you were out to kill your husband. If that's true, why would you be jealous?
You can be jealous. even if you hate a man, Dillon.
You hate Peavy?
I didn't know how much I hated him till the day that old fool Rives come by. The two of them rode off together. He come into the house and took the money and left, just like that. After 35 years.
How'd you know they'd come here?
They was always talking about Dodge. They was always talking about laying on the bank of the Arkansas and drinking corn liquor, too. I knowed where they was.
You're mighty dressed up for a woman riding out to shoot a man.
Well, it seemed fitting somehow. Only good clothes I ever owned, Dillon. Wore 'em when I left home, St. Louis.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I ran into you, Miss Peavy, before it was too late.
I'll talk to him. I told you I would. But I ain't never going back to him.
He's had his fun. Maybe he'll settle down now.
Not with me, he won't. Dillon, I bore that man 13 children.
13?
11 of them died. And he beat me every time we lost one. Every time, Dillon.
Oh, I see. Well, where are the other two?
He ran them off. Don't know where they are.
Huh. Oh, here comes your husband. Looks like Chester's got him pretty sober.
But I don't want to talk to him in here in front of everybody.
Well, you could go out back there in one of their cells, if you don't mind.
Oh, what difference it make? My hat on straight, Dillon?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. You look fine, ma'am.
I'll wait out back.
All right, in here. Here they are, Mr. Dillon. Sober as deacons.
What's this all about, Marshal? What do you want us for?
We ain't bothered nobody.
Peavy, you go out back through that door. There's somebody wants to see you.
Who?
Get moving. No, you stay here, Rives. Go on, Peavy.
Well, all right. Who's out there, Marshal?
His wife.
What
will I do with their guns, Mr. Dillon?
Throw them in a drawer, Chester.
Okay, sir.
Hey, what's that?
He's beating her. Come on.
Look at Peavy. She knocked him out.
I think I killed him, Dillon.
Killed him? He sure looks dead. You stabbed him.
I had been. He beat me for the last time. Said he was going to kill me. I put it right in his heart.
When you old devil, I'll get you.
No, you won't, Rives. Miss Peavy, you come with me. Chester, lock up Rives in another cell.
What for? You can't lock me up.
Oh, you ain't even armed, Rives. Get moving.
How I tell you, I'm an innocent man. All right, sir.
Come into the office, man.
Shut up. Your voice itches my ears. I'll have to listen.
He was going to kill me, Dillon. I know he was.
Well, I shouldn't have let him be alone with you.
You didn't know. What are you going to do with me now?
You mentioned St. Louis, Miss Peavy. You have any people there?
My sister. She's all that's left.
Huh. Well, how'd you like to see her?
You ain't holding me?
It was self-defense.
Then I can go.
I'll hold Rives here till you're out of town.
Oh, but
I can't get to St. Louis. Took all her money when he run off. It's all spent. I know it.
Miss Peavy, would you think I'm a scallywag cowboy if I offered to stake you to St. Louis?
Thanks, Dylan. Wait till I tell my sister about you.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Ralph Moody, and Helen Cleve. Harley Bear as Chester and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Bill Silver, star of the Broadway and film versions of Top Banana, visits Mike Wallace on Stage Struck tomorrow over most of these same stations. George Walsh speaking. Stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows in a few minutes over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
This the marshal's office?
Yeah, come in, stranger.
You're Marshal Dillon?
I am.
My name's Egan, Marshal. Emmett Egan.
I'm glad to know you. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do?
Hello.
The purpose of my visit may surprise you, Marshal.
Well, if it doesn't mean trouble, it sure will.
I've just deposited $50,000 in the bank here.
Huh? That's a lot of money, Egan.
Well, it's taken me ever since the war to earn it. I've been up in Chicago, Marshal, running cattle auctions for a man named Swift, but I'm through with that now.
No?
I'm going to try something new. Marshal, I don't intend any insult. But if you need money, name your price.
I'm afraid I don't follow you, Egan.
I want your job.
What?
I want to be Marshal here.
All right, say it out, Egan.
I'm serious, Marshal. There are no tricks to this. I've been to Washington, and the War Department's endorsed my application, but they tell me there are no openings, so I came to Dodge. I thought if I can somehow persuade you to quit, maybe they'll put me on here.
I think you are serious.
Oh, I am. It's simple enough. I'm tired of the kind of work I was doing, and I want to try this. Something exciting.
Oh, I see.
What would you advise me to do, Marshal?
Go back to Chicago. You're a lot safer there.
You think I'm not qualified to be a lawman?
Well, you're wearing a gun.
Well, I'm accustomed to authority, Marshal. I was a major under General McClellan. Took my first bullet in the Chickahominy in '62.
I see. Is this your first trip to the frontier, Mr. Egan?
It's my first since '67.
Uh-huh. Well, I still advise you to go back to Chicago.
No, Marshal.
All right, Mr. Egan, you want this job so bad, you can have it, as far as I'm concerned.
Now, Mr. Dillon...
There's very little money in it and absolutely no thanks. I've been a live target for every drunken bum and glory hunter in Kansas about long enough.
You mean it, Marshal?
Yeah, but on one condition.
Yes?
That you hang around for a week, see what it's like. And then if you still want it...
Oh, I'll want it all right.
All right, then we'll start right now.
I'm ready. What do we do first?
You all set, Chester?
My. Yes, sir, I guess so.
All right, then follow me.
That whistling man, Bobby Haggart, really started something. Tonight, the Calypso Boys join in. Ready, amigos?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Why Chesterfield? Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
My gracious, why don't you sit down and rest a spell, Mr. Egan?
No, thanks.
He's going to wear himself out walking up and down that way.
Yeah. You got a match, Chester.
Sure, Red. Here.
Oh, thanks.
Dodge sure ain't very lively today, is it?
Not very.
If I only had me a knife, I could do a little whittling.
Now, what happened to your knife, Chester?
Well, it was about wore out, so I traded it to a small kid I know for a flipper.
Why don't you get yourself another one?
Mr. Dillon, I am so mean poor, I just couldn't stand the outlay of another knife.
Yeah, I forgot.
Hey, look there. Somebody hadn't ought to be in town.
Oh, where? Who?
That fella coming up the street, riding that sleigh back to old Broodmare, see him?
He looks like a farmer.
If you call a man whose wife hoes a 10-yard patch of mealy potatoes a farmer, then he's one, all right.
You said he shouldn't be in town. He can't be very dangerous.
He's dangerous to himself.
Oh, what do you mean?
Why, he gets a doggone drunk every time he comes in here. He can't hardly climb back up on that old mare. And when he does, he usually falls off summers before he gets home and lays out there on the prairie all night like a dead man. It's a pure wonder he ain't been ate by something.
Oh, Marshal, we've been hanging around this porch for 3 hours. I'm beginning to feel like a bum myself.
Now, that's part of the job, Egan. Keeping an eye on things, we call it.
Keeping an eye on things? You and Chester both are fighting to stay awake.
Are you calling it quits, Egan?
Oh, no. Of course not.
Well, then let's go get a cup of coffee, huh? It'll be dark soon, and we can start making the rounds.
What's the name of this place, Marshal?
It's called the Long Branch. Oh, here comes somebody you ought to know.
Evening, Matt.
Oh, Kitty.
How long you been sitting here?
No, not long. Kitty, this is Emmett Egan.
How do you do, Miss Kitty?
Mr. Egan?
Why don't you sit down?
Uh-huh. I hear you may be our new marshal.
What? Now, how in the world...
Well, Chester was in a while ago. It's true, isn't it?
Well, it isn't exactly settled yet, Miss Kitty.
But you want the job.
Yes?
Why?
Well, let's say I was bored with what I was doing.
Sure. That's happened to a lot of ex-soldiers. They can't stand peacetime.
Me in particular, I guess.
Why don't you re-enlist? The cavalry keeps busy out here.
I tried that, Miss Kitty.
You did?
Back in 67.
67?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. The Cheyenne and the Sioux were real active that year, weren't they?
Yes, they were, but not where the cavalry was.
Wait a minute. Were you with General Hancock?
That's right, Marshal. We took to the field for 4 months. We marched and counter-marched all over this country, and then we returned to Fort Harker.
Well, what was wrong with that?
Well, all we did was burn one empty village, kill 2 young Cheyenne braves, both of whom we later found out were friendly. It took 1,100 men to do that.
Oh.
Dillon.
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
I don't know for sure, but I hear there's some kind of trouble down at Moss Grimmick's stable.
Well, it's about time something happened around here.
Yeah. Now, don't forget, Egan. When it does, somebody usually dies. What's the trouble here, men? Where's Moss Grimmick, Chester?
Well, he ain't here, Mr. Dillon. They say Leonard Phibbs there is the one who knows about it.
Oh, Phibbs, a little sodbuster?
Yes, sir. Hey, Phibbs, come here.
What's going on here, Phibbs?
Inside, Marshal. Back there in the stall.
Oh, what's back there?
Bad, Marshal, real bad. Don't nobody go in there. It's real bad.
What is? Who's in there, Phibbs?
Not even you, Marshal. Not nobody. Leave him alone, I'm warning you.
Oh, he ain't got good sense, Mr. Dillon. No use talking to him.
It's real bad in there.
Yeah, something's got him scared half to death. I'm going to go take a look. You stay here, Chester.
I'm going with you, Marshal.
Look, Egan, I don't know what's in there. It could be a crazy man with a gun looking for blood. It could be anything.
Action is what I came here for, Marshal, and you said I could hang around.
All right. But you get out of the way if there's any shooting.
I'm not entirely a novice with a gun, Marshal.
No, but you're not a professional either. Now stay at least 10 paces behind me.
Right.
See anything?
No. It's Marshal Dillon. Who's in here? Come on, speak up.
Maybe he's hiding, waiting for you.
Well, he can't see me any better than I can see him.
You're taking an awful chance, Marshal.
You stay where you are, Egan. What? Now, what's this? Chester, bring a lantern. All right, Egan.
What is it, Marshal?
Nothing we have to kill.
What do you mean?
You'll see when Chester brings the light.
Oh, he's coming.
What have you found, Mr. Dillon?
Hold the lantern over here, Chester.
That's what we're... Oh, my goodness. Somebody's gone and hung a man.
So that's it. Oh, that poor devil. Was this a lynching, Marshal?
No, Egan, that's old Tom Sanders. He's been drunk for 20 years. Yeah, I guess he finally decided to break the habit. You won't get any action out of this. Well, Liggett, it's been nearly a week. Enough excitement for you?
I must admit, Marshal, it's not quite what I'd expected. Somehow the idea Marshal was always busy, doing things.
You mean gunfighting?
I've told you I don't think gunfighting's necessary.
Yeah, I remember.
Any man accustomed to command should be able to control these Dodge City ruffians without much trouble.
I only draw my gun as a last resort, Egan. And besides, you haven't seen any of these men in action yet.
I still want the job, Marshal.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, Matt?
Yeah, come on in, Doc.
Say, Matt, you'd better get over the Texas Trail.
Oh?
You know those fellas Gear and Bozeman?
Yeah, I know him.
Well, they've got that poor little Leonard Phibbs at the bar there, and they're trying to make him pay for their drinks. He's broke, of course, so they're beating him up. They're doing it real slowly, bit by bit. I tell you, it just makes you sick to watch it.
All right, Doc.
Wait, Marshal.
Yeah, what?
Let me handle this.
Look, Egan, Gear and Bozeman may be a couple of bullies, but that doesn't mean they're not dangerous. They are.
Are you afraid I might be able to handle them, Marshal? Well?
Okay, go ahead. Here, take my badge. Tell them you're a deputy.
Thank you, Marshal.
You gotta learn one way or the other.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your favorite easy chair? Or out driving? Oh, there you are. In the kitchen. Say, you want to make whatever you're doing more enjoyable? Have a Chesterfield. Enjoy Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. A more perfectly packed cigarette gives you an open, easy draw that unlocks all the better taste and mildness of fine tobaccos. And Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, is more perfectly packed, with an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Remember, to the touch, to the taste.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Come on, Chester.
I knew you wouldn't leave Mr. Egan all alone.
Nobody will look for us coming in the back door. Hey, let's move a little closer.
Egan's facing him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Oh, look at poor little Phibbs. They got him all bloody.
What makes you think you can do this to a man? Is there no law where you come from?
We come from Dodge, Mr. Deputy. Where do you come from?
Are you Bozeman or Gear?
I'm Bozeman, Mr. Deputy. I'm the one who generally does the talking, but we both do the fighting.
You're out of order, Bozeman.
What's that?
I said you're out of order. I will not tolerate your insolence.
I'm not sure, Mr. Deputy. But are you saying you don't like us?
That's enough. You and Gear will turn and face the bar while I take your guns.
You're the most doggone foolish man I ever saw, Mr. Deputy.
Do as I say.
Why? Because you're wearing a badge?
That's reason enough?
Now, Mr. Deputy, that may be reason enough for
There'll
you.
be no shooting. I'm ordering you to face the bar.
I guess there's no use talking to you, Mr. Deputy. I'll take him along here.
He's going.
Hold it, Bozeman! All right, that's enough. Now, go ahead, Bozeman. Try it again.
Now, wait, Marshal.
You knew he couldn't handle a gun. You know I can. Is that it?
Your gun against two of us?
Quit talking, Bozeman.
Don't try it, Gear.
All right, then do as my deputy told you. Face the bar.
Sure, Marshal.
Chester.
Yes, sir. You want me to lock him up, Mr. Dillon?
Here are the guns, Chester. I'll be at Doc's. Maybe he can save Bozeman here from hanging. Yeah, it's getting light out, Doc.
It generally does this time of morning.
Yeah, but I'm not generally sitting up waiting for a man to die.
He isn't going to die, Matt.
Well, I saw what that bullet did to him.
You feel guilty, don't you, Matt?
Wouldn't you, Doc?
Yes, I guess I would.
Doc?
Oh, what?
Well, he's conscious. Well, how do you feel, Egan?
Pretty fair, Doc. I've been lying here, listening to you talk.
Well, you mean you've been conscious for some time?
Half hour, maybe. I wanted to get my head clear.
Well, a few weeks in bed, and it'll be clear enough.
I guess I was lucky.
If that bullet had gone 1 inch to the left, you'd have died on the floor, Egan. You were lucky, all right.
God protects fools and drunkards, isn't it? Marshal Dillon.
Yeah.
I heard you saying you felt guilty about this. It wasn't your fault.
And I should have known what had happened.
But I heard you telling Doc how it happened. You faced them the same way I did. They didn't shoot you.
It's a little different with me, Egan.
How?
This is my profession.
I've handled enough men to be professional.
Egan, why do you think Bozeman did what I told him to do?
Because he knew you'd shoot if he didn't?
He not only knew I'd shoot, he knew I'd kill him. He knows I can handle a gun pretty well. In that part of the profession, they don't teach in the Army. Takes years and years to learn.
Well, I can't complain anymore about there not being enough action, can I, Marshal?
Yeah, your week's up today, Egan. Do you want the job?
Marshal, you ever been in California?
Not for some time.
I hear things are pretty active out there. I'll write you and tell you all about it.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobacco.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield. Mild. Yet they satisfy the most.
You know, there were a lot of ways for death to come to a man on the frontier. All of them hard. But next week, a man meets death the hardest way of all. At the end of a rope. But that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were John Daner, James Nusser, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Smokers, this is it. L&M filters. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today.
L&M, so good to your taste.
So quick on the draw.
Get L&M today.
Relax with L&M. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
You know this fellow riding in, Morgan?
He's a stranger for sure, Abe.
That brand on his horse, I can't even read it.
Good horse, though.
Yeah.
Get out, stranger.
Who are you men?
Well, we're the Curry brothers. We own this ranch.
How far is it to Dodge?
60 miles, if you ride in a straight line.
I want some grain for my horse. Where is it?
Look, stranger, we got no grain. We're fresh out.
Now, Abe, if he wants a little grain...
And then he can act more polite about it.
Oh, ain't I been polite enough for you? Maybe I ought to change my ways just for you.
What are you, anyway? Some kid who thinks he's a man just because he's wearing a gun for the first time?
Mister, I've been wearing a gun 8 years, ever since I was 16.
That makes you 24 and still a kid that ought to be taken out to the shed.
You aim to take me out, mister?
Or somebody ought to.
A lot of men have tried. I guess it's your turn now. Go ahead, you're wearing the gun.
Oh, now, we won't have any fighting. You watch your temper, Abe. The kid don't mean nothing.
The name's Tom Clegg. I ain't a kid.
All right, Clegg. Forget it. You too, Abe.
Well,
Say you're sorry, mister.
Say what?
You heard me.
Are you crazy?
Maybe this'll help you. Now draw.
No, Abe.
Abe, don't move, mister.
You killed him. You killed my brother. Why, he hardly got his hand on his gun.
Why don't you try me?
Abe wasn't no gunfighter. Neither am I.
Then I tell you what. You practice a little. I'll be in Dodge for a spell. Come see me.
Oh, now, say, there is a good-looking horse, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, which one, Chester?
That big bay that young fellow's just getting off of there.
Oh?
Well, ain't he?
Well, I wasn't looking at the horse, Chester.
Oh, you know that fellow?
Yeah, maybe.
What are you people staring at?
Aren't you Tom Clegg?
What? Matt Dillon.
At Las Cruces about 8 years ago, wasn't it?
Exactly 8 years ago. I've changed some since then, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, I'm a marshal. This Chester Proudfoot, Clegg.
How do you do?
Hello. Now, Marshal, I suppose you're remembering how I didn't dare draw on that fellow in Las Cruces.
You were smart not to. He'd have killed you, sure.
I left there. I went out by myself. I practiced for 2 years, every day. I got pretty good with a gun, Marshal.
Did you?
That fellow's dead now. I went back and I killed him.
There wasn't much of a quarrel, Clegg.
I don't need much, Marshal. Oh, I've killed a lot of men since then. But don't you worry about me. They always draw first.
Are you telling me you've turned gunman, huh?
I've got me a pretty fair reputation in New Mexico.
And now you want to be known in Kansas. That's why you came here.
I didn't say that.
I know you're kind, Clegg. I ought to. I've killed enough of them.
Not me, Marshal. You ain't going to kill me. I'm too fast for you and I'm too smart. I'll show you someday.
That whistling man, Bobby Haggart, really started something. Tonight, the Calypso Boys join in. Ready, amigos?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Oh, Chester.
Yes, sir, I'm coming, Mr. Dillon. What was it you wanted?
You all through out there?
Well, I'm through to one. I was trying to open that back door again. I guess it won't never get fixed properly unless you just build us a new. Oh, Morgan Curry.
All right, come on in, Morgan.
Oh, Chester.
Where's Abe at?
It's about Abe. I come to see the marshal.
Is something wrong, Morgan?
Marshal, you've known me and Abe a long time.
I sure have.
Would you say I'm a man who tells lies?
You know the answer to that, Morgan.
And I'll say it short. A fella rode up to the ranch day before yesterday, and him and Abe got into a little argument, but Abe was about willing to call it off when this fella slapped him.
And Abe went for his gun, huh?
He never had a chance, Marshal. This fellow was the fastest man I ever seen.
Did he say his name, Morgan?
Tom Clegg.
Yeah, I thought so.
He's a killer, Marshal. He made Abe draw.
That's what he means about being smart.
No man can take being slapped. That ain't self-defense, Marshal, and he can't claim it is.
The law says he can, Morgan.
Look, Marshal, I ain't a coward. You know that, but there's no use my facing him. He'd kill me easy as he did Abe. Now, what good would that do?
I wish I could help you, Morgan.
Well, it ain't just me, Marshal. It's all the men he's going to kill before he's through. Somebody's got to stop him.
Somebody will. Someday.
Now, before he kills any more men. Well, it's like poisoning a wolf. Don't you see that?
Morgan, I'm a lawman. When Tom Clegg breaks the law, I'll go after him. But until he does, there's nothing I can do.
I don't know if you're fast enough for him, Marshal. But you're the only man I do know who might be.
I'm not hired to gun men down, Morgan.
He's got to be killed.
I'll admit the world would be better off without him.
You said something about his being smart.
Now, he claimed that.
And we'll see how smart he is. Marshal, Tom Clegg's going to die, no matter what. He's going to die.
You want another beer, Matt?
No, one's my limit, Kitty.
One? Oh, you're expecting trouble.
I didn't say that.
One beer said it.
You know me too well, Kitty. But you're right about my expecting trouble.
Well, I already knew about that. I've watched Morgan Curry following Clegg in and out of here for 2 days now.
I don't know what Morgan has in mind, Kitty, but I'm sure he doesn't plan to shoot Clegg in the back or anything like that.
Well, he isn't even carrying a gun.
Yeah, I know.
He just stands around at a distance and sort of keeps an eye on Clegg. It's driving him crazy.
But Morgan's not carrying a gun has made Clegg helpless to do anything about it.
Maybe he's trying to get him into a fist fight, Matt.
Clegg wouldn't fight him, Kitty. He knows he'd get torn apart.
It beats me what he's up to.
Well, I wish Morgan would go home and forget about it.
Maybe it's you he's trying to shame, Matt.
Me? What for?
For not doing anything about Clegg murdering his brother.
It wasn't murder, Kitty. Abe drew first.
The way I heard it, Clegg made him draw. And I don't care what the law calls self-defense.
Well, I have to, Kitty. I have to care.
Yeah, I know, Matt. Well, there they are.
What?
Clegg. He just went to the bar. Morgan will be along directly.
Yeah. Oh, you keep an eye on him, Kitty.
Me, keep an eye on him.
I got to ride out into the country tomorrow. I'm leaving before dawn so as I can get back early in the afternoon.
Oh, then you better get to bed. Good night, Matt.
I'll see you tomorrow, Kitty.
Sure.
Marshal. I want to talk to you.
I'll go ahead, Clegg. Talk.
It's about him.
Huh? Oh, Morgan. Hey, Morgan.
What are you calling him for?
You want me, Marshal?
Yeah. Clegg here wanted to talk to me about you, Morgan. I thought maybe you ought to hear it, too.
Sure, he can hear it. I want him to stop following me around, that's all.
Oh, why tell me that, Clegg?
Because you've got to stop him.
Me stop him? He isn't breaking any law.
He ain't wearing a gun. A dirty coward.
There's no law that a man has to wear a gun.
It's making me jumpy. I don't like being stared at all the time.
You got a guilty conscience about something, Clegg?
You shut up.
Why don't you take your gun off and shut me up, Clegg?
You hear him, Marshal? You see what a coward he is?
I can't help you, Clegg.
Lock him up, Marshal. Go on, lock him up. You heard me.
Yeah, I heard you.
Then do it.
Not very likely.
All right. You're wearing a gun. Are you a coward, too, Marshal?
Morgan, come outside. I want to talk to you.
Okay, Marshal.
You're both cowards. That's what you are, cowards.
Why didn't you kill him in there, Marshal? That was your chance.
I'm not a gunman, Morgan. I'm a lawman. Won't you ever understand that?
Maybe I'm beginning to.
Look, Morgan, it's no use. I'm not going to fight Clegg. Now, you can't use the law for your own revenge. That's not what it's for. Now, why don't you forget this and go back home?
Marshal, do you think I'm a coward because I won't put on a gun and let him kill me?
I don't know what to think, Morgan. You seem to be doing all the thinking these days.
My brother Abe was murdered, Marshal. He was murdered.
I'm sorry, Morgan, but there's nothing I can do. Now, good night.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your favorite easy chair? Or out driving? Oh, there you are. In the kitchen. Say, you want to make whatever you're doing more enjoyable? Have a Chesterfield. Enjoy Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. A more perfectly packed cigarette gives you an open, easy draw that unlocks all the better taste and mildness of fine tobaccos. And Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, is more perfectly packed, with an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Remember, to the touch, to the taste.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Dillon?
Oh, where is everybody, Chester? Why is the town so quiet this afternoon?
Everybody seen you riding in, I guess.
Huh?
They've been waiting for you to get back.
Waiting for me? Why?
I told them you'd be back early afternoon. There was trouble here this morning, Mr. Dillon.
You mean a shooting?
Yes, sir.
Morgan?
Yes, sir, it was Morgan.
Yeah, so he put on a gun after all, huh?
No, sir, he was unarmed.
What?
He ain't dead, though. At least not yet. He's up at dock.
Where's Clegg?
Clegg must have saw you ride in, too. He's standing across the street now, behind you there.
Ah. Well, I won't keep him waiting. I hear you shot another man, Clegg.
He deserved it.
Did he?
I warned him about following me around. It drove me half crazy.
So you stopped him?
He slapped me. No man can take that.
No, not even his brother Abe could.
Say, I plumb forgot about that.
You told me once how smart you are, Clegg. I guess you forgot about that, too.
What do you mean?
Morgan was unarmed.
You gonna try to put me in jail, Marshal?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna try.
Now you're forgetting. I also told you I'm too fast for you.
Maybe you are. I'm arresting you, Clegg.
Keep your eyes on mine, Marshal. I want to see the look in them when it hits you. That's the best part. Now?
on that?
Doc?
I heard the shots, Matt. I see Clegg still lying there.
And if he's got any friends, they can move him.
I doubt if he has. A man like that.
I guess not, Doc.
You did it the only way possible.
I was trying to arrest him, Doc. I didn't walk out there to shoot him down. How's Morgan?
With 2 bullets in him, he's doing as well as might be expected.
I don't mean in what?
He's dying, Matt.
Yeah. Now, let's go see him.
Matter of fact, there's no reason at all he should have lived this long. I can't understand it. Most men would have died on the spot, shot up the way he was.
Morgan?
Marshal, I heard some shooting. Didn't I?
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
Was you in it?
I was.
And Clegg's dead, huh?
That's how you wanted it, wasn't it?
That's how I wanted it. It's what I've been hanging on for.
Morgan, you knew he'd shoot you when you slapped him, didn't you?
I had him on edge, Marshal. I planned it that way.
Yeah, I thought so. And you were willing to die just to get me to face him, huh?
There wasn't no other way. I couldn't have killed him myself.
Well, I can't say I admire your thinking, but you're sure not a coward.
He murdered my brother. He murdered me the same way. But we got him anyway. Didn't we? Didn't we, Mother?
Well, he was right. He won. Even if he had to die to do it.
Yeah. But you know something, Doc? I feel like a hangman. You made an executioner out of me. And I don't like it.
I understand that, Matt. But you'll forget it. You'll forget it. In time.
Yeah, sure. One more thing to forget.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
On the frontier, bands of marauding Indians weren't too uncommon. And next week, during an attack, 3 people are killed. But not by the Indians. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Vic Perrin, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Take a tip from the L&M people, the people who have put the pleasure back into cigarette smoking. Take the L&M Miracle Tip, the tip that lets all the flavor of superior tobaccos come rich, come clean, come easy. Once you light up an L&M, you'll understand why we say, They're so good to your taste, so quick on the draw. It's the pure white miracle tip that adds so much to your enjoyment. So make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Hey, Kitty. What's your hurry?
I'm late for work, Matt. I should have been at the Long Branch an hour ago.
I was just over there. The place is full of nothing but loafers. Why, there isn't a dollar in the crowd.
I never saw a loafer yet who didn't have at least a few pennies hid out somewhere.
Maybe you're right, Kitty.
Of course, sometimes you have to pull his boots off to find it. That's all in a day's work.
Mr. Dillon?
Who's that with Chester?
Yeah, I don't know him.
Look at the spread of that man's feet, Matt. He looks like a buffalo.
Yeah, they are pretty big, all right.
I'll see you later, Matt.
Okay, good luck, Kitty.
Mr. Dillon, this here is Mr. and Miss Jollop.
How do you do?
The Jollops has bought themselves old Mather place down at the head of Salt Fork.
Oh? Well, that's about 60 miles south of here, isn't it, Mr. Jollop?
Well, that's what they tell me, Marshal. Of course, we ain't never been there.
We're on our way now.
Well, you'll have a good neighbor down there, Miss Jollop. Bob Oren lives only about 10 or 15 miles from you.
Well, that's what they wanted to see you about, Mr. Dillon.
What?
We met this here Bob Oren right here in town today, Marshal.
Oh, did you?
Now, see, we paid good money for that place. But, well, my wife and me, we've about give up going down there. All we've been hearing about that country. And we met this Oren fella down the Santa Fe Depot today. Now, he said 'twas all lies.
And they want you to tell them the truth, Mr. Dillon.
Yes.
What? The truth about what?
About them Indians, Marshal. Them Comanches.
Now, everybody but Bob Orrin. Everybody says that country down there is just full of them.
And he lives alone. He's got no woman with him. But me, I didn't come west to get captured by no Indians. I've read about that. It's bad what they do to women.
I don't intend to expose my wife to nothing like that, Marshal.
And we want you to tell us the truth, Marshal. You're the law here, and we'll believe you.
Well, that was Comanche country, yeah, but it isn't anymore. I doubt if a single Indian's been seen down there for 2 or 3 years. They're all on the reservation now.
Is that the truth, Marshal? You swear that's the truth?
Well, you can go out to Fort Dodge and ask the Army. They'll tell you.
No, we'll believe you.
Well, you can believe Bob Orrin. He's lived there quite a while.
All right, then. Laura?
Let's get going, Will. I'll brave it.
All right.
I've got to ride down your way in a few weeks. If you don't mind, I'll come by and say hello.
Oh, you'll be welcome, Marshal.
Pleased to see you,
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Ain't you taking a little too much responsibility for that, Mr. Dillon?
What do you mean, Chester?
Well, how can you say every Comanche in the country is on that reservation? I think they're taking a big chance. Maybe Bob Orrin ain't seen none, but that don't mean nothing, not when it comes to Indians.
They're chancing the weather, too, Chester. And they know it.
Yeah, maybe so. But I'm glad it wasn't me told them. I thought the old Mather place was right in them cottonwoods, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it was.
Well, then the Jallops must have moved it. I sure don't see no house.
Look closer.
Yeah, there's something there.
Yeah.
Why, it's all tore down. It's just a heap. Mr. Dillon, it's been burned. They've had a fire out here.
Looks that way.
I don't see nobody around.
No. Let's have a look.
My, there sure ain't much left, is there?
Well, there's this.
It's an arrow.
Uh-huh. Comanche. Oh, and there's another one, half burned.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, look at there, Mr. Dillon. Somebody made a grave. It's fresh dug, too.
But it's only one grave. It's not very deep either. Just a few inches.
You gonna dig it up?
I gotta find out who it is, Chester.
Oh. You mean if it's Mr. Jallops, then they took her alive?
That's right.
Yeah, but Comanches wouldn't bury nobody, Mr. Dillon.
No, they wouldn't.
It's her. She's been scalped. Oh, ain't that awful?
Yeah, we'll have to bury her proper, Chester. Then we'll ride over to Bob Orrin's. Maybe they got him, too.
Yeah, well, where's Mr. Jallops? You think they took him prisoner?
I don't know, Chester, but look sharp now. We don't want him to get us.
You've heard Bobby Haggard whistling it on radio and television. Right now, a country-style version. Okay, partners?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Let's tie him to the rail here, Chester.
All right, sir. Well, Bob Warren's pretty lucky. Doesn't look like them Indians been anywhere near here.
From the tracks of the Jollops, it was a small party.
Yeah, well, I know, but that wouldn't keep them from coming over here.
Only a big party will hit every ranch, Chester. Small one attacks and then rides on for miles before trying it again. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Now, there's footprints.
Well, there's lots of footprints all over.
Yeah. Come on.
I guess Arn ain't at home.
He's gotta be. Didn't you notice that saddled horse in his corral?
You gonna walk right in?
Orrin! Hey, Orrin! Marshal Dillon. Orrin!
I told you there ain't nobody here, Mr. Dillon.
I'll look in the kitchen, Chester. He's here, Chester.
Quiet. It's Orrin. He's been scalped, too.
A bullet hole in his chest.
So them Comanches was here after all.
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, they scalped him, didn't they?
Did you ever hear of Indians killing a man and not setting fire to his place?
No, I guess I never did.
There are 3 horses in that corral. Even drunken Indian wouldn't leave a horse behind.
Yeah, but he's been scalped.
Anybody with a sharp knife can scalp a man, Chester. You don't have to be an Indian to do that.
What do you mean?
Outside those tracks I stopped to look at. They're made by a man wearing boots. About the biggest boots I ever saw.
You thinking of Will Jalop?
Those tracks aren't more than 2 days old, and Bob Orrin hasn't been dead any longer than that.
Yeah, but Jalop wouldn't come scalp a man.
The Comanches killed his wife, Chester. We don't know what happened to him, but my guess is he's alive. The Indians don't take male prisoners his age.
But that don't say he done this to Bob Orrin.
Chester, there are only 2 people who told Jalop and his wife they'd be safe out here. Orrin was one of them. Jalop's wife gets killed. He escapes somehow and comes here to take his revenge. He did to Orrin what the Comanches did to her.
That's awful hard to believe, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he wouldn't be the first man driven crazy with grief.
Well, maybe.
And if it's true, I'm the next on his list. When we get back to Dodge, I got an idea Jalop will be there waiting for me.
Evening, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Sit down.
Oh, any coffee left in that pot?
Sure. And here's an extra cup.
Ah, thanks.
You look tired.
Well, we rode all night, Kitty. I haven't been to bed yet.
No, Chester came in the Long Branch. No luck, huh?
Not so far.
You could be wrong about him, Matt. Jalop might be in Colorado by now.
Yeah, maybe.
He might have killed Bob Orrin, sure, but it's kind of hard to believe he'd come to Dodge looking to scalp a gun-bearing U.S. Marshal.
Well, I'm beginning to think maybe you're right, Kitty. Maybe I made a mistake about the whole thing.
But somebody killed Orrin.
Yeah, they sure did. Guess I better go out there and have another look around.
With all those Comanches on the warpath?
I know there are only 3 or 4 of them, Kitty. Some young braves who jumped reservation last week.
How do you know that?
I reported the whole business to Major Honeyman at Fort Dodge. He told me about it.
Well, even so, isn't he doing anything about him?
Yeah? He put a company of troopers in the field.
Sure. All they'll do is kick up a lot of dust.
Probably. Well, Kitty, I think I'll turn in for a couple of hours. I need some sleep.
That's the best idea you had yet.
When Chester comes in, will you tell him I've gone to my room, huh?
Yeah, I'll tell him, Matt.
Oh, did you see Kitty, Chester?
Yes, sir, I did. I come in just after you left. I've been trying to catch you before you got to your room here.
Oh, what is it? Did you find him?
No, sir.
No.
What I wanted to know is, could I get some sleep, too?
Well, of course, Chester. I thought you understood that.
Well, then I'll go back to the office and lay down there.
All right, I'll come by later tonight when I wake up, huh?
All right, sir. I'll see you then.
Yeah.
Don't move, Marshal. Just leave that gun there on the table. This here's a mighty short-barreled shotgun, Marshal. I stole it off of Bob Orrin, and it's loaded with buckshot. I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting hours. Busted in the back window, if that's what you're wondering.
No, that's not what I'm wondering, Jalop.
What?
I'm wondering how you got away from those Comanches.
Seen them coming. Climbed up one of them big cottonwood trees. They looked. They never found me.
You mean you left your wife to fight them?
I left her, all right. You betcha I left her.
Coward.
Terrible, them Indians. It was terrible. But I fixed Bob Orrin for it. He told me it was safe out there. Now I'm going to fix you. Going to take you right down by the river, Marshal. Going to fix you there. You just make one move on the way, and I'll leave you in two big pieces. Now you walk.
Say, where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your car? Getting ready for dinner? Oh, I see. Just relaxing in your favorite easy chair. Well, I'd say you're in a good spot right now to really enjoy a Chesterfield. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. It stands to reason. A cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Fair enough, Marshal. 'Tis pretty down here, isn't it? All them nice cottonwood trees. My wife liked them cottonwood trees out to our place, Marshal. She liked them a whole lot.
Jalop killing me isn't going to get your wife
And
back.
she was scared, Marshal. She was more scared than me, even, and I'll never get over it. Watching them painted devils ride up, I ever see another Indian, I'll kill myself. I'm still shaking.
You weren't shaking so much you couldn't run off and leave your wife.
You betcha I left her. I couldn't stand the sight of them savages. Well, that don't matter now. See here, Marshal, got a knife in my belt. Good long knife, and you know just what I'm going to do after I shoot you.
Wait a
Don't
minute,
you?
be quiet.
Don't you tell me to be
Quiet,
quiet.
I said. Listen.
What?
There's something in that clump of elder on the riverbank over there.
I don't see nothing.
They're gone. You can't see them now, but they're out there. Wait a minute. They'll move any minute now.
Who will, Marshal? What do you say?
Indians. There were 3 of them. They were
Indians?
standing right against the river.
Oh, no. No, not Indians.
Watch, right there. You see one of them standing up. You see him?
Where? Show me, where is he?
Shoot him, Jalop. Shoot him.
Yes, I will. I can't see him. No.
Give me the gun, Jalop.
Hit me, Marshal. You was fooling.
Let go of it.
No, My chest. Hit me in the chest.
I couldn't get your finger off the trigger.
Gotta die. Bleeding all over.
I'm sorry, Jalop.
Oh, I shot myself. I shot everybody, Marshal. I'm the 3rd one.
The 3rd?
Oh, I ain't a coward like you think. I'm scared of Indians, but I didn't run off to leave my wife to them. Not alive, I didn't.
You mean you shot her before they got there? You killed her?
It was terrible, Marshal. She begged me to. Begged me before they could get her. Ain't been right since. Not till now. Now I know I done wrong. Killing Bob Orant, trying to kill you, I done wrong. But I'm all right now, Marshal. I'm all right now.
Jalop. Yeah, I think maybe you are now.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, a horse and buggy frontier doctor was about the most useful and beloved citizen in any community. But next week, Dodge learns that a man has been killed and that it was Doc Adams who killed him. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. America's medical schools urgently need your help. Join the National Fund for Medical Education today. Write Medical Education, Box 313, New York City.
Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Well, did you get the mail, Chester?
I sure did, Mr. Dillon. And if that railroad gets any slower, yesterday's train's going to start getting into Dodge tomorrow.
Well, that's happened a couple of times. Is there anything important?
I ain't had a chance to look.
What?
Well, it took Will Borgler so long to get them mailbags sorted. Oh, say, he's coming over here in a little while, Mr. Dillon.
Huh? Will is? What for?
I don't know. But he's got something on his mind he's about to bust his britches over. He said it had to do with Jim Rankin.
Jim Rankin?
Well, I hated to bring it up, Mr. Dillon. You and Jim Rankin being close friends like you was.
I can't figure what Will Borgler'd know about Jim's murder. He never gets out of that depot except to eat.
Well, maybe he's heard something from El Paso, something over the telegraph.
There's nothing to hear, Chester, and there won't be. He was killed for that payroll he was carrying.
Well, they never did find the body.
Well, they buried him somewhere out there on the desert, more than likely, and then jumped the border.
They sure could get a long ways south on $60,000, all in banknotes. Wouldn't be no weight to it. Wouldn't even fill a saddlebag. It's funny, I was always joshing him about that. A full-grown man being a messenger boy for Wells Fargo, going around carrying a little old hand case with him.
And being a target for every hold-up man west of St. Louis.
I know. I never had no call to be plaguing him. When I think of it now, I could just kick myself.
Jim knew you didn't mean it, Chester. Yeah, you know, he was one of the best. I rode a lot of country with Jim Rankin, back when he was a lawman.
Evening, Marshal.
Oh, come on in, Will. What's this news about Jim Rankin?
Well, just that you and everybody else is wrong, that's all.
Oh, why so?
Because all of you figured them killers must have headed south after they murdered Rankin. But they've come north, Marshal.
What makes you think so?
These. Couple of banknotes, $10 silver certificates, American Federal Bank of Boston.
Chester, give me that Wells Fargo list of serial numbers, will you?
Yes, sir. Already checked them, Marshal. They're on the list.
Where'd you get these, Will?
They turned up in my cash box at the depot. Somebody bought a ticket with them.
Who? Do you know?
It was Miss Lily over to the Long Branch.
Lily?
That pretty one with the yellow hair. She bought a ticket on the Santa Fe to Kansas City. Said she was aiming to go back there on a visit.
Why, them killers might be right here in Dodge, Mr. Dillon.
I hope so, Chester. I sure do hope so.
Don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Only with with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you all the flavor you want. The rich, exciting flavor you get only from L&M. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Get L&M today.
Hello, Kitty.
Well, good to see you, Matt. You've been a real stranger the last month. Ever since Well,
Since Jim Rankin was murdered, huh?
I didn't mean to rub salt in.
No, it's all right, Kitty. In fact, that's the reason I'm here now.
Huh?
Is Lily around somewhere?
Well, she's upstairs, I suppose. I'm kind of surprised.
Odd what?
You? A marshal's pay won't get you far in that club, Matt. The dues are pretty high, you know.
This wouldn't be just a case of one pretty woman talking about another pretty woman, would it?
No, seriously, Matt. Didn't Jim ever tell you about it?
Jim?
Jim Rankin. You didn't know about it?
About what?
I thought you knew he was spending all his time with Lily.
No, I didn't. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Come in. Marshal Dillon.
How are you, Lily?
Well, this is quite a surprise.
I understand you're leaving for Kansas City.
I'm just going for a visit. Is there a law against it, Marshal? Or do you care personally?
You bought a railroad ticket this afternoon from Will Borgler. You paid for it with a couple of $10 notes of the American Federal Bank of Boston.
My, you have been taking an interest.
Where did you get those banknotes, Lily?
Oh, come now, Marshal.
I want to know where you got those bills.
I don't know where I got them.
You don't know, huh?
Of course not. The gentlemen who come into the Long Branch are usually quite
And the
generous.
gentlemen who come in usually carry gold or silver. Paper money is rare in Dodge, and you know it.
I don't remember who gave them to me, and what difference does it make? They're good, aren't they?
Yeah. And they were stolen from a man who disappeared from a blood-stained room in El Paso, Texas.
How do you know?
Because Wells Fargo records the serial number of every banknote they ship. And these numbers match.
Oh, but
The man's name was Jim Rankin, in case you've forgotten him in the last 30 days.
Marshal, Jim and I were going to be married.
We're going to be married.
Is it that unbelievable?
It's just that Jim never mentioned it, that's all.
He knew what you'd say.
When did you see him last, Lily?
10 days before he got killed. He went from here to St. Louis and then straight to El Paso.
Did you know his plans, where he was going to stay in El Paso, how much money he was carrying?
What are you trying to say?
I just asked you if you...
Sorry I couldn't make it any sooner.
Will you get out of here, mister? You've got the wrong room.
Yes, I have. Sorry, folks. I was looking for
Wait
somebody
just
else.
a minute. You're a gambler, aren't you? Houseman over at the
That's right, Marshal. Deuce McCoy.
Who were you looking for?
Nobody.
I'll not bother you folks any longer.
McCoy, you wouldn't happen to have any banknotes on you by any chance, would you?
Banknotes? I'm strictly gold standard, Marshal. I got caught with some of that worthless paper trash during the rebellion. My apologies, ma'am, Marshal.
Why are you looking at me that way? I never saw him before in my life.
Lily, if you're in the clear, then I'm sorry for misjudging you.
Oh, you should be.
But if you're not, if you did have anything to do with Jim's murder, I'll bring you in for it if it takes me the rest of my life. 3 days went by, and things stayed pretty much the same. I found out Jim Rankin had told a couple of people that he was going to marry Lily. And she could have been telling the truth about the 2 banknotes. Maybe she didn't remember where she'd got them. But she had lied about one thing, about not knowing Deuce McCoy. Word had gotten around town that she and Deuce had been thicker than thieves for a long time. But that didn't help me. Neither one had been out of Dodge in 6 months. And then one evening about 8 o'clock, Kitty came into the office with the news that started a landslide.
Well, Miss Kitty.
Matt, there's something funny going on.
What do you mean, Kitty?
Lily. She didn't show up for work this evening, so I went upstairs looking for her. All her clothes, her costumes, they're gone. She's cleaned everything out.
You know where she lives?
Yeah, she's got a room at Ellie Grott's place, down south of the Dodge House, a couple of streets.
Yeah, I know where it is. Chester, come on, let's go.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Yes, have an L&M. Enjoy a really modern cigarette. A cigarette that gives you all the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you the flavor you get through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Get L&M today.
Lily wasn't at the rooming house, and nobody there had seen her since mid-afternoon. So Chester and I went back and took a look at her room in the Long Branch. Kitty was right. She'd cleaned out.
Great to goodness, Mr. Dillon, if this ain't the most upset room.
It's kind of a mess, all right.
Things thrown around every which way. Looks like a cyclone hit it.
Somebody was hunting for something.
Well, you'd think Lily'd know where things was at.
It was somebody else, Chester, after Lily had gone.
Well, where do you think she's gone to, Mr. Dillon?
Well, she bought a railroad ticket to Kansas City.
Night train leaves in half an hour.
Yeah, we better get over to the depot. Come on.
You know, it's kindly hard to think ill of a woman as pretty as Lily. Man just can't hardly help believing anything she wants him to.
Yeah, I know.
Marshal, hey, I'm glad you're here. I was just aiming to send a boy over to tell you.
Tell me what, Will?
Well, about them two. They're here. Miss Lily and that there gambler feller, Deuce McCoy.
Oh?
Yeah, he's the one that brought the trunks in, but part of them's hers. He wasn't fooling me none.
Are they both leaving? Is he going with her?
Well, I reckon so. Bought himself a ticket to Kansas City, same as hers. Didn't pay for it with no banknotes, though. He used gold.
Uh-huh. Where are they now, Will?
Well, they've been hanging around down there at the end of the platform. Stayed clear of the light, I figured. Maybe you don't want to draw no attention to themselves. It ain't like Miss Lillian, either. Ordinarily, she'd have herself rigged out fit to kill. Be a strutting around here bold as grass. But
What?
that was down the platform.
Yeah, come on, Chester.
Straight ahead, Marshal. There at the end.
Yeah, I see.
Look, Mr. Dillon, somebody jumped on a horse.
Yeah.
Hold it there!
He's getting away. Couldn't have been nothing but plain luck in the dark like this, Mr. Dillon.
I'd have sworn I had him in my sights.
Marshal!
Yeah.
It's Miss Lillian and that gambler feller. They shot both of them. He's dead.
No. Who was it, Lily? Who shot you?
He came back.
Who?
Jim.
Jim?
I never thought he...
You gonna go after Mr. Dillon?
No, we'll wait till sun up, Chester.
Sun up?
There's no hurry, not now. I got a pretty good idea where Jim will head for.
Mr. Dillon, how can you be so doggone certain he's out here somewhere?
Because I know how he thinks, Chester.
Sir, I never see such a country. Rim rock, gullies, mesquite, plum thickets. We couldn't find him in this stuff in a month of Sundays.
I think he'll find us.
Oh, dear, I'd as leave you wouldn't talk that way. Mr. Dillon gives a man the willies, knowing all the time there might be a gun sight leveled on him and not knowing just when the shot...
Well, you know now, Chester.
Hold it. Right where you are.
He's just by that point of rim rock.
Oh, forget it. He's got perfect cover.
Is that you, Matt?
Yeah, it's me, Jim.
Leave your gun. Come up here. Come alone.
Stay here with the horses, Chester.
Don't do it, Mr. Dillon. You don't know what he's up to.
Only one way to find out. Here, take my gun.
Well, I just don't like this. I don't like it.
Over this way, Matt.
Matt, you're a fool. I could have shot you dead.
I was betting you wouldn't.
Why did it have to be you?
That's the difference, Jim. It had been somebody sooner or later.
You knew it was me, or you wouldn't have come here. How did you know, Matt?
Lily told me. Before she died.
I'm sorry about that. In a way. Last night I went to her room and found she'd taken the money and run out on me. I've been living down along the river bottom since I rode up from El Paso. I was...
Huh. What's the matter, Jim?
It was pretty good shooting last night, Matt. Dark as it was.
Well, we better get you in the dock.
No. Forget it, Matt. I know how I stand. Lily never did mean to marry me, man. She told me last night there on the station platform. And then she laughed.
Take it easy, Jim.
She helped me plan that fake robbery in El Paso. She was all for it, I thought.
But she was all for the money, not for me. Never known a woman like Lily. All fire and diamonds and soft as a kitten.
Yeah.
You're funny. I know I'd do the same thing again. If she asked me to, what do you think of that?
I'm not your judge, Jim.
Matt, remember the time we rode out of San Antonio and we rode from San Antonio?
Yeah, I remember, Jim. We were planning to ride down to Laredo and see if we could. Jim? Yeah, Jim. I remember.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. When you're at home and use a match to light a cigarette or the stove, what do you do with that match when you're through with it? You make sure it's out, of course. After all, you don't want to have the house burned down. For the same reason, you wouldn't think of leaving the kitchen stove blazing away when you left home. But some of us forget these precautions when we're in the woods. Some folks will stroll through heavily wooded country, light a cigarette, and casually toss the match away without bothering to see if it's out. They'll also toss the cigarette butt away, still burning. And if they've been using a campfire, they may even leave that to smolder. From now on, make yourself a committee of one to help prevent forest fires, because forest fires are usually started by just such carelessness. Whenever you're in the woods or driving past a wooded area, break all matches in two before discarding them. Make sure all smokes are completely out, and drown all campfires. Don't leave any sparks behind. They can cost our country millions of dollars in lost timberland. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires. And now, William Conrad.
You know, there were rifles of all makes out on the frontier. Springfields, Henrys, Spencers, Colts, Maynards, Enfields, Sharps, even old flintlocks. And next week, a man discovers it doesn't matter what it's fired from. A bullet kills a man awful fast. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lynn Allen, Tim Graham, Lawrence Dobkin, and John Daner. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Come on into the office if you got time, Kitty.
I better not, Matt. It's late. But thanks for the supper.
It's my pleasure. Yeah, looks like you're going to have a busy night tonight, huh?
Mm.
Front Street's filling up fast.
It'll be busy, all right. 2 trail herds came in today from Texas.
That's money, Kitty. Those boys will leave everything they got here.
They sure go through a lot of misery for the sake of a few nights howl and dodge, don't they? Well, I'd better go start making it worth their while. Say, isn't that Doc's buggy?
What? Yeah, it is. What's that on the seat with him?
Looks like a body wrapped in a blanket.
Yeah, it sure does. Maybe you don't want to see this, Kitty.
I'll stay here.
Hello, Matt.
Who's that, Doc?
Well, he must have been a buffalo hunter. I found him on the south bank of the Pawnee near Turkey Bend. He had a camp there, or he did until somebody came along and shot him.
You mean he was alone?
There was another camp a few miles downriver, but this man was alone.
How did you stop by the other camp?
I figured that'd be your job, Matt. Bringing him in was bad enough.
What do you mean?
Whoever shot him took his head for a souvenir.
What?
It's not a very nice killing, is it, Matt?
I'll ride up there tomorrow, Doc.
It don't look like nobody much is around, Mr. Dillon.
There's a man coming out of the wagon now.
Well, now, there is the one longest, skinniest buffalo hunter I ever seen. He looks like a plucked crow.
Well, he isn't very handsome, is he?
Well, there must be out hunting, huh?
Hello. Where's the rest of your outfit?
There ain't but 3 of us. That's counting the woman.
Oh, you got a woman out here?
Abby. She belongs to Ben Seipel.
Now, what's your name?
I'm Earl Tix, but I ain't sure I care to do any more talking.
You'll talk. And you can start by telling me if you know anything about the hunter who was camped a couple of miles upriver from here.
I don't know nothing about nobody, mister.
That man was killed, Tix. He was shot. And somebody ran off with his head.
Oh, he done that, huh?
My name's Dillon, Tix. I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Don't turn around, mister.
In the wagon behind you, Mr. Dillon. He's holding as sharp as 50.
It'll shoot, too. It'll make an awful big hole in a man. You just stand steady. Get the gun sticks. Sure. It's better. You can turn around now.
Ben Seifel, huh?
I'm an alligator, mister. I can treat people terrible.
Like cutting their heads off?
Ain't nobody gonna come into my camp and start saying murder. Not to Ben Seifel, they ain't.
If you didn't do it, you got no cause to worry, Seifel.
I got no cause to worry. You standing there with a big 50 aimed at your belly. He ain't no marshal anyway.
Now, you look here. You two stop acting so crazy. Didn't you never hear Marshal Dillon?
There's no sign on him. Where's his badge?
I don't happen to be wearing a badge, Tix.
Go carve some thong out of one of them hides, Tix, and put it to soak. We'll tie these two up for the night.
Tie them up?
Do what I tell you, Tix.
Sure. Hello, Abby.
What's going on, Ben?
You get the wash done?
Yeah. I strung it in the brush to dry.
And get to cooking supper. I'm hungry.
We feeding them, too?
No, we ain't feeding them.
Well, then what are they doing here?
They come talking of murder. I feel like shooting them for it.
No, Ben.
I kill them, I'll make you watch, Abby.
Ben, someday somebody's going to kill you. They got to.
You cook a good supper, Abby. I'm real hungry.
Introducing one of the country's best-known jazz musicians and arrangers, Mr. Bobby Haggart. How about whistling along with him?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Must have been laying here for hours. I just can't hardly move, Mr. Dillon.
Tix is pretty handy at tying people up.
Yeah, but it ain't him bothers me as much as Ben Seifel. That man is crazy.
I'd known how crazy I'd have taken my chances when he first started talking. Yeah, we're in a bad spot here, Chester.
Maybe Abby can do something. She sure hates him.
Yeah, I know. Now, she's been looking over this way. Hey, wait a minute. She's leaving the fire now.
I hope we don't see her. Look, she's coming here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
You must be right hungry.
It's not food we need, Abby.
I know. But if I cut you loose, he'd kill me.
We wouldn't go off and leave you to face him.
You wouldn't.
Abby, all men aren't like Ben Seifel and Earl Tix. You can trust me and Chester here.
You're really a marshal?
I am.
I'll do it, Marshal. When he's asleep, I'll do it.
I knew she would. I told you.
Abby?
He's seen me.
Hey there, Abby. Now, what you been talking about, Abby? You been making plans, maybe?
No, I was on my way to the river. I wasn't talking.
You wasn't, huh? Well, I think I'll go to the river with you.
No.
Walk ahead of me, Abby.
What kind of a man are you, Seifel? You take it out on me if you have to, but not her.
I'll take it out on both of you.
You dirty dog, Seifel.
Oh, shut up. Get going, Abby.
Mr. Dillon, you hurt? Mr. Dillon?
No, I'll be all right, Chester. That man's got a big foot.
Kick a man in the face that way? He ought to be hung.
I'll hang him myself if we ever get out of this.
It don't look too good for us, does it?
No, not now.
That poor Abby. What does she stay with a man like him for?
Yeah, maybe she's never had a chance to get away.
It'd be a miserable enough life without being tied to a murderer.
Be quiet, Chester. Here comes Earl Tix.
Where's he been all this time?
I don't know, but he's moving pretty fast.
And what's the rifle for?
Where's Seifel? Tell me where he went.
What's the trouble, Tix?
Where is he?
He went down to the river.
What for? Seifel! Go ahead, Seifel!
I'm coming.
You better hurry. We got to get out of here.
What?
What are you yelling about, Tix?
We got to get going, Seifel. Right now.
Get going? What for?
Injuns. I heard them out there yapping at each other like coyotes.
You sure?
I know Injuns when I hear them.
We can't get out of here with that wagon, Tix.
You ain't fighting no Injuns over a wagon. Where's the woman?
Never mind her. Let's get our horses and ride.
Oh, what about these two?
Leave 'em for the Injuns.
And their horses, too?
I ain't no horse thief. Come on.
Day is breaking, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I guess them Indians will be coming soon. Funny how a man gets to thinking things, ain't it?
Oh, like what, Chester?
Well, like how I'd like to see one of them circuses before I die.
Huh? A circus?
Oh, I spend an awful lot of time thinking about that. Wondering what lions and tigers and stuff like that looks like.
Quiet. Yeah, I guess Tex was right.
I just hope they see we're tied up and helpless before they start planting arrows in us.
Look over there. Just beyond the wagon.
He's got a rifle. He's signaling with it.
And there are 4 more, too. 5.
Look, he's signaling them others to stay back. Fierce looking, ain't he?
Steady now, no more talking.
No understand. You hunt buffalo?
Mr. Dillon.
Buffalo hunter gone. Leave us like this.
Leave you for Pawnee to kill? Why?
We big enemies.
You know hunt buffalo?
No.
We kill buffalo hunter. Pawnee. Teach white man. Leave buffalo to Pawnee. Cut off whole head.
Why, they killed that man.
Wait a minute, Chester. Listen. Buffalo hunter want you kill us. Buffalo hunter gone. You know catch now. You let us go, we find Buffalo hunter. Big enemy. We take care of Buffalo hunter for you.
Where's he going?
He's going to have a talk with the others, I guess.
That was awful smart of you, Mr. Dillon.
Maybe, if it works.
It makes sense.
Well, it does to us, Chester. I just hope it will to them.
Looks like they've decided.
And at least it didn't take them long.
Oh, here he comes. Got his knife out. He's doing it. He's cutting us loose.
Yeah.
It worked. It worked. But he cut us loose and never said a word.
What difference does it make, Chester? We're free. There they go.
Oh, my, it feels good to stand up, don't it?
Yeah, it sure does, Chester.
Look, they ain't even taking our horses.
Well, I guess they figure we can't chase buffalo hunters on foot.
What's that?
Marshal.
Oh, that's Abby.
Yonder she is, laying in them weeds.
Marshal.
Oh, she looks terrible.
Well, at least he didn't kill her. You hurt bad, Abby.
He hit me. He hit me something awful.
Chester, go hitch our horses to that wagon.
Yes, sir.
Marshal.
That's all right, Abby. We're going to take you to Dodge. And nobody's ever going to hit you again. I promise you that.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your kitchen? Getting ready for Sunday supper? Maybe in your living room, relaxing? Or out driving? Say, be sure and watch the road. But remember, there's pleasure ahead when you smoke Chesterfield. When you satisfy yourself with Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. It stands to reason. A cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Hello, Matt.
Come in, Doc.
My, hot today, isn't it?
Is that what you came to tell me?
No, I came to tell you nothing. Oh, except I ran into Kitty down at the depot. She and Abby were watching the Santa Fe come in.
Uh-huh.
They said they might come by and say hello on their way back.
Ah, good.
Oh, my, that Abby's looking better every day, isn't she?
Well, between you and Kitty, she's been getting some pretty good care.
Yeah, she deserves it.
You know, she's already talking about finding a job.
I know, Matt. I think she's going to be real happy. Oh, that's Kitty.
Matt, hurry.
Kitty, what's the matter?
It's that man, that Ben Seipel.
Seipels and Doc?
Yeah. He came up to Abby and grabbed her by the arm and dragged her off toward his wagon.
Huh?
Chester saw it, too. He thought he'd better stay nearby while I went for you.
Where are they now?
Across the street there, by that wagon.
Now, you wait here, Kitty.
Don't let him hurt her anymore, Matt.
He's just been talking to her so far, Mr. Dillon.
Has he seen you, Chester?
No, sir, and neither's Earl Tix.
Yeah. They're in for a big surprise. You keep an eye on Tix, huh?
Yes, sir, I will.
What are you telling me lies for, Abby? You want another beating?
That's enough, Seipel.
She wasn't lying. You really are a marshal, huh?
Abby,
Yes?
you can go with Seipel if you want. But if you don't want to, you'll have to kill me first, and I don't think you can do it.
What are you saying? This ain't no business of the law.
Shut up. You make your choice, Abby.
Kitty's waiting for me.
Come back here, Abby. You keep your hands off me.
Seipel, you broke a promise I made to her.
What?
I told her nobody'd ever hit her again.
You interfering with my right to beat her when I want?
Yeah.
You're talking awful big, Marshal.
Has everybody always been afraid of you, Seipel?
They have. And for good reason.
And you're about to lose that reputation, Seipel. For
Tex, come here.
No. Get moving like you tell me.
No. You can't beat me, Marshal. It wasn't me done nothing.
Chester'll help you throw Seipel into the wagon. Then you drive him out of Dodge, and you keep on driving, Tex.
Oh, I will.
I don't mean for a few days. I mean for weeks. You're through on the prairie, Tex, you and Seipel both. So say goodbye to this land. If I see you on it again, you'll rot.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, during the frontier cattle-sheep wars, men used the expression rimrock, meaning to run down or kill. Well, next week, a man tries to rimrock somebody and dies for his trouble. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, John Daner, Helen Klebe, and Lawrence Dobkin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Yes, have an L&M. No other cigarette you can buy, plain or filter, gives you the full, exciting flavor you get through the pure white L&M Miracle Tip. Through the modern Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Here comes old Santa Fe, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, and on time, too.
What's this dude we're meeting look like, anyway?
Well, like any other 20-year-old, I guess, Chester. He's lived back in Philadelphia since he was 5, since his ma and Cleve busted up.
Well, guess we'll recognize him all right.
Oh, well, Matt. Chester.
Hello, Doc. What are you doing down here?
Oh, just looking over the new arrivals, seeing how many unhealthy ones I can count on.
Good gracious sake, will you look at that?
Look at what? That right there, look. Oh, well, if that isn't the blossom of blooming youth.
I think that's the boy we're supposed to meet.
Him? That's old man Cleveland's son?
Cleveland? Matt, you mean that swaggering old roughneck's got a son who dresses like that?
You can't always tell by appearances, Doc. Hey, Tom?
He's sure giving the depot loafer something to choke up over, ain't he?
Yes, sir?
You are Tom Cleveland, aren't you?
Yes, sir, I am.
I'm Matt Dillon. I'm Marshal here in Dodge.
Pleasure, Marshal Dillon.
Your dad couldn't get in today, and he asked me to meet you and get you started out to the ranch.
It's very kind of you, Marshal. This is all new to me.
Huh? Well, you'll get used to it.
I hope so, but right now everyone seems to be amused at something.
Well, the boys around here aren't much used to such style, I guess.
In Philadelphia, they told me this was the correct Western attire.
Well, it's not quite. At any rate, your father left a saddle horse for you at the livery stable.
Saddle horse.
Uh-huh.
Well, isn't there any means of public conveyance?
Well, I'm afraid we don't have any public conveyances in Dodge, Tom.
But I don't ride too well, except on a flat saddle.
A flat saddle? I never heard of such a thing.
Oh, this is Chester Proudfoot, Tom Cleveland.
How do you do, sir?
How do you... Your daddy's sure going to have himself a chore with you.
Chester.
You know, it's strange having a father after all these years. What sort of a man is he, Marshal?
Your dad? No, I guess he's just an ordinary frontier cattleman.
Well, I guess we'll get on all right.
Yeah, well, I hope you will, Tom.
Now, watch this, Matt. You ready, Tom?
Anytime, Dad.
He's fast, Matt. He's a lot faster than I was at his age.
That's so.
Gun in your holster, son, and eyes shut till the bottle's in there. All right. Draw! Did you see it, Matt? You see it?
Yeah, it's good shooting, Tom.
Thank you, sir.
Gets 4 out of 5 of them every time, right out there.
Another month, and I'll be hitting 5 out of 5.
I don't doubt it. Well, Cleve, I better be getting on into town.
Nice to see you again, Marshal.
Same here, Tom.
Me and my boy's been working like this, Matt, 3-4 hours a day for pretty near 2 months now. He's a born gun handler.
Yeah, he's that, all right.
When he come here and I heard how they laughed at him, Matt, I decided I was going to make a man out of that boy if it killed me.
Now, the idea is good, Cleve. But there's more to it than gunslinging. You can make a good shot in 2 months, but it takes longer to turn a boy into a man.
Well, maybe. But he'll be treated like one, same as I always been treated. I've stood up to the best of them, Matt. You know that.
Uh-huh.
Like that time in Tascosa when I outdrawed the Waco kid.
Yeah,
He
I
was
know,
at the
Cleve.
hitcher.
But times are changing. The law's here now, and the law asks questions. So, just don't push him too fast, huh? Give him a chance to find something.
Find what?
I'm not real sure, Cleve, but I know one thing. He's not going to find it in a pistol holster.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Today, all over the country, more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. And it's all because only L&M gives you full, exciting flavor through the pure white miracle tip. L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So free up, freshen up your taste, live modern, change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
It's a nice night, Mr. Dillon. Cold and clear as a cake of ice.
Yeah, it's going to be a little frosty before morning.
I can remember nights like this back in Texas. With the air so gall-darn sharp you could hear a church bell 10 miles away.
Uh-huh. A lot of time you ever spent listening to church bells, Chester.
Well, I could have heard him if I'd have been a mind to.
Uh-huh.
Well, sakes, there's Miss Kitty across the street.
What?
If she don't put a wrap on, she's going to catch her death.
Come on, Chester. What's the trouble, Kitty?
Oh, it's Matt. Thank heaven, I'm trying to find Mr. Cleveland.
Was something wrong?
Yeah, he's got to get that boy of his out of the Long Branch. He brought him in earlier and then left him there, and Tom's been drinking too much.
Nah, that's Cleve's way of making a man out of him.
Well, they better make him a quieter one or he won't live long enough to be a man.
What's going on?
The boy's talking too much. Cleve started it himself, bragging all over the place. You know how he is.
Yeah, I know.
Well, after you left, the boys took it up and kept prodding Tom until... Well, he's just asking for trouble, Matt. Somebody's got to get him out of there.
Well, they're just having a little fun, Kitty. It won't come to anything.
Matt, you don't know who the kid's up against. Brawley Star's in there.
Brawley Star?
Tom's already got him pretty riled, and Brawley's not one to take it long. Matt?
Stay here, Kitty. One side, please. Let me through here, will you?
Beat you to it this time, Matt.
How bad is he, Doc?
Just a bullet in the arm. Doesn't amount to much.
How'd he feel, Tom?
Sick, Marshal.
Now, here, let's get over there under the lamp, son. We'll jerk that bullet out and have you fixed up in no time at all.
How'd it happen, boy? Who did it?
I reckon I'm the guilty party, Marshal.
Well, I didn't know you were in town, Brawley.
I just got here this afternoon.
Doesn't take you long, does it?
Marshal Dillon, I hope you won't take any official action in this. It was a fair draw.
You better go on over there and let Doc dig that bullet out, Tom.
Come on, boy.
It was just an argument, Marshal. He outdrew me.
Doc's waiting for you.
Yes, sir.
You're picking kind of easy game, aren't you, Brawley?
He picked. I didn't.
Got business in Dodge, have you?
Maybe. I ain't been here long enough to tell.
You're just a half-baked kid, Brawley.
Man's got a gun on his hip. He ain't a kid.
You saw he was on the prod. You ought to have known enough to give him room.
Most folks give me room, Marshal. And I didn't have to shoot him in the arm, you know.
No, you didn't.
Tom? Tom, you all right?
It's nothing, Dad.
Who's done it, boy? Who done it? Who's a dirty rat shot you in the back?
He's kind of mouthy, ain't he?
It's a boy's father.
Matt? Matt. Where's the sneak that caught my boy with his back turned?
I shot him, mister, and his back wasn't turned.
You're a filthy liar.
All right, hold it, both of you. Now talk soft and keep your hands on the bar.
You'll answer to me for this. And you won't be facing up to no half-grown kid.
All right, mister. Let's say 11 o'clock in the morning. I'll wait for you at the livery stable.
Good enough.
Just ask for Brawley Star.
Brawley Star?
Good night, Marshal. See you in the morning, mister.
What have I done, Matt?
Well, I'd say you got yourself in about as much trouble as you can handle, Cleve. Maybe more than you can handle.
Happy holidays from L&M. And here's how to say it to your friends. Give modern. Give L&M holiday cartons. L&M holiday cartons are gay, handsome. A gift that says both you and your friends know how to
live modern. Live modern. Live modern.
free up, freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Remember, when you smoke L&M, you always get full, exciting flavor through the L&M Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So smoke L&M, and remember, your friends appreciate your gift of L&M holiday cartons.
Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
Pretty near 11 o'clock, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I know, Chester. Will you turn that stove damper down? Huh? It's getting kind of hot in here.
You just gonna sit here?
Yeah, I guess so.
But Brawley Star will kill him.
Chester, the one thing the law can't do is keep a fool from being a fool.
Well, I know, but...
Brawley's up there at the stable, leaning on the hitch and rail, minding his own business. I got no reason to bother him. And if Cleve jumps him, it'll be self-defense, and I still got no reason.
Yeah, but maybe Cleve won't draw first.
He will. Brawley will make sure of that. Oh, morning, Kitty.
Oh, Miss Kitty?
Matt, I seem to be making a habit of running to you about the Clevelands.
Yeah, you and Chester both. What's wrong now?
What's the old man, Cleve? He's sitting over there in the Long Branch drinking. Been at it for 2 hours.
Oh? I didn't even know he was in town yet.
Matt, he acts sort of crazy. Will you come talk to him at least?
Yeah, sure, Kitty. morning, Cleve.
What are you doing here?
Mind if I sit down?
All right, if you want to.
Thanks. Well, looks like you've taken on a fair-sized load there.
What's the difference?
It's a bad state to be in for a man about to walk into a gunfight.
I'm all right. Don't worry none about me.
Brawley's fast, Cleve, as fast as they come. You got a lot of nerve to give him even better odds by getting yourself drunk.
It's my business, ain't it?
Of course, the man that faced down the Waco kid doesn't have much to worry about, I guess, huh?
No, wait.
Except that Brawley's the man who killed the kid a few years later in El Paso. You know, you're a fool, Cleve. Why didn't you stay home this morning?
I had to come. They laughed at me.
Cleve, you've never even seen the Waco kid or any of the others you brag about.
No.
You've never been in a gunfight in your life.
It ain't true.
It is true, and you know it. As long as it stayed just harmless talk, it didn't matter much, but you started filling your boy full of it, trying to make him into something you never were. And last night you nearly got him killed by it.
Oh, boy's got to know how to take care of himself.
Taking care of himself's one thing. Mouthing off till he gets a bullet through his arm's another. It could just as well have been his heart. Brawley let him off easy. And now you're going up there and get yourself killed.
No, I ain't. I can't do it. I'm trying to drink myself up to it. And I can't. Matt, I'm a coward.
Forget it, Cleve. Every man runs into somebody who can put the Indian sign on him.
What's the boy?
Kitty?
Yeah, Ma.
Take care of him, will you? Get him upstairs. It's something you can do a whole lot better than I can.
Yeah, sure.
John,
Yeah, Chester.
you better come quick.
Now, what is it?
Tom's out there in the street. He's wearing a gun, and he's headed for the livery stable.
All right, let's go. Kid must be out of his head.
There he is.
Tom Cleveland.
Yes, sir.
Hold up a minute, will you? Where you going, Tom?
You know where I'm going, Marshal. It's my fight. I started it. Dad didn't.
I don't know who started it, but I know who's going to stop it. Take his gun, Chester.
Now, wait.
Shut up. Now, you stay here and don't move. Chester, if he tries to get away, put a bullet through his other arm.
I'll be happy to.
Well, now, I wasn't exactly looking to see you this morning, Marshal. You ain't here to stand up for somebody else, are you?
Just standing up for the law, Brawley.
Well, to my knowing, there ain't no law been broke.
Call it law and order, then. And a gunfight's not very orderly.
Well, I sure don't aim to do no shooting unless somebody shoots at me first.
Nobody's going to, Brawley. Cleveland's not going to show.
Oh? Kind of had a feeling he wouldn't. He looked a little crawly last night. Just a big wind, no rain.
His boy feels different, though. I just stopped him up the street there. He was heading down here to face you.
Well, I'll say one thing. The yearling ain't got much sense, but he's sure full of vinegar.
He's a good kid, Brawley, in spite of what his dad's done to him. I wouldn't want anything to happen to him.
You won't, as long as he stays shy of me.
Now, there's one way to make sure of that. You got a horse there in the stable. Get it and ride.
The law say that, Marshal.
I said it, Brawley.
You really run your town, don't you? All right, Marshal, I got no reason to stay. I'll ride.
Good. So long, Brawley.
Yeah, I'll be seeing you, Marshal.
had me worried stiff, Mr. Dillon. What happened anyhow?
Nothing much. Tom, Brawley's riding out of town. And you better get on back out to the ranch.
I have to find my father first. He's in town somewhere.
He'll be out later, Tom.
He's drunk, isn't he?
Well,
It's all right, Marshal. I understand him rather well, I think. He's something of a braggart and a liar. And most likely a coward.
Now, wait a minute,
Oh, don't
Tom.
worry. I'll never let him find out I know. After all, he's my father.
Well, then maybe you can help him grow up, huh? Maybe you can make a man out of him.
I hope so, sir.
You know something, Tom? I think you will.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. In 1900, 20 miles an hour very often was excessive speed. But in 1900, as now, speed is a relative concept. It's relative, for instance, to traffic conditions. An empty highway is safer than a crowded one. It's relative to the time of day. Dusk, dawn, and night driving is more hazardous than daylight. It's relative to weather conditions. Rain, sleet, and snow means slow down, even on highways that are posted for high maximum speed limits. In other words, safe speed is a question of driver's judgment. Police patrols can pick up a few of the most careless drivers, but the policeman that counts the most is the one you carry in your own head. When he tells you to slow down and stop taking chances, listen to him. The life you save may be your own. This has been a CBS Radio public service announcement. And now, William Conrad.
You know, on the frontier, if a girl was looking for a husband, they used to say she's throwing a mighty wide loop. Well, next week, a girl catches a husband right enough, but not the one she wants. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Sam Edwards, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Every man who comes to Dodge doesn't spell trouble, but sometimes a stranger rides in who, to my eye, has it written all over him. This one I first noticed walking slowly up and down the plaza, taking every detail in of the buildings, of the crowd, of the street. You might have thought he was figuring to buy the place. But after 2 days of his walking and sitting and watching, I decided that maybe that wasn't exactly what he had in mind.
You looking for somebody, mister?
You've been in Dodge long enough, stranger. You know who I am.
Marshal Dillon.
If there's anything about this town you haven't found out, maybe I can help you.
This is the first civilization I've seen in months, Marshal. Just trying to get used to it again. By the way, my name is Cole Yankton. Well, it ain't no summer name, Marshal, if that's what you're thinking.
What do you do that keeps you away from civilization, Yankton?
Oh, I've been horse trading, around among the settlers, a few peaceful Indians.
Uh-huh. But you're done with that now, huh?
I sold what I had. Come out pretty good, too.
You know, most men who come here with a stake spend it gambling. I haven't seen you near a saloon yet.
I'll look them over later.
You aiming to stay here long?
I come here to take the Santa Fe to Wichita, Marshal.
Well, it goes every day.
You got something against me?
No, not yet.
I guess being a lawman, you gotta be suspicious of everybody, don't you?
Not everybody.
There's nothing wrong with me, Marshal. Now, don't you worry about a thing.
I won't, Yankton.
Good.
I'm gonna let you do the worrying.
Matt, I figure this saloon's about to go broke.
Oh, why's that, Kitty?
Well, they've almost stopped the water and the whiskey.
Oh?
I swear they're pouring at least half and a half these days.
Kitty, Sam's got to make it last, you know.
1 barrel for the whole winter?
Well, the less people drink, the less trouble they make for me.
Ah, that's being selfish.
Oh.
Huh?
I wondered how long he'd hold out.
What? Who are you talking about?
The man at the door over there. He's been in town 2 days, and this is the first time I know he's come into a saloon. What? Kitty, what's the matter?
Nothing, Matt. Nothing.
Oh, you're staring at him like he was a ghost or something.
A ghost.
Well, what is it, Kitty? Do you know him?
Cole Yankton.
Well, who is he? Well, what do you know about him?
He's coming over here. Excuse me, Matt.
No, wait a minute, Kitty. What?
Evening, Marshal.
Hello, Yankton.
Your girl took off.
Uh-huh.
She's going out the back door. She's really leaving.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Now, why'd she do that, Marshal?
I wouldn't know, Yankton.
You ain't even curious?
I don't figure it's any of my business.
Maybe you're right, Marshal. Maybe it ain't.
Like I said, Yankton, You worry about it. Good night.
Good night, Marshal.
Introducing one of the country's best-known jazz musicians and arrangers, Mr. Bobby Haggart. How about whistling along with him?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Look at him, Chester. Sitting there half asleep in the sun, and crime is being committed all over town. Widows are being robbed, old men are getting their throats cut, little children are being sold into slavery. And there sits the law, sucking on a straw while he digests his dinner.
My golly, Doc, he don't look none too lively.
If I had a gun, I'd shoot his heels off.
I'll lend you mine.
Why don't you two sit down and quit bragging? Huh?
Yeah, we better do it too, Chester. It'll make him look less conspicuous.
You know, this is one part of my job I take pleasure in, Doc.
You know something? I wouldn't hire either one of you to drive a tent peg in quicksand.
Don't answer him, Chester. That's his bad conscience talking.
Doc, did you ever hear of a man doing a little thinking once in a while?
Always thinking. And what would you be thinking so hard about, Marshal?
Well, I tell you, Doc. Cole Yankton over there.
Oh?
That's him standing right across the street.
Where? Oh, yes, I know. I saw him this morning.
This morning? Where?
In the plaza. He was asking where he could find Kitty. Said he wanted to talk to her.
Well.
Now, that's all right, Chester. Why shouldn't he be talking to Kitty?
Well, no reason, I guess.
You don't fool me, Mad Dillon. You're wondering why as much as everybody else.
Kitty knows lots of people, Doc.
Oh, yes. People like Cole Yankton, outlaws.
Look, there's Miss Kitty.
So she's going to run right into him.
You stopped her. I guess he's going to get to talk to her, all right.
But he isn't, Chester. He's just kind of smiling at her.
Well, that sure didn't last long. Where's he going now?
He's taking his horse. Looks like he's leaving town, Matt.
Yonder he goes.
Well, that's good riddance. You can forget about him, Matt.
Yeah, maybe.
Why don't you ask Miss Kitty about him, Mr. Dillon? You said you was having supper with her tonight, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right, Chester. I'm having supper with her.
You like the enchiladas, Matt?
Well, I'd like 'em better if I knew what they were using for meat, Kitty.
Haven't you ever been here before?
No, not often. Yeah, for one thing, it's too long a walk. This place is hardly part of Dodge.
Now, just 'cause it's at the edge of town. I don't think you like Mexican food, Matt.
I grew up on it, Kitty.
Well, the walk's good for you. Gives you an appetite.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Is that why you brought me clear out here?
I get tired of eating at Delmonico's and those places. Change is good for you once in a while.
Yeah, sure, it's good for you. As long as it's for the better.
There's nothing wrong with this food. I think it's delicious.
Uh-huh. Have you tried this coffee?
I wasn't talking about the coffee.
Well, you take cornmeal and molasses and you fry it together till it turns to powder. Then you boil that with water and you got coffee.
Is that how they make it?
Well, that's how they make it here.
Well, I like it.
Well, you don't have to, you know. It's not going to cost me much.
Then you ought to be grateful I made us come here.
Oh, I am, Kitty. I sure am.
Matt.
Yeah.
You haven't asked me about Cole Yankton.
No, I haven't, Kitty. Why should I?
Mr. Dillon, I swear I thought I'd never find you. What are you doing way out here?
Is something wrong, Chester?
Only the bank got held up. 3 men, they took over $10,000.
When?
A while ago, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Was anybody hurt, Chester?
There was a few shots fired, but nobody got hit I know of.
What, any idea who it was?
Yes, sir. One of them, anyway.
Well, who?
Cole Yankton.
Matt.
We'll talk about it later, Kitty.
I brought your horse, Mr. Dillon, and we better get going or we won't never find him.
All Chester knew was that Cole Yankton and his partners had headed south out of Dodge. So we started after him. We rode blind for a few hours. I was about to give it up and wait for daylight when we ran into a cowboy who'd heard him ride past him in the dark. When I told him who I was, he told me the only place in the whole country where they might be hiding. And an hour later, Chester and I were crawling on our bellies up to a half-fallen shack that lay under a small bluff.
They ain't even hiding in the shack. They got a fire going outside.
They'd have been safe enough if it hadn't been for that cowpuncher, Chester.
Yankton's the one laying on the ground, ain't he?
Yeah. Quiet now. Just hold it up, Chester, and listen.
Don't worry. Won't nobody find us tonight.
Come on, let's get a little closer.
There's only 2 of them, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. The other one's probably in the shack. Listen.
How are they going to find it? Ain't bloodhound.
Well, they don't like it, I tell you. Another thing, Yankton. What were them men doing in the bank? It was always empty at that hour.
Can't find out everything in 2 days, can I?
No, I guess not. I still give you credit for one thing, Yankton. At least that tin-horn marshal never showed up.
Don't give me credit for it.
What he means,
So
kid,
hard
Mr.
to know
Dillon.
it's about.
He means she was in on
Didn't
it.
that gal help you out? What's her name?
My name's Kitty, and I don't want to talk about it.
Hey, you talked about enough what we got to dodge.
Look, the marshal was out of the way, wasn't he?
That's what I said.
And that's all you need to know. Now leave Kitty out of this.
You're awful touchy about it, ain't you, Yankton?
You shut up, or I'll put a
Chester.
bullet in you.
Yes, sir.
There
You
now,
watch for the
Brown.
man in the shack. I'm going to move in on these 2. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I will.
All right, you men are covered. Get your hands up.
Shoot him.
I got that fella in the door, Mr. Dillon.
I gave up, Marshal. Don't shoot.
Well, we got 'em all but him.
All right, keep your hands up, Yankton.
You're up.
All right, get on your feet.
No, I can't, Marshal. I'm too dizzy.
What?
I got hit. Marshal, I
Got him, too, I guess, Mr. Dillon.
Yankton? He's bleeding all right, Chester, but he's not dead.
Say, looks like an old cart of some kind over there, Mr. Dillon. If it ain't busted, maybe we can hitch it up and carry him back to Dodge.
Yeah. Well, let's find that money first, then we'll try it.
All right. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. What, Chester?
It's kind of bad about Miss Kitty, ain't it?
Say, where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your car? Getting ready for dinner? Oh, I see. Just relaxing in your favorite easy chair. I'd say you're in a good spot right now to really enjoy Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. A more perfectly packed cigarette gives you an open, easy draw that unlocks all the better taste and mildness of fine tobaccos. And Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, is more perfectly packed, with an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Remember, to the touch, to the taste.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
By Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Hello, Mac.
How is he, Doc?
I've done all I can for him, Mac.
I ain't gonna make it. I never thought I would.
Now, don't give up, Yankton. There's always a chance.
My partners, they're both dead, ain't they, Marshal?
We buried them before we brought you in, Yankton.
Come in. Oh, well, Kitty.
I had to come. I heard he was here.
Hello, Kitty. You got a bullet in me, Kitty.
I know.
Out on the street there yesterday, I had it in mind to ask you something, but when I got close to you, I knew I couldn't. And I'm glad, because things didn't work out so good.
No. I'm sorry, Cole. I'm real sorry.
Thank you for coming, Kitty. I won't bother you no more.
He's dead. Here, I'll cover him up.
Matt.
No, Kitty. You don't have to explain anything.
Yes, I do. I want you to hear, too, Doc.
I'm listening.
You both think I tried to help him, don't you?
Well, it sure looks like you did, Kitty.
I know.
And I guess I'd have to hear you say it before I'd believe it.
I stand with Matt, Kitty.
Thanks, Doc. Matt.
I'll tell you what, let's forget about it, Kitty, huh?
No. I want to tell you something about Cole Yankton. He's been in California for years. That's why you never heard of him. Well, I've heard of him. I know what he's been doing. I think he came here because he thought I'd help him. But then he did a nice thing, Matt. He didn't ask me to. He didn't make me say no.
Well, then I guess he wasn't so bad after all, Kitty.
Poor Yankton. New Orleans. I was just a girl. He's the first man I ever knew. The first grown man.
Yankton was a fool, Matt.
Yeah.
He should have stayed with that girl.
Yeah, she's all right, isn't she, Doc?
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobacco.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield. Mild. Yet they satisfy the most.
You know, to compliment a Westerner, you might say, he'll do to ride the river with. That means that he's courageous and honest. But next week, when a man rides the river, he dies. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin and Barney Phillips. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Smokers, this is it. L&M filters. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today.
L&M, so good to your taste.
So quick on the draw.
Get L&M today.
Relax with L&M. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, There's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Look yonder, Mr. Dillon. It's Jeb Wingate, ain't it?
Yeah. I just hope he doesn't want to find some shade and talk for an hour. I want to get back to Dodge.
There ain't no shade to find around here. Lessons throw that little rise.
Hello, Marshal. Chester?
Hello, Jeb.
How are you, Jeb?
Hey, that's fine. You fellas are carrying lariat ropes.
Oh, what's up, Jeb? You want somebody hung?
No, it ain't that. It's to help a poor fella out the other side of the mound there. He's got an old chewed-up single-tree wagon. Now his traces are busted.
Well, can't he tie them together?
Oh, they're too short already. I was riding over to my place for some rope, but maybe you can save me the trip.
I will help him, Jeb. Is he a friend of yours?
Oh, I never seen him before. Some poor, half-starved pilgrim. I feel kind of sorry for him, though. So you take care of him now.
Yeah, we will, Jeb. So long.
I'll be seeing you in Dodge one of these days.
Goodbye. Oh, Jeb must get awful lonesome living out here all by himself, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, I guess he likes it, Chester.
I don't see no man with no wagon.
You will in a minute. There he is.
Oh, yes. Say, Jeb was sure right. And look at that horse, too.
Yeah, they make quite a pair, don't they? Hello.
Hello.
Here, you could use some rope, mister. Here's 30 feet. That ought to do.
I sure thank you.
Where you headed?
Dodge, I guess.
You come far?
Montana territory.
Well, no wonder.
Another fella, he just left. He was going to help me, too. You live out here?
I'm the marshal in Dodge. You looking for work?
If they'll give it to me. I heard the Santa Fe's laying more track there.
Well, I know the agent. Maybe I can help you.
No, I wouldn't want to get you in no trouble.
Trouble?
I'll come see you. I'll fetch you another rope as soon as I can.
No need for that.
My name's Hook, Marshal. Arden Hook.
That's Chester Proudfoot, Hook.
How do you do?
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Well, we'll be seeing you.
Thank you kindly.
My. He keeps looking around like he thinks somebody's going to hit him any minute.
Well, maybe he's running from something, Chester.
Say, I'll bet that's it. You suppose the law is after him?
What for?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's a murderer.
Oh, what? Flies? Come on, let's do a little ride.
Afternoon, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. Have you seen Chester?
No, haven't.
Well, he was supposed to meet me here. Guess I might as well wait for him, huh?
Chester's been living pretty quiet ever since you two got back to town the other day.
Yeah, he's broke, Kitty.
Being broke never stopped him. But there's a man who's really broke.
Oh, who?
Arden Hook.
What?
The fellow Sam hired yesterday, over there. Haven't you seen him yet? I think he's been poor all his life.
Well, what's he doing for Sam?
Oh, anything. Cleans the place up, mostly. He seems to know you.
Yeah, we ran into him out on the prairie.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
I see you made it, Hook.
Thanks to you. I'll be buying you a new rope soon, Marshal. I got me a job.
Forget the rope. You'll need your money for food and a bed.
Oh, Mr. Noonan give me that shack out back. I can cook some there, too.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, it's going to... Oh, no.
Look. Well, what do you know?
Excuse me, Marshal.
What? Where you going?
Wait a minute, you. Yeah, it's him, all right.
Who are those men, Kitty?
You're Arden
Bill
Huck, ain't
Centers and Ed Hogler.
Yes.
They drift
Don't
in
you
once in
remember
a
us,
while.
Hook? Don't you remember Lawrence back in 56?
Matt, did I tell you that Mr. Podge...
Kitty, wait a minute.
We remember, too.
I want to hear this.
Oh.
We ain't very likely to forget, are we, Senator? No. And neither is any other man who rode with us. Where you been all these years, Hook? Tell us.
I've been around. All over.
I can't think of a single man who's seen you in Missouri for some 20 years.
I didn't mean Missouri.
No, I guess you didn't. Ain't a fitting place for the likes of you, is it? We're wasting time talking to him, Hogler. You work in here, Hook?
Yeah.
Good. We'll have a little talk before we leave town. For old time's sake, huh? You go on about your work now. We'll see you later.
Matt, they're going to do something to him.
They're just a couple of riders, you say, Kitty?
That's all I know about him.
Well, maybe I can find out more.
How?
I think Hook's gone out to his room. Excuse me, Kitty. I'll be back in a little while.
That whistling man, Bobby Haggart, really started something. Tonight, the Calypso Boys join in. Ready, amigos?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
What are the names, Hook? Bill Centers, Ed Hogler?
You heard them?
Yeah, I heard them, but I don't know quite what they were talking about.
It's nothing, Marshal. I used to know them, that's all.
Uh-huh. In Missouri, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
They said something about Lawrence back in 56.
They were just talking.
Lawrence, Kansas. That was the first time it was raided by Missourians. Under General Atchison, wasn't it? You and Centers and Hogler were with him, huh?
All right. I'll tell you. I was there. I raided across the border with him. I helped them sack Lawrence. I even killed a man. I killed him in cold blood. Marshal, he was trying to give up, and I shot him anyway.
The Centers and Hogler don't hold that against you, do they?
Not hardly. Oh, they knew the man. But they didn't care about that.
And why are they after you, Hook?
The war didn't start at Fort Sumter in 61, Marshal. It started in 56, right here in Kansas, at Lawrence.
So?
I'll never know why I killed that man. But I swore I'd never kill another for any cause. So I run away.
There are a lot of men who didn't fight, Hook.
But I started out fighting, and then I quit. They don't forget that. Not in Missouri, they don't. Maybe I am a coward. I don't know. But they're going to kill me, Marshal.
You're sure of that, huh?
I know them. And I know what they're like.
All right. Look, I want you to stay here in Dodge.
And get killed?
And now they've found you, they'll follow you. You're safer in Dodge than you'd be anyplace else.
Well, I guess so.
You leave it to me. You'll be safe.
He'll run off if we don't go get him soon, Hogler.
Where's he going to run to?
Ogler's right. He isn't running anywhere.
What?
Oh, Marshal, huh?
You're Hogler?
You want something, Marshal?
Yeah. I want you to leave Arden Hook alone.
We ain't going to bother Hook, Marshal.
Not if you're smart.
Little coward like that, I wouldn't feel right even touching him.
What happened happened a long time ago. Why keep it alive?
Was you in the war, Marshal?
Yeah, I was in the war. But it's all over, and the sooner everybody forgets about it, the better.
We might have won if it wasn't for cowards like Arden Hook.
All right, there's no use arguing with you. But Hook's gonna stay here. And if anything happens to him, anything at all, I got enough evidence on you two to hang you.
Too bad you found out about all this, Marshal. Yeah, I guess there's nothing we can do now, Sanders.
You mean we're going to let that little coward go?
Yeah, we'll let him go. Who cares about him anyway? Bye, Marshal.
It's awful hot today, Matt.
Well, that's the sun, Doc. You see, it's the sun that makes it hot.
Oh, that's the sun. I was only making a comment. I wasn't asking for a scientific explanation.
Oh, excuse me, Doc. I didn't understand what you wanted.
Yeah, I see. Well, now that you've started it, I can tell you what the heat does to some people.
Oh, good. You tell me about that, will you, Doc?
Hello, Doc.
Hello, Chester.
Has either one of you saw Arden Hook today?
No, I haven't seen him for the past few days.
Why, Chester?
Well, they say Jeb Wingate's looking for him. It might mean a job work, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, I doubt it. Jeb's always said he'd never have anybody working for him.
Well, if it ain't for a job, why would he be looking for him?
Well, I figure that's Jeb's business, don't you?
Yes, but here's Miss Kitty. Maybe she know where he's at.
I don't know why you're so concerned, Chester.
Well, sir, I still think it means a job for him.
Well, this is a busy-looking outfit.
Yeah, how are you, Kitty?
Miss Kitty, have you saw Arden Hook anywhere? It's really important.
No, Chester. Not since he left this noon.
Left? For where?
Well, Jeb Wingate finally found him, and they left.
Where'd they go, Kitty?
Jeb gave him a job, Matt. He hired him on.
There. See? What did I tell you, Mr. See there, Doc? Didn't I tell you? What
You were right, Chester, yeah.
Well, I wish him luck, but I can't see Arden Hook working on a ranch somehow. He's about the last man I'd pick out.
Matt, I've got an idea.
Yeah, what, Doc?
Well, I just remembered something.
Well, tell us.
It's nothing you don't already know if you just have thought of it.
Yeah, but I didn't think of it, Doc.
You ever hear of Lou Wingate?
Yeah, Jeb's talked about him a time or two.
He talks about him a lot.
Hey, wait a minute, Doc. Lou Wingate was killed in the first raid on Lawrence in 56,
That's
wasn't he?
right. Shot down when he was trying to give up. The way Jeb always tells it.
Sanders and Hogler. They went to Jeb and told him who killed his brother.
So he hired Arden Hook. Hired him so as he can have him out there alone, where there'll be no witness.
Chester, go get our horses. It's going to be dark before we get there now.
Say, where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your car? Getting ready for dinner? Oh, I see. Just relaxing in your favorite easy chair. Well, I'd say you're in a good spot right now to really enjoy a Chesterfield. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. It stands to reason. A cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Step easy, Chester.
I am. But I still don't know why we left our horses way back yonder.
Let's get behind that wagon at the side of the barn, and I'll tell you.
Hey, look. There's Jeb Wingate sitting with his back to the window.
Yeah. Here, this ought to do it. Now, the reason we left
Mr. John, somebody's coming. You think they followed us?
Well, I don't know, but they weren't far behind us. Now, don't let them see you now.
No, sir, I won't.
Hey, look at that, Centers. Sit and duck. We can put a rifle bullet through him from here.
It's Hogler and Sanders.
I don't understand this, Hogler.
Why not?
Well, Jeb Wingate said he was going to kill Hook and make it look like an accident, didn't he?
Yeah.
Then why not let him do it?
Because I want Hook killed another way. I want that smart Marshal Dillon to hang him. And I'm going to make him do it.
How?
Kill Wingate, and everybody'll think Hook done it. He's the only man who'd have a reason, ain't he?
Yeah.
All we got to say is he killed Wingate because he is afraid of him. Still murdered.
You're smart, Hogler. I like the idea of Marshal Dillon having to hang him. Well, go ahead, shoot.
I'm going to move out there, Chester. You stay here.
Right in the back.
I got the drop on you, Hogler.
It's Arden Hook. He's got a rifle.
Put that rifle down.
Where'd you come from, Hook?
I heard your horses coming in. I heard most of what you were telling Centers.
He's going to shoot us, Hogler.
I wouldn't shoot nobody. You ought to know that.
And what's the rifle for?
I'll shoot in the air to warn Wingate.
I'll kill you, you do that.
Maybe. But you won't kill Wingate.
There's two of us, Hook, and I can...
All right, that's enough, Hogler.
So, Marshal, get him.
Don't shoot, Marshal. Don't shoot.
Then drop your gun, Centers.
Sure.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Go get Wingate.
Yes, sir, I'll get him.
You killed Hogler, Marshal.
Yeah, I killed him. So I wonder Centers isn't dead, too.
I wasn't going to do nothing.
I didn't want anybody to die.
They'd have killed you and Wingate both if I hadn't stopped him.
I was about to warn them. I was all ready to shoot.
It's too late.
I wasn't going to shoot Wingate, Marshal, honest.
The court can decide that, Centers.
Marshal?
Hello, Jeb.
Chester started telling me what this is all about. I never heard of nothing like it.
Yeah? Well, Arden Hook was ready to give his life for you, Jeb.
I know. And I ain't very proud of myself, Marshal.
You got no cause to be. You know, I'd throw you in jail, but you haven't done anything yet.
I want to do something.
Yeah, what?
Hook, I didn't bring you out here for a job.
I know.
But, well, I'm offering you one now, if you'll stay.
I ain't sure I'm strong enough for this kind of work.
I don't know how to tell him, Marshal.
Why don't you tell him that you've got that kind of strength? Tell him it takes a different kind of strength to be a brave man.
Thank you, Marshal. Will you stay, Hook?
Yeah, I'll stay.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, the frontier was buffalo hunters, trail drivers, and cowboys on the prod, but never a place for families. Yet next week, a father comes to Dodge looking for his daughter. A daughter whose name is Kitty Russell. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, James Nusser, and Paul Dubov. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. What?
Mr. Dillon, how are you?
Hi, Chester.
Well, sir, I sure am glad to see you back.
Well, it's good to be back, Chester.
My, you've been gone over a month.
That's 6 weeks to be exact.
Gracious, you sure must have covered a lot of territory.
Well, I'll tell you all about it later. What's been going on here?
Oh, nothing much, I guess. You know how Dodge is. Things are just about the same.
They are, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What about that new sign over the Long Branch here?
New sign? Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon, I plumb forgot. That happened the week you left.
Sam Noonan and Kitty Russell, proprietors.
Ain't that the doggonest thing you ever heard of? They're partners now, Mr. Dillon. Miss Kitty bought a half interest in the place, and her and Sam's running it together.
Well, where'd Kitty get the money?
Well, you know, Miss Kitty, she never spends much, and she's been saving it for years and years.
I guess it mounts up. You save money that way.
Yeah, you ought to go in and say hello, Mr. Dillon. Miss Kitty's been waiting real proud for you to get back.
Well, I'd like to. If you'll put my horse up for me. Huh?
Well, sure I will.
Okay. I'll see you at the office later.
All right, sir.
Hello, Sam.
Well, Marshal Dillon, when'd you get back?
Just now. Saw your new sign outside, and I came in to see if the price of whiskey had gone up.
Well, Marshal, the price of whiskey went down at the Long Branch.
What?
Yeah. First thing Kitty talked me into.
Well, knowing you, that must have taken some talking.
Well, you know, she was right. We're making more money than ever. I sure got to hand it to her.
Ah, good. And where is she?
Well, she went to her room, Marshal. And, you know, I wish you'd go up and see her. She got me worried.
Oh, why?
Well, we were sitting here talking business, and a boy come in with a telegram for her, and she read it, and well, she turned kind of pale and then got up and left.
Huh. Yeah, sure, Sam. I'll go see her.
Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, come in.
Thank you. I just got back. I thought I'd come around and congratulate you.
Oh, well, thanks.
Kitty.
Huh?
Sam told me about the telegram. If there's anything I can do to help.
Oh, Matt, you got it all wrong. Sam, too. It's not bad news.
Oh? Well, I'm glad to hear that.
It's my father, Matt.
What?
My father, Wayne Russell. He's coming here to Dodge tomorrow.
Well, I thought your father was lost.
Well, he has been. I've never even seen him. He left my mother in New Orleans a few months after I was born.
Yeah, I know.
He was a gambler, Matt. He worked the riverboats. Mother always said he was a very charming man. Funny thing is, she never held it against him, his deserting her. She just accepted it as the way he was. a strange sort of way, she was proud of him.
Well, how do you feel about him, Kitty?
Same as my mother, I guess.
He's coming tomorrow, you say, huh?
Matt, will you go to the depot with me to meet him? Like I say, I'm real happy about it. But I feel kind of scared.
That whistling man, Bobby Haggart, really started something. Tonight, we'd like to introduce a player piano that could have come right out of the Long Branch in Dodge City.
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Matt, you really think he'll be on it?
Now, you just keep calm, Kitty.
People are starting to get off, see?
Yeah, I see.
Oh, I just thought of something.
What?
Oh, I recognize him. I don't even know what he looks like. Matt, what'll I do?
Now, wait a minute. Ah, here comes Chester with somebody now.
Oh, you think that's him?
Well, he's about the right age.
Yeah.
Gray hair. He's dressed mighty fancy.
What'll I say to him? Maybe it isn't him at all.
Easy now, kid.
Well, I found him, Miss Kitty. He come right up to me and asked if I knew you. Now, can you imagine that?
So you're Kitty.
Hello.
Ah, you're beautiful. I knew you'd be beautiful.
Thank you.
I know how you feel, child. But we'll get acquainted. We're going to be great friends, Kitty.
Well, sure. I mean, of course. Oh, well, this is Marshal Dillon.
Welcome to Dodge, Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Marshal. It's a pleasure to know you. Kitty, I want to meet all your friends, and I've an idea.
Yeah?
I'd like to give a dinner tonight. I trust there's a restaurant here that could accommodate us.
Oh, there sure is, Mr. Russell, and that is a fine idea. Delmonico's, that's the best. We could go there right now and tell them to get started cooking.
Chester.
Well, I'm only trying to help.
Well, that'd be pretty expensive, wouldn't it?
Kitty, my child, expense doesn't matter. I own a very prosperous freighting business in New Orleans now. I've had it for some time.
Well, that's wonderful.
Will you invite your friends for me, Kitty?
Yeah, if you want.
And about how many shall I tell them to expect?
Well, Chester and Matt and Doc Adams and... Oh, I don't know.
Well, ain't you going to ask Sam, Miss Kitty? After all, he's your partner now.
A partner? What partner, Kitty?
Oh, it's nothing.
Nothing? Why, Mr. Russell, she's half owner of the Goiness Saloon in Dodge, that's all.
Is this true, Kitty?
Well, it's really Sam Noonan's place.
But you're associated with him in the saloon business?
An unmarried woman has to make a living. I'm making a good one.
Of course, of course. Well, we'll talk about all this later, Kitty. But tonight we'll celebrate, shall we say, 8 o'clock at Delmonico's. I'll see you there, too, Marshal?
Aye, certainly, sir.
I'll take you over to the hotel, Mr. Russell.
Well, thank you, Chester. Very kind of you to put yourself out this way.
Well, Kitty,
So that's my father, huh?
he's quite a gentleman, isn't he?
Matt,
Yeah.
I need a drink.
Chester, you've had just about enough.
Well, that was a pretty good meal, wasn't it, Mr. Russell?
And I want to thank you for recommending the place, Chester.
Of course, I guess it ain't like what you're used to in New Orleans. Miss Kitty's told me about how good they eat down there, ain't you, Miss Kitty?
Yeah, I guess so, Chester.
What's the matter with Kitty, man?
I don't know, Doc.
She keeps looking at him sideways, but she sure doesn't have much to say to him.
Well, I guess she's still kind of shy.
Shy? You mean Kitty? Oh, nonsense.
You better fill your glass, Doc.
What's that?
Sam Noonan's getting orey-eyed. I think he's just about to propose a toast.
Oh, no, that's all we need.
Now, you see what I mean?
Now, gentlemen, now let's drink a toast. A toast to my new partner, Kitty Russell, and to her old man. No, I mean her father. Sorry, Mr. Russell. And they're a very happy reunion, and many more of them forever and forever and forever. All right,
getting thirsty,
Sam.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. This is the happiest day of my life. Here's to you, Kitty, and to the Russells, the proud Russells.
Oh, hooray. Oh, hooray for everybody.
Oh, my, you better lock Chester and Sam in the same cell tonight, man.
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea.
Well, I'm afraid I gotta go now.
Oh, come, Kitty, the evening just started.
Yeah, well, it started at the Long Branch, too. I'm in business, remember?
Yes, I know.
I don't think Sam's going to be much help tonight. I'd better get down there and take over.
Kitty, I ain't going to be no help at all.
Well, don't you worry, Sam. You stay and have a good time.
Kitty, you can't go out there on the street this time of night.
Well, I'll go with it, Mr. Russell.
Well, she must leave. I'll stop in later and say good night, Kitty.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
Doc, keep an eye on those two, will you?
Now, doggone it, Sam, you shouldn't be drinking all that. I'll give you some.
That was a pretty nice party, huh?
Yeah, fine.
Well, what is it, Kitty? Because he disapproves of your being in the saloon business?
You'll get used to it, Matt. Maybe I got to get used to having a father, that's all.
You haven't made him feel very welcome.
I haven't decided yet whether he's welcome or not.
Well, I didn't mean to interfere, Kitty. It's no business of mine.
Yep. I understand, Matt. We'll see soon enough.
Well, that's a good-looking horse Chester's riding, man.
He's thinking of buying it, Doc.
Buying it, buying it. With what? That horse will be as old as Methuselah before he closes the deal.
Well, that could be.
Yeah. Isn't that Kitty and her father coming out of the bank?
Yeah.
She treating him as cold as ever, man?
It's been 2 weeks, and she hasn't changed a bit toward him, as far as I've noticed.
Yeah. Well, she's waving to you. She wants you to come over there.
Yeah, I guess so. I'll be back directly, Doc.
Yeah, the sun will keep your seat warm.
Okay.
Morning, Marshal.
Morning, Mr. Russell. Morning, Kitty.
We've got some news for you, Matt.
Oh?
Good news, Marshal.
Matt, we've been talking to Mr. Botkin, and he'll buy my share of the Long Branch anytime for cash.
You mean you're thinking of selling out?
Tomorrow morning, just before we leave.
Just before you leave?
I'm going back to New Orleans, Matt. I'm going to take my money and put it into my father's freight business there.
Makes sense, Marshal. Kitty and I should be together.
Besides, the saloon business is no place for a lady. I can see that now. I've had to learn a lot in the last couple of weeks, Matt.
Yeah, I guess you have.
Well, if you're going to get packed, you better start, Kitty.
I am, right now. I'll see you at supper.
Fine. I'll go over to the depot and see the Santa Fe agent about our tickets. I'm a proud man today, Marshal, a proud and happy man. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Kitty.
Yes, Matt?
Whose idea was this? You're selling out and all.
Well, he likes to think it was both of ours.
But
I'll have to give him the credit, Matt. He's been talking about it one way or another for 2 whole weeks now. He's awful smart. He can convince anybody of anything.
yeah, I guess he can.
What is it, Matt? Don't you like him?
It doesn't matter whether I like him or not, Kitty.
No. No, I guess it doesn't.
But, I sure don't trust him, Kitty.
Now we're getting somewhere.
What?
I'm going to need your help, Matt. I don't trust him either.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your kitchen? Getting ready for Sunday supper? Maybe in your living room, relaxing? Or out driving? Say, be sure and watch the road. But remember, there's pleasure ahead when you smoke Chesterfield. When you satisfy yourself with Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. It stands to reason. A cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Morning, Mr. Russell.
Morning, Marshal.
Well, I see the train's ready. Where's Kitty?
She insisted on meeting me here. She wanted to do her business at the bank alone for some reason.
Well, maybe it's because this is the last time she'll be doing any business on her own.
I hope so. No woman should be in business anyway.
Yeah, especially Kitty. She, trusts people too much. They take advantage of her.
Not anymore, I can assure you. I only hope she gets here with that money.
Well, nobody's likely to hold a woman up in broad daylight, Mr. Russell.
But they would at night, eh?
Oh, there are some men who'll do anything for $1, day or night.
Yes. Ah, there she comes.
I told you she'd be all right. Nobody'd bother Kitty anyway. She's awful well liked around here, Mr. Russell, by a lot of people.
Yes. Yes, of course.
They take it mighty personal if anything happened to her, no matter who did it, Mr. Russell. Morning, Kitty.
Morning, Matt. Father.
You're late, Kitty.
Dane hasn't left.
No, but we'd better be getting aboard.
All right.
Don't you have a bag of some kind?
Oh, my baggage is all taken care
Oh,
of.
I mean a handbag. You're not carrying anything.
I know.
Well, where's the money, Kitty? Didn't you get it?
No, Father, I didn't.
What?
I changed my mind the last minute.
What do you mean?
I decided to leave it here in the Long Branch with Sam Noonan. It's a good investment. I can always come back for it.
Now, look here, Kitty. I'm deciding things for you
Well,
from
we'll
now
talk
on.
about it on the train. Come
No,
on.
no, we're not leaving till you get that money.
Which is it you want, Father? Me or the money?
There isn't a question of that. Now, you do as I say.
You haven't changed a bit.
What?
Mother always said you'd never change, and she was right. Don't tell me you're running a freight business in New Orleans.
That's enough.
Easy, Mr. Russell.
You stay out of this, Marshal.
You're just another man to me, Father. And a crook besides.
Kitty, you're going to be sorry for this.
I'd be a whole lot more sorry if I let you steal my money.
All right, Kitty, all right. I think he understands now.
You're in this together.
Mr. Russell, You played it pretty smart so far. Don't disappoint us now. You see it through. Don't make me throw you in jail. Just play it all the way, Mr. Russell. You can do it.
Please, Father, get on the train. Leave me at least that much pride.
Yes, I think so. Goodbye, Kitty.
Bye.
Marshal.
Goodbye, sir. Well, he did it, Kitty. You were right.
Sure he did. You bet he did. All of us Russells have pride.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Dad, a great guy. Chesterfield, a great gift. Get them together next Sunday, the 17th, Father's Day. You'll be giving Dad the gift that packs more pleasure. Remember, Dad prefers Chesterfield because they're mild, yet they satisfy the most. So don't forget Chesterfields by the carton for Father's Day.
You know, on the frontier, when a man was courting a woman, he usually had the good wishes of everyone. But next week, because of some marriage talk, 2 men nearly died. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Yes, have an L&M. No other cigarette you can buy, plain or filter, gives you the full, exciting flavor you get through the pure white L&M Miracle Tip. Through the modern Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Sam?
Kitty, what'll you have?
I'm going out to Delmonico's for something to eat. If Marshal Dillon comes in, tell him to wait, will you?
I'll send him on to Delmonico's.
No, he's to wait here. It's Doc who's trying to find him.
Oh.
You look tired, Sam.
I ought to. I've been tending bar for 12 hours steady.
Well, what happened to the help you hired last night?
You had the wrong idea, Kitty.
Huh?
I'm in business to sell whiskey, not to give it away to anybody who needs a drink and can't pay for it.
Is that what he was doing?
Was till I caught him at it.
Hello, Kitty. Sam.
Oh, Marshal.
Matt, you're to stay right here at the bar.
What?
I promised Doc if you came in, I'd keep you here. He's been looking all over town for you.
Oh, I thought Doc was delivering a baby down on Salt Creek.
Well, he got back about a half hour ago.
Oh, what does he want me for?
It's about some trouble with a man and his wife called Tebbs.
Tebbs?
Well, not where he delivered the baby. This was in a sod hut about a mile above the crossing.
Ah, well, what about him?
Here he comes. He'll tell you. Here he is, Doc.
Oh, fine. So you're a good girl, Kitty. Yes, you are. You're a good girl. I might never have found him.
What's all this about these Tebbs people, Doc?
Well, they're having trouble, Matt.
Oh, what kind of trouble?
Well, I stopped by to say hello and get acquainted, and, well, you know.
Oh, sure.
But the woman, she didn't act like she wanted anybody around. And then I heard the man yell at me from inside. She tried to stop me, but I went in anyways. He was lying in a bed, Matt, with a bad knife wound in his leg.
Oh?
Yes. It's festered and it's given him a fever, and I don't think he can walk with it.
Did he say what happened?
Well, he claimed it was an accident, but he was holding a 6-gun under that blanket, Matt.
Well, what for?
For his wife. He's scared to death of her. I think she knifed him, and I think she's waiting for a chance to finish him off. You better get down there, Matt. Maybe too late already.
Introducing one of the country's best-known jazz musicians and arrangers, Mr. Bobby Haggart. How about whistling along with him?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
I reckon this is Tebbs' place, all right, Mr. Dillon.
That's the way Doc described it, all right, Chester. Including the wife out there hoeing in the dirt.
She's letting on she don't see us.
Yeah. I didn't expect we'd be very welcome here.
Just wait till she finds out you're a marshal.
And I'm not going to tell her, Chester. Not right off, anyway. Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
We were looking for a drink of water.
Crick's over yonder.
Yeah, but you got a well here.
Water's no better than the crick.
Okay, we'll use the creek. But, first I'd like to talk to your husband.
My husband? What about?
Oh, just wanted to get acquainted.
He ain't here.
Oh. Well, we go get a drink, then we'll come back and wait for him.
No.
Who are you talking to, Florrie? Who's out there?
Nobody. Now you stay quiet. He's feeling poorly, mister. I don't want nobody bothering him.
Well, we won't bother him.
You stay out of there. Well, then I'm coming too.
You better wait outside, Chester.
Yes, sir. That hut can't hold more than 3 people anyway.
Hello.
Oh, I knew I heard somebody.
Your wife says that you're sick, Ted.
I told you to leave him alone. I told you not to be troubling him.
Well, I'm only being neighborly, ma'am. If he's sick, maybe I can help.
So you're a neighbor, mister?
Well, my partner and I are planning a homestead nearby. As soon as we can decide on a good piece of land.
Now, you get it staked out, then you come see us, mister. Everything will be fine then.
Now, Florrie, don't be that way. Me being sick and her having to do all the chores makes her kind of edgy, mister. And being up nights, that's what's hardest on her.
I ain't complaining.
Yeah, I know, Florrie, but I can tell. Mister, I got an idea. Said you wanted to help.
Sure. Anything I can do.
Be willing to sit up with me tonight?
No, Ben.
You need some rest, Florrie. You see, I got a fever, mister. I get to tossing in my sleep. I throw off a blanket, all like that.
You don't look like you've been sleeping at all.
Huh.
Will you do it, mister? Sit up with me?
No. No, he ain't going to sit up with you.
Oh, why not, ma'am? I don't mind.
'Cause I ain't going to sleep in here with no stranger about, that's why.
Oh.
Well, I didn't think she would.
Look, I'll tell you what. I'll spend the night on the ground outside, if you don't mind.
We do mind.
Rory, you ain't acting like a wife. You ain't acting like a wife at all.
You can stay, mister.
No, fine, good.
Wait a minute, mister.
Yeah, what?
I was just wondering if maybe tomorrow, if you'd be willing. I ought to get into Dodge and see the doc. There's a wagon outside.
No, you don't.
Oh, shut up.
Well, sure we'll take you in, mister. We'll be glad to.
We really going to drive him into Dodge tomorrow, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, we better.
Well, why don't she want him to go?
Well, I guess Doc was right, Chester. She put a knife in him, and now she's trying to finish him off.
Well, if he's got a 6-gun under his blanket, why don't he just shoot her?
That would take care of him, feed him. He's getting more fever every day, and he can hardly walk anyway.
Well, he sure can't last much longer, with him staying awake, trying to keep an eye on her all the time.
Yeah. Chester, I think I'm going to go in there and tell him who I am and load him into a wagon tonight. This has gone on long enough.
I reckon you better, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Where's your wife?
She went around back, mister.
Look, Tebbs.
Hmm?
I'm going to take you into Dodge tonight.
You are? Oh, that'll be fine. Oh, except for Florida.
You want to tell me what's going on here?
What do you mean?
I'm not a homesteader, Tibbs. I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Huh?
That's right. And I'm going to take you into Dodge, Flory or no Flory. You need sleep and you need care.
Oh, well...
Now, you can tell me your story when you want to.
No. There's no story. I just got hurt a little, is all. Here, look here, Marshal. You got to understand, Flory. She don't mean what she says. She gets all riled up over nothing. Well, you know how women are.
What are you trying to say, Tibbs?
Well, I'm fine right here. And Flory, she's a good nurse, Marshal.
You mean you don't want to go to Dodge?
No, shucks, I'll be up and around in a couple of days. Don't you worry about me.
All right. But I'll be back. Chester. Chester.
Get your hands up and turn around, Marshal.
She's got a shotgun, Mr. Dillon.
And I'll use it, too.
She was listening at the window.
Now my hands are up, Flory.
I'm taking your gun.
She got my gun, too, Mr. Dillon.
You're making a bad mistake, Flory.
I won't have you nor nobody else meddling where you don't belong. Now get your horses and ride out of here.
All right. But we'll be back.
I'm going to be sitting right by that door, Marshal. First thing I see or hear gets a load of buckshot.
It won't be us, Flory. But we'll be close enough to hear if you do shoot somebody.
I couldn't help it, Mr. Dillon. She come ooching around the side of the hut, and I didn't even see that cussed shotgun until it was too late.
Yeah, neither did I.
What we gonna do?
There's nothing we can do tonight. But tomorrow in the daylight, we got our rifles. We'll think up some tricks for her.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your favorite easy chair? Or out driving? Oh, there you are. In the kitchen. Say, you want to make whatever you're doing more enjoyable? Have a Chesterfield. Enjoy Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. A more perfectly packed cigarette gives you an open, easy draw that unlocks all the better taste and mildness of fine tobaccos. And Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, is more perfectly packed, with an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Remember, to the touch, to the taste.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
I don't see her around nowhere, Mr. Dillon.
She must be inside the hut, Chester.
Well, I hope she don't come charging out of there with that shotgun blade.
It would be a bad way to start the day, wouldn't it?
I can't think of none worse, especially on an empty stomach.
Yeah. No, there she is.
Hmm?
Now, wait a minute. It's all right. She isn't armed.
Not over here, Marshal.
Now, what's she up to?
Yeah, it's hard to say with a woman like that.
I thought you'd be back this morning.
Yes, I told you we would. We're going to take your husband into Dodge, ma'am.
You're too late, Marshal.
Too late.
He died during the night.
What?
It was too much for his heart. He always did have a weak heart.
Where is he, Florrie?
Lying there inside, Marshal. Why? Don't you believe me?
I believe you, but I want to have a look at him.
What for? I got him all wrapped up in his blanket, ready for burying. I'll go dig a grave for him if you want to help so much.
All right, we'll dig a grave after I've seen him.
You got no respect for the dead, Marshal?
It's the living that bothers me right now, Florrie. I'm going to have a look at him now, Florrie.
You're no better than a coyote, Marshal.
You don't have to watch.
Oh, go ahead. I don't care.
I'll unbutton his shirt here. All right, what did you use, Florrie?
Use? For what?
I might have known he couldn't stay awake forever. He fell asleep and you stabbed him in the heart with a needle or something. That doesn't show much, does it?
All right, I'll tell you. Don't matter none anyway. I killed him.
Why would you want to kill your husband, Florrie?
My husband? He wasn't my husband. He killed my husband, Marshal. We never seen him before. He rode by here and started trouble. Over me it was. My husband pulled a knife, but he shot him. And I swore I'd kill him for it, and I did.
Why didn't you explain all this to Doc Adams when he was out here? Or to me last night?
And let you take him and hang him? I had to kill him myself, Marshal. It's a promise I made my husband while he was dying.
And I'm going to have to arrest you.
You can't do nothing to me for this.
You murdered a man, Florrie.
You're wrong, Marshal.
You just admitted it.
Well, I ain't doing no more talking. You take care of him, and we'll go into Dodge. But I won't be in jail long, you'll see.
Good morning, Chester.
Good morning, Mr. Dillon. What you got there?
That's a mail.
Oh, did you pick it up?
Yeah, I picked it up. I was down there anyway. How's Florrie?
She ain't said a word.
Go get her, will you?
Go get... What for?
She was right, Chester. I can't keep her in jail.
But, Mr. Dillon, we just can't
get her,
all
will you?
Yes, sir.
You turning me loose?
Not me. Mr. Dillon is.
It's about time.
Morning, Florrie.
Not much of a jail you got, Marshal.
Well, it's not strong enough to hold you.
Of course it ain't.
Florrie, the man you killed, you told me you've never seen him before, huh?
I never had.
What was his name?
George Bassett.
What else did you know about him?
He was wanted. Dead or alive.
He was wanted?
I got a circular on him in the mail, Chester. It's there on my desk.
A circular? Well, forevermore.
How did you know he was wanted, Florrie?
He said so.
Now, that's hard to believe.
Now, he told me. When he was bothering me. Before he killed my husband. He said one more wouldn't matter. I guess he planned to kill me, too, later. Only he hadn't figured on getting cut up. And he needed me after that.
Yeah. Now, why didn't you tell me this out there, Florrie?
I didn't think you'd believe me, Marshal.
Yeah, well, maybe you were right. I never heard of George Bassett before.
You heard of him now?
Yeah. There's going to be some reward money coming, Florrie.
Marshal?
Yeah, what?
You say it.
Say what, Florrie?
Please.
Now, that you don't want the money? That you wouldn't take it?
Thank you, Marshal. Thank you for saying it right. I feel some cleaner for that. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Florrie.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield. Mild. Yet they satisfy the most.
You know, on the frontier, almost anybody who had a few dollars could open a bank of his own. And by the same token, anybody who had a gun could try to rob it. And next week, a man does. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Helen Klebe, Lawrence Dobkin, and Stacey Harris. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Smokers, this is it. L&M filters. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today.
L&M, so good to your taste.
So quick on the draw.
Get L&M today.
Relax with L&M. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
goodness, Mr. Dillon, come over here at the window and take a look at this fella.
I'm busy, Chester.
Yes, sir, I know, but you just gotta. Why, he's the doggonest thing you ever saw. Please, Mr. Dillon, before he goes away.
Well, I can't write while you're talking.
Look at there. See? In the coonskin hat across the street there?
Ah.
Why, he looks to be 8 feet tall.
Now, that's 'cause he's so skinny.
And that long rifle. Looks like a fish pole. How's he going to shoot buffalo with that?
And he's a squirrel hunter, Chester. That's a southern mountain man.
Now, that fella he's talking to now is pointing this way. Oh, here he comes.
Howdy.
Hello. Well, come on in.
Be you the... what you call 'em?
Oh, the marshal?
I'm against schools and education. Never heard nothing called a marshal.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a country man. I'm again towns, too, and jailhouses.
Well, so am I, but sometimes they're necessary.
No, they ain't. No more than the law is. It ain't fitting for some folks to be meddling in other folks' business.
Uh-huh. Oh, where do they figure it like that, stranger? The Ozark Mountains?
Better country than this. My name's Luke Humbird.
Mine's Dillon. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do?
I knowed a fella called Proudfoot once.
That so?
Yeah.
Well, there ain't too many of us. It might be a relation of some kind.
All I remember is how he crimped up every time I kicked him in the belly.
He did?
Marshal, man outside said you'd help me find where Hank Witherspoon's living.
Witherspoon?
Yeah.
Oh, the one who came out here about a year ago?
He's got an old mountain gal with him. They're married.
Sure, I know them. They got a place up near Rock Springs, about 10 miles north of here.
What kind of place?
Oh, just a shack and a patch of corn, as I remember.
I'll find it.
Well, you come a long way to see your friends, Humbird.
The Witherspoon ain't exactly a friend, Marshal. I gotta get going. It being Saturday and all.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Except I won't kill no man on a Sunday, Marshal. I never have, and I never will.
You think Humbird meant what he said, Mr. Dillon?
He's too mountain simple to lie, Chester.
Yes. Hey, look, there's Miss Witherspoon now, out in the corn patch.
Yeah, I guess it'd be polite to stop and say hello to her first. Come on. Hello. Hello, Miss Witherspoon.
Howdy, Marshal. You too, Chester.
Sorry, ma'am.
Poorly. Hank's done heeled it into Dodge, Marshal. Don't you know today's Saturday?
Oh, what's Saturday got to do with it?
Every Saturday Hank's in Dodge. He don't come back till Sunday night.
Well, that's funny. I don't recall seeing him in town much.
He's got his ways, Hank has. He goes to town, but he ain't too sociable.
I see. Miss Witherspoon, do you and Hank know a man called Luke Humbird?
Humbird. Don't say his name round us, Marshal.
Oh, there's trouble between you?
Trouble. Marshal, Hank's the only Witherspoon left, and Luke's the only Humbird. Both families been whittled down to just them two.
Oh, a feud, huh?
Their grandpa started it. Now there's only one man left on each side.
Well, don't you think it's gone far enough?
Hank or Humbird. Either one of them could call it off, only they're both too muley for that.
Well, didn't Hank come out here to, get away from it?
Course not. He's always talking about going back long enough to kill Luke Humbird.
How'd this feud start, ma'am?
Well, they say Hank's grandpa stopped by the Humbirds one day, and they asked him to sit and eat. He did. Dinner was slow cooking, and he got to hollering about it. Sat there pounding on the table with his knife just a faunching and as
slavering for his victuals until Luke Humberg's grandpa, he took offense and told women not to feed him at all. He went off mad. They've been feuding ever since.
Well, forever. You mean they're still fighting over that?
Of course they are. Where'd you see Luke Humberg?
Well, he was in Dodge asking about Hank.
That's bad, Marshal. Hank don't even know he's around.
Well, that's why I came out here.
Hank ought to be told. He's better shot than Humbird any day.
Look, Miss Witherspoon, the law doesn't recognize a feud as justification for murder. If one of them kills the other, he's going to hang for it.
I never heard tell of no such law, Marshal. You're making that up.
No, it's true, Miss Witherspoon. I've warned Humbird, and I'm going to warn Hank.
They'll shoot you. You start meddling.
These people just don't understand nothing, Mr. Dillon.
I'm worried about Hank. He'll be drunk soon as it's dark.
Oh, well, I'll find him. Goodbye, ma'am.
You better find him, Marshal. He'll get killed, sure, if you don't.
Yeah. Come on, Chester.
Are hill people all like that, Mr. Dillon?
They're mighty independent, Chester.
They're mighty crazy, if you ask me. Why, it's like they don't even hear what you're saying.
Well, I guess anything to do with the law's a new experience for them. Now, look over there, Chester.
Huh?
By that little bluff over to your right there.
Well, how'd he get out here?
Well, let's go ask him. Hello, Humbird.
That Witherspoon's place, Marshal?
You don't care whether you hang or not, do you?
For shooting a Witherspoon?
For shooting anybody.
Marshal, you're getting downright contrary.
Humbird, why don't you take that squirrel rifle and go on back home?
'Cause it ain't no squirrel rifle, that's why. This here is a human rifle, Marshal.
Oh, there's no use even talking to him, Mr. Dillon.
Where's your horse, Humbird? How did you get out here, anyway?
I come afoot. I don't need no horse to travel by.
You mean you walked all the way from the Ozarks?
'Tain't far. When they's Witherspoon a-waiting at the end of it.
Maybe I ought to just throw you in jail for a while.
Well, then nobody get killed, Marshal. At least not till I got out again. But you're being awful meddlesome. I gotta get closer to that house. So long. Now, don't worry. I don't aim to shoot his old lady.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Maybe it'd be better if you just let them shoot each other and have done with it.
Don't tempt me, Chester. Well, let's go find Witherspoon. Go ask Sam if he's seen Witherspoon, Chester.
All right, sir.
Hello, Matt.
How are you, Kitty?
Well, things have been pretty quiet around here for Saturday night.
Well, I'm not complaining about it.
The Santa Fe agent told me there's a big Texas herd due to be shipped out of here in a couple of days.
Well, those boys will liven things up for you.
For you, too, I expect. Where you been, Matt? It's pretty near midnight.
Kitty, I've been trying to stop a feud.
A feud?
Yeah.
What kind of feud?
An old one. There's only one man left on each side.
Been a long time since I've heard of a feud around Dodge.
Well, this one kind of got transplanted from the Ozarks.
Oh. Say, don't tell me that crazy Hank Witherspoon's mixed up in it.
I've been trying to find him all evening. You know where he hides out?
I bet you $1 he's right out back, Matt.
What?
Regular as clockwork. Every Saturday night he comes in carrying a long rifle and buys a bottle of corn from Sam and takes it out back and drinks it. All alone, as far as I know. He just sits there, looking at the moon and drinking his whiskey. Never causes any trouble, huh?
Oh, no wonder I never see him around.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I know, Chester. Kitty just told me. Go see if he's there. Bring him in, will you?
Yes, sir.
Who's he feuding with, Matt?
Fellow by the name of Luke Humbird.
I never heard of him.
He just arrived today. On foot.
On foot?
Yeah, he's all legs, Kitty. A real traveling man.
Well, if he's anything like as weird as Hank Witherspoon, you've got a problem on your hands.
Yeah, I know.
Well, here he is, Mr. Dillon. I made him leave his rifle outside.
Hello, Hank.
What do you want with me, Marshal? I don't like it all cooped up in here.
Hank, Luke Humbird is looking for you.
Birds and the Witherspoons been looking for each other nigh on to 40 years, Marshal. They most all got found.
How drunk are you, Hank?
Marshal, my old woman won't allow no drinking on the place, so I gotta come into town every Saturday.
Hank Witherspoon?
It's Humbird, Mr. Dillon.
I got you caught like a bear up a tree, Hank.
But... down that rifle, Humbird.
If you're gonna kill me, I ain't even got my gun.
Put it down, I said.
Get out of the way, Marshal. I'll shoot you, too, if you don't.
Now, you listen to me.
Hey, wait a minute, everybody. I just thought of something.
Why don't all you folks stop meddling in this?
It's after midnight, Humbird.
What?
It's Sunday.
Sunday? Oh, no.
Yeah, he's right, Humbird.
Well, of all the gall-blamed luck. Now I'll have to put off killing you, Hank. I won't shoot a man on Sunday. Even a Witherspoon.
Well, of course you won't. Hey, Luke, you sure travel a long ways.
Well, I got tired waiting for you to come back home.
I was figuring coming back this summer for a spell. Alone.
I know. I seen your old lady scratching around in that corn patch. She said she ain't never going back, hard as it is here.
Oh, well, fellers can make a crop here sometimes, Luke.
Yeah.
But it's a hard fight with a short stick.
You got no hogs out there. Where are your hogs, Hank?
I'll be getting some. Oh. Hey, Luke, I'll tell you something.
What?
I got me a little jug out back. It's most empty now, but we could maybe buy us another one and set out there for a spell and kind of get soured on the cob.
Well, might as well. We can't do no shooting till Monday. Where do we buy this whiskey?
I'll show you. Feller over here, he sells it.
You'll have to lend me some money, Hank. Sure. I didn't bring none with me.
Well, if that don't beat all.
Matt, why don't you put them in a cage and send them back where they came from?
I'd like to, Kitty.
People here are getting quite a kick out of this.
Yeah, I know. Those two hillbillies are making me look like a fool, and I don't know what to do about it. Handling's about as easy as trying to stop it from raining. Well, I'm going to bed.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, Listen, Young Lovers is the title of Monday night's drama on Suspense on CBS Radio, starring Robert Wagner and Mona Freeman. Don't miss Suspense and one of its greatest productions, Listen, Young Lovers, on most of the Stars Address stations Monday night. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Well, Matt, Chester around?
You went across the street for a beer, Doc. He ought to be back soon.
Well, it can wait till morning. Oh, Matt, I've been hearing all day about your feuding mountaineers.
Yeah, they've been drunk all day, lying around out back of the Texas Trail. The shooting won't start till midnight.
Oh, you're going to let them go ahead with it?
And I've about decided to throw him in jail. Give me time to think of some way to get rid of him.
Well, that's a good idea, Matt. People are saying that this is the first time you've run into something that you can't handle. Yeah, they're kind of enjoying it, too.
I'll bet they are.
Yeah, and all over a couple of crazy... What's that?
That was a rifle shot, Doc, a long-barreled human rifle. Now, you might as well come along.
I thought they were against shooting each other on Sunday, Matt.
I thought they were, too, Doc. Maybe they got so drunk they forgot.
Yeah, well, sure looks that way.
Now, watch your step, Doc. It's pretty dark back here.
Over here, Mr. Dillon. If Humbird got shot, I was right inside when I heard it.
Oh, that's over here. Let me take a look at it.
What's the matter with Hank, Chester? He looks like he's been shot, too.
Too much corn whiskey, I guess.
Scoop some water out of that rain barrel there and throw it on him, huh?
All right, sir.
What's that you're doing now, Lou?
Give him some more, Chester.
Okay. Oh! Hey, now, stop that, I tell you. You're making me all wet.
Say, Matt, this man over here is still alive. Let's get him over to my office.
Give Doc a hand there, a couple of you men, huh?
Luke, huh? Where at's my rifle?
I got your rifle right here, Hank.
Did you shoot him, Hank?
Well, sure. I was aiming to, I guess.
How could you shoot him if you were passed out?
Well, I don't know, Marshal. We got pretty drunk.
I thought neither of you'd shoot a man on Sunday.
Well, no, of course not.
Why did you, then?
You mean it's still Sunday?
Hank, I don't believe you did this.
Marshal, you quit messing around. I'll shoot you next.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Throw him in jail. I'm going to take a look around.
Jail? I ain't going to jail.
Come on, get moving, Hank.
No.
Come on, I'll poke this rifle right through you.
Quit that.
Well, then start walking.
If you put me in jail, I'll just bust right out again.
Oh, no, you won't. Not if I have to break your leg to keep you.
Who's that? All right, hold it right there. Hold it or I'll shoot. All right, that's better. Now get your hands up. Well, I'll be...
I ain't armed, Marshal.
Put your hands down, Miss Witherspoon.
What are you chasing me for? I'm a woman, Marshal.
Come along, ma'am. I'll put you in the same cell with your husband.
Well, I just give them their breakfast, Mr. Dillon. Hello, Doc.
Morning, Chester.
How's Luke Humbird doing?
Well, I was just telling Matt. It's like shooting a bullet through water with that man. Oh, he's not about to die.
Yeah, that's good news, I guess.
Well, I'm going to talk to the Witherspoons. You two waiting here, huh? Morning, Hank. Ma'am.
Morning, Marshal.
You come on out to our place someday, Marshal. I'll cook you a better breakfast than you give us here.
Thanks, ma'am. But it might be a long time before you go home.
I've been trying to explain things to Hank, Marshal.
Oh?
He's still arguing he shot Luke Humbird. But even he don't believe it.
You're admitting that you did?
Of course I did. You know it. Hank is too drunk.
Humbird's all right. He's going to live. But you'll still have to stand trial for attempted murder, Miss Witherspoon.
Judge ain't gonna do nothing to a woman.
What'd you go do it for anyways? Feuding is a man's job.
I got to thinking, that's why. Worrying.
About what?
About you being too drunk to fight come Monday. And when I seen you laying around out back there, I knowed I was right, so I took your rifle and shot him.
Don't you know if you'd killed Humbird and I hadn't caught you, Hank would hang for this?
You're still saying that, Marshal.
Oh, don't pay him no mind, woman. Hey, Marshal, when you gonna let me out of here?
So you can go shoot Luke Humbird? No, you're staying here, Hank.
You can't keep him locked up, Marshal.
Yes, I can.
No. It's all a mistake. I didn't have to shoot Luke at all.
What?
Well, the reason they got so drunk was they were celebrating.
Celebrating what?
They decided to call the feud off, Marshal. Both of them at the same time. Luke Humberg's going to come out, go to work for Hank, and he's going to live on the place. They got it all figured out. They's too drunk to tell me.
Ms. Witherspoon.
Huh?
I'll go talk to the judge. If you'll do me a favor, huh?
Why, sure, Marshal.
Go on home and take Hank with you, and I'll send Humbird out as soon as he's well enough to travel, and keep him out of Dodge. Will you? Please? Both of them?
Sure, I will. Come on, Hank. Your drinking days is over.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, John Daner, and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Here's a tip. Make it a safe, sane holiday weekend all the way. Let the drivers in Indianapolis take the only chances anyone takes this entire holiday weekend. And say, don't forget CBS Radio will bring you Memorial Day night, an exclusive program of Indianapolis thrills. That's Monday night on most of these same stations. Roy Rowan speaking. Lionel Barrymore's Radio Hall of Fame is great Sunday night drama on the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. and a little lonely.
Them cussed smart alecks make me so mad. Act like they think about ain't got a lick of sense in his head. Honest and truth. Honest. I swear to goodness, Mr. Dillon, there's times a man's got to choke his words right back down in his craw to keep him starting up a ruckus.
Oh, what's the trouble, Chester?
What? There's a fellow over at the Dodge House, a traveling drummer out of Baltimore, and you know what he said?
Now what'd he say?
He said they got a railroad train over there in England somewheres that goes 150 miles in 3 hours flat.
Oh, is that so?
He said they'll have trains like that here one of these days, going clean across the country. In 30 or 40 years, according to him, a man can get on one in New York City and get off a week later in San Francisco.
You don't say.
Well, now, you don't believe that, do you, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see, Chester.
Well, I don't believe it. A human body just ain't built to go that fast. It'd get a man's innards all out of whack, choke him to death trying to breathe.
Maybe.
The good Lord wanted a man to go 50 miles an hour.
He'd have put wheels on him.
Well, yeah.
Good morning, Matt. Chester.
Oh, come on in, Doc.
Oh, my, I just been at the livery stable, Matt.
Well, what's the matter? Is Moss sick?
No, it's old crowbait Bob. Moss Grimmick's been letting him sleep in the hayloft in return for helping with the chores.
Yeah, I heard he has.
Well, old crowbait took sick in the night sometime. He couldn't get up this morning.
Well, what's wrong with him?
Well, nothing that 30 years off his age wouldn't cure. And 1,000 or so less bottles of rot-gut whiskey.
Well, if he's sick, we ought to get him out of that hayloft.
Well, but I can't figure any place to move him. He wants to see you, Matt. Right away.
See me? What for?
Well, I wouldn't say. But he claims it's mighty important. It's something he wants to do before he dies.
Before he dies?
I'm just trying to make him comfortable, Matt. That's all I can do.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Marshal, you're the only man in Dodge City that's worth a hoot and a holler. Except Moss Grimmick. Why, but for him and... Marshal, I'm a gol darn liar.
Oh, what do you mean, Bob?
Oh, there's lots of nice folks here. Of course there is. I reckon the only ones I'm really talking about is that highfalutin niece of mine and that sneaky old husband of hers.
And I was wondering, Bob, if maybe we ought to let Ruth and Elbin know about your being sick this
No,
morning.
sir, no. Let them know nothing. Let them sit out there in the precious ranch and rot. They ain't showed me no care for years.
Yeah. Well, it's up to you, I guess.
Marshal, the reason I sent for you is because I want to make my will.
Make a will?
Oh, I know. It don't seem likely a worthless old coot like me'd have a reason to, but that's where you're wrong.
Well, Bob, I'll do whatever I can, you know that.
And I only got one thing to leave. Let's see, it's here. Yes, it's right here in this here leather box. I want you to take care of it for me, Marshal. See that it ain't open till after I'm gone.
Ah, Bob, that'll probably be years from now.
Oh, no, you don't know. Doc's trying to fool me, too, but I know where I stand.
All right, Bob, I'll take care of it for you. Look, Doc's gone after a rig, and we're going to move you over to the jail, huh? At least you'll be warm there, and there'll be somebody with you. And I'll write up a will of some kind, and you can sign it.
Yeah, I'm much obliged to you, Marshal. That there box is mighty valuable. I want to be sure the right party gets it.
Sure. Who does it go to, Bob?
It goes to Miss Kitty.
What? Kitty Russell?
Yep. Yeah, she's a fine girl, Marshal. Just a gol-darned angel, that's what she is. Just a gol-darned angel.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Today, all over the country, more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. And it's all because only L&M gives you full, exciting flavor through the pure white miracle tip. L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So free up, freshen up your taste, live modern, change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
I've been looking for you, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. How does it feel to be an heiress?
Oh, stop it. That's all I've been hearing for the last 3 hours. How's the old man, Matt?
We got him moved over to the jail, Kitty. Fixed up a cell for him, and Chester's staying there this evening to look after him.
Must be terrible to know you're dying. Be all alone like that with nobody of your own.
I asked him about sending for his niece, Ruth Gudler, and her husband, but he was dead set against that.
And I don't blame him. Not the way they've treated him.
Yeah. It seems like they might have done something for him.
They could have found a place for him out there in the ranch. So he drank too much. Maybe he had a reason to drink.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe he is worthless. But he never meant any harm to anyone.
No. Probate's all right. I didn't know that you and him were so thick, though.
I treated him like a human being, that's all.
No.
Good evening, Mac and Kitty.
Hello, Doc.
Well, Kitty, I hear you're about to inherit $1 million.
That's foolishness, Doc. Old Bob never had 2 quarters to rub together.
Never can tell now.
Well, at least you get it, Kitty, whatever it is.
Oh, I wish he hadn't done it, Matt. I didn't expect any payment.
Payment for what?
Nothing. Forget it.
Mac, you mean you didn't know?
Didn't know what,
Doc,
Doc?
you keep quiet
Where
now.
do you think Crowbait's been getting his meals?
I suppose Moss, the delivery stable, was feeding him.
Moss has been letting him sleep there is all.
Doc, if you don't...
Why, Kitty's been feeding him for the last 2 years.
Kitty, is this true?
All right. What of it? They waste enough food here in the Long Branch to feed 10 men like him. Didn't cost me anything. It was just... Oh, come on, let's have a drink.
Well, how's it going, Chester?
Fine, Mr. Dillon. We got visitors.
No. Oh, good evening, Miss Gudler. Alvin. What brings you people into town?
You know dang well what brings us, Marshal.
Poor Uncle Robert laying back there sick to his death, maybe. And this upstart saying we can't see him.
Upstart? Well, I'll be
Now,
switched
just
if I'm
take
gonna
it
sit here
easy,
and take
Chester.
sass.
Take it easy. Poor old Uncle Robert. Would that be Crowbait Bob by any chance?
Marshal,
Now, you're insulting a dear relative of my wife.
What a thing to call Uncle Robert. Why, we had no idea he was took down and ailing this way.
No, I don't suppose you did, since you haven't spoken to him in the last 5 years.
Well, that was just a family misunderstanding, Marshal.
When one's own kin is took bad sick, a body'd be mighty heartless if they didn't let bygones be bygones.
Yeah, sure.
Why, I even brung him some nice chicken broth and baked him an egg custard pie.
That's real thoughtful of you, Miss Gutter. You must have heard the rumors.
Rumors?
About him turning out to be wealthy.
Why, we hadn't
That
heard
dance
a thing
hall
about...
girl ain't getting 1 cent, Marshal. No, sir. We'll take her to court.
Why don't you do that, Elvin, if you know some way of beating a legal will?
Well, he was out of his mind.
Doc and I'll say different.
We demand to see him. Right this minute.
I'm sorry. He left orders against it.
Well, then take that food back to him and tell him who brung it. That'll change his mind.
All right. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Take this back to the cell, will you?
All right. He was asleep for a little while.
Well, if he's asleep, just leave him.
All right, sir.
You be sure and tell him we brung it.
Oh, I'll hire a brass band and tell the whole country drunk.
Now, Marshal, you know that's a terrible thing. A woman like that to undermine a man's feeling for his own kinfolk.
Look, Elvin, if you want to do something for him, why don't you pay off some of his bills around town?
Pay off his bill.
That's right. $10 or $15 to Moss Grimmick, 20 or so to Wilbur Jonas at the general store.
Why don't he pay him himself if he's got
Now,
all
wait
that
a minute,
money?
Ruth. It might just make him stop and think twice if we was to pay him off.
Pay out good money on bills that worthless old
shut
coot
up,
rat-
Ruth. All righty, Marshal. We won't bother you no longer. We'll be going now.
Elvin, what are you...
Come on, Ruth. Good night, Marshal.
Mr. Dillon.
Huh? What's wrong, Chester?
We better find Doc in a hurry, Mr. Dillon. That old man don't look too good.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Why are more people changing to L&M than to any other cigarette? Because only L&M lets you enjoy full, exciting flavor through the pure white miracle tip. L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So free up, freshen up your taste, get full, exciting flavor. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
It's a mighty good pie, Mr. Dillon, even if old Miss Gudler did bake it.
Yeah, it looks real good, Chester.
Makes a man feel kind of funny eating it, though.
No?
Well, I reckon old Crowbait wouldn't want it to go to waste.
No, I don't think he would.
I wonder what is in that box, Mr. Dillon.
I don't know. We'll find out as soon as Kitty comes over.
Died in his sleep, Doc said. Peaceful as anything.
Mm-hmm.
If you really ain't gonna eat that last piece of pie...
I haven't eaten any of it, Chester. Well, why don't you finish it? Huh?
Yeah, it oughtn't to go to waste, ought it?
No. Oh, Kitty. Kitty, come on in.
Doc told me, Matt. I'm real sorry.
Yeah, I know, Kitty.
Poor old fella. Well, I hope he had a good life somewhere back along the line. His last years sure weren't very happy.
No. Well, here's a box, Kitty. It's all yours.
I wish he hadn't done it, Matt.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know. Looks like I did things for him just because I expected something. I just felt sorry for him, that's all.
Well, I wouldn't count any chickens ahead of time if
I
I were
don't
you.
even care what's in it. It's just that I...
Marshal.
Oh, come in, Elvin.
Marshal, you tricked us.
All that good hard cash paid
You
out for
folks acquainted with Miss Kitty Russell here?
I know who they are, Matt.
Yeah. How do you figure I tricked you, Elvin?
How do I... Well, them bills are his. I paid out $86.40 in that old soak before I run into Doc, found out he'd died. And him without even knowing what we'd done for him.
You ought to be ashamed of yourselves.
Oh, mighty fine talk for you, doing his kin out of what's rightfully theirs.
Oh, you beady-eyed old
Now,
goat.
take it
Why
easy,
you
Kitty.
little girl?
Take it
All
easy.
you can do is whine.
All
for
right,
hard
settle
cash.
down! So you think I tricked you, huh, Elvin?
Well, you don't think I'd have paid them bills if I'd known he was that far gone.
I thought I was giving you a chance to do something decent for once in your lives.
We ain't responsible for his debts.
No, not legally.
So now
you're
he's
not.
gone and died. He left all his wealth to this here woman.
The way I hear, that box is full of diamonds and emeralds.
Whatever it's full of, it belongs to Kitty, so you may as well forget it.
Forget it. When a fortune that's rightfully ours is laying right there on that table and about to slip through our fingers, you get your hands up, Marshal. You too, Chester.
Elvin.
Elvin, that was a real foolish move you just made.
You know.
Now, you hand over the gun.
Stay back, Marshal. I'll shoot.
Elvin, I said hand over the gun.
Marshal, so help me, if you take one more thrust...
You hit him! You hit Elvin!
All right, drag him back and lock him up, Chester.
Yes, Mr. Dillon. All right, come on.
You're locking up Elvin?
Assault with a deadly weapon. Judge Bent will figure it's worth about $100 in good, hard cash, Miss Cutler. And court's at 10 in the morning if you want to be there.
But what'll I do tonight?
Why don't you get yourself a room over at the Dodge House and meditate on your sins?
My sin?
Good night, Miss Cutler.
Oh.
Well, now I suppose you want to take a look at your diamonds and emeralds, huh, Kitty?
Can't we just burn it, Matt? Not even open it?
Crowbait wouldn't have wanted you to do that.
Yeah, I know.
Anyhow, you got too much curiosity to do something like that, and you know it.
Well, you win, Matt.
Okay, let's see now. Yeah, I guess if we break the seal on the catch. There we go.
Matt, it's full of banknotes.
Yeah. Confederate banknotes, Kitty.
Well, what do you know? You suppose he thought they might fight the war over again someday, Matt?
Maybe. Now, wait a minute. There's something underneath it.
Oh, what is it, Matt?
It's an Army medal. Bravery in Action Field Citation. Awarded to Lieutenant Robert Danford Conroy.
See, that was his name.
For conspicuous heroism during the storming of Chapultepec Heights, September 13, 1847. Signed, General Winfield Scott, Commander-in-Chief, United States Expeditionary Forces in Mexico.
Here's a silver dollar, Matt.
Uh-huh. Well, at least that's worth something.
Oh, look,
It's a ribbon.
silk hair bow. Tied to a curl. Lock of hair. Matt, I wonder who she was.
Well, whoever it was, a long time ago.
Medal, a curl, dollar. A box full of worthless paper. Story of a man's life, Matt.
Yeah. And there have been worse stories.
Well, I'll keep the curl and the medal. And you know something?
What?
We'll spend the dollar on a drink.
right, Kitty. I think that'd please him. Come on.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. Every year in America, property losses through fire amount to around $800 million. And 90% of these fires are caused by human carelessness. We put a match to $720 million bills every 12 months unnecessarily. Every 20 seconds, fire breaks out somewhere in the United States. 3 fires will start while this announcement is being read. The cost in human life is even more shocking than the property losses. 11,000 people die every year in fires, and thousands more are severely burned and disfigured for life. These losses do not have to continue. Each of us can protect his home from fire by following these simple safety rules. Don't smoke in bed. Clean out flammable debris and have it carted away. Repair or replace worn and defective electrical equipment. Use cleaning fluids that won't burn. In other words, don't give fire a place to start. This has been a CBS Radio public service announcement.
Hello, this is Bill Conrad, dropping the role of Matt Dillon for a moment to remind you to cast your vote next Tuesday in one of the most important elections of our time. After you've voted, don't forget CBS Radio is going to be reporting to you over this station the election story with the most comprehensive coverage in broadcasting history. Be with us next Tuesday, won't you? After you've voted.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. To put a smile in your smoking, always buy Chesterfield. Made the modern way with Accuray.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Hello, Kitty.
Matt, you scared me.
You were concentrating mighty hard on something in that window.
Mr. Jonas has some new ladies' shoes on display. You see them?
Oh, yeah.
Those narrow, square-toed ones, Matt. Which pair do you like best, the lace or the button? Well, tell me.
Well, I don't know, Kitty. They're both fine.
Well, you got to decide one or the other.
Oh,
Matt.
no, I don't have to decide either. I'm not in the market for ladies' shoes.
Well, neither am I.
What?
Look at those prices. $2.65 for a pair of shoes. Did you ever hear of such a thing?
Kitty, I only stopped to say hello, not to argue about ladies' shoes.
Well, I still think somebody ought to complain to Mr. Jonas.
Well, it's not my job. I got enough trouble as it is.
Well, I'm going in and tell Mr. Jonas what I think of his prices.
Have a good time, Kitty.
You bet I will.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Hello, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, this here is Mr. Trumbull.
Huh?
He come over to the office looking for you.
How do you do?
Marshal Dillon.
You're a stranger here, Mr. Trumbull?
First time in Dodge, Marshal. First time.
Oh, well, what do you want to see me about?
I want a badge, Marshal. I want you to make me a deputy.
A deputy? Now, you look here, Mr.
Never mind, Chester. Good. What do you want to be a deputy for, Mr. Trumbull?
Well, I'm leading a party of immigrants up onto the South Fork of the Pawnee.
Oh? I thought you were new to this part of the country.
Well, I've got maps, Marshal. Good maps. Furnished me by the Santa Fe Railroad.
You work for the railroad?
No, sir. I work for these immigrants. It's like this, Marshal. I got some 10 families together, and I arranged to buy 5 sections of railroad land for them, about 30 miles northeast of here. I made all the legal arrangements, and I'm guiding them in.
I see. What's that got to do with your wanting to be deputized?
Well, I thought it might be a good idea, just in case there's any squabbling when we get there. You know, over who gets which land, that sort of thing.
Uh-huh. Most parties draw straws before they ever see the land, Mr. Trumbull. Haven't yours?
Well, yes. Sure, of course.
Oh, then why should there be any trouble?
Well, one of the men's having a little wife trouble, Marshal. You know how it is.
Well, maybe I better ride out with you.
No, that won't be necessary. Everything will probably work out fine.
Yeah, sure. Where are these pilgrims of yours?
Well, we're in camp down by the Arkansas. We're pulling out in the morning. Well, I thank you anyway, Marshal. Goodbye, Chester.
Goodbye. Well, that man sure has got a lot of gall.
Yeah, he's some confused, Chester.
How do you mean?
He can't seem to decide if there's going to be any trouble or not. Yeah, maybe we can find out for him. Come on.
Stop, shop, for all your friends this year, this easy way. Give Chesterfields this year so bright and gay. Wrapped and ready, they're the best to buy. Cartons of Chesterfields, they satisfy.
This Christmas, give everyone Chesterfields. Chesterfields are easy to give because they come ready to give in a bright red special holiday carton that's wrapped in its own colorful Christmas ribbon. Everyone enjoys Chesterfield's smoother, cooler smoking pleasure. So, to all your friends this year, say, Merry Christmas with cartons of Chesterfields. No wrapping, no tying. They're easy to give because they come ready to give. Chesterfields in the bright red special holiday carton.
Wrapped and ready, they're the best to buy. Cartons of Chesterfields, they satisfy.
Chester and I saddled up and rode down to the Arkansas. It was easy to find the immigrant camp. A dozen wagons were scattered through the cottonwoods, and there were campfires everywhere. But the people themselves were all gathered together in a big circle. We rode up to them, but nobody paid any attention to us. Then I saw why. In the middle of the circle stood 2 men and a woman. The men were bare to the waist. and each was pressing his left forearm against the others, while the woman was binding their arms tightly together with a stout piece of cloth. In their right hands, the men held bowie knives.
What in the world are they up to, Mr. Dillon?
Now, that's a way of fighting, Chester. Tied together like that, one of them has to die, maybe both of them. Yeah, you stay here with the horses.
All right, sir.
Will you stand aside, please? Let me through here, huh?
You make that knot tight, Signet.
Do you have to go through with this?
No man messes around with my wife.
He didn't mean nothing by it. We was talking, that's all.
Now get out of the way, Sidney. You ready, Keppert?
You're a fool, Calhoun. But I'm ready.
All right, hold it, you men.
Stay out of this, mister.
I'm a lawman, Calhoun. I don't like this kind of fighting. Now drop those knives. Both of you. I mean it.
Here's mine, Marshal.
All right, now yours, Calhoun.
Well, can't fight an unarmed man.
All right, you, Sidney. Take one of those knives and cut him loose.
All right.
Next time, I'll shoot you on sight, Keppert.
I told you you're a fool, Calhoun.
For keeping you away from my wife? Why don't you find one of your own?
Wait a minute, Calhoun. I don't want any shooting. Now, I'm warning you. 30 miles isn't far from Dodge, and I'll come take you both back to jail if I hear any more about this. Now, you get back to your own wagons. All of you get back to your wagons. The party's over. Chester. Chester. Yeah, now where did he go to? Chester!
Yes, sir, I'm coming, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, where have you been?
Nowheres?
Nowheres, huh?
Well, I was only talking to a fellow over there.
Huh? Now, that's Trumbull.
Yes, sir.
Now, what were you talking to him about?
Nothing. I was just finishing a little talk we started the other day. It wasn't nothing important.
Oh? Now, you hiding something, Chester?
Why, what would I be hiding?
I don't know. But I guess you'll tell me when you want to.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get back to Dodge. Chester.
Yes, sir.
If you have to pace the room like that, will you take your boots off?
I'll sit down.
You know, 2 days of this is about all I can stand.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hello, Matt. Chester.
Hello, Doc.
Doc, I think I got a patient for you.
Oh, well, now, you don't look sick to me.
No, but I'm going to be if you don't find some way to calm Chester down. He hasn't been able to sit still for 2 days.
He hasn't? Well, now, what's the trouble, Chester?
Nothing, Doc. I feel fine.
Well, then why can't you sit still?
It's sick people who have to sit still, not well ones.
Hey, well, that depends on what you're sick with.
I ain't sick with nothing, I tell you.
You know, Doc, I think he's got a wormy brain.
Forevermore. All right. I'm trying to settle my mind up about something. Now, are you satisfied?
Are you?
No. I ain't got the money. And I don't know where to get it.
Well, money for what?
For to pay Trumbull with.
Do you owe Trumbull money, Chester?
No, sir. Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, all right, I'll tell you. But you both got to promise not to tell nobody else about it. Trumbull says if anybody heard, I'd probably get beat out.
But you'd get beat out of what, Chester?
Land. Free
If
land.
it's free, what do you need money for?
For Trumbull, to fix it up for me. Look, if I give him $50 for his trouble, he's got a way to arrange for the railroad to give me a half section of land. He showed it to me on his map the other day.
I showed what to you?
Where my half section would be. Gracious. I'll show you the picture.
That's good.
Now, the South Fork of the Pawnee line's like this, on here.
That's right, yes, it is.
And these immigrants is about 5 sections laying right next to each other. Right about
Wait
here.
a minute, Chester. Did you say right next to each other?
Yes, sir, that's what Trumbull said. Now, my half section lays on the end here.
Chester, come on.
Come on. Ain't you interested in this?
Yeah, interested enough to ride out there. And don't worry about your $50. You're not going to need it. It was just after sunset when we hit the South Fork of the Pawnee, and a half hour later we spotted the first immigrant wagon. A man was working nearby trying to shape the foundation for a cabin from some red cedar he'd snaked up from the river. We got down and walked over to him. It was Keppert. The man Calhoun was about to fight for chasing his wife.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Keppert. This is Chester Proudfoot.
Glad to know you. Well, what are you doing out here, Marshal? There ain't been no trouble.
Yeah, Keppert, I'm afraid there has been.
What do you mean?
Hey, look yonder. That fella coming sure is in a hurry, ain't he?
It's Calhoun.
He's got a rifle.
I better get mine.
No, you stand where you are, Keppert.
But he might shoot me. You saw what he was like?
You'll have to shoot me first.
Keppert!
Oh, now what's the trouble, Calhoun?
I'm looking for my wife, Sidney.
If she was here, you'd see her, wouldn't you?
Maybe she's down by the river.
You can look there, too, if you want.
What's the marshal doing here?
He was about to tell me.
And then he can tell me, too.
I came here to tell all of you, but I want to ask you something first.
What?
Do any of you have bills of sale from the railroad for this land you're on?
No. No, not yet, Marshal. Trumbull just gave us a receipt and said the railroad would send us a bill of sale.
Uh-huh. But you've already paid.
Sure. Each man gave Trumbull $400 for a half section.
And $25 on top of that for his services.
That's right. What are you asking for, Marshal?
I understand these sections lie right next to each other, huh?
They do for a fact. What's wrong with that?
Well, I guess you don't know it, but when the government granted land to the railroad, it only granted alternate sections. Every other one. So the railroad couldn't sell sections lying right next to each other, could it?
No. No, it couldn't.
Maybe that's why Trumbull hasn't given you any bills of sale. There aren't any.
Why, he robbed us.
Where is he now?
I don't know. I ain't seen him since last night.
Well, then I think we better start looking for him.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, what is it, Keppert?
I got something to say. It's mostly to Calhoun.
Oh, you two can settle your problems later.
No, Marshal, we gotta settle them right now. You'll see why. Now listen to me, Calhoun. I ain't a man for much talking, especially about women. But the way things are, I gotta say it.
Say what?
Your wife, Sidney. I never went near her. Never once.
Now, that's a lie.
No, it's the truth. I hate to tell you this, Calhoun, but it was her that come after me.
What?
I told her not to. I told her to stay away. I even said I'd show her up for what she is if I had to, but I didn't do it. Not till now, I didn't.
What are you saying?
When did you see her last, Calhoun?
At noon, when I come in from my dinner.
Yeah. I saw her about 2 o'clock.
Where?
I was downriver about a mile, sitting quiet in a clump of elder, taking a little rest. Your wife rode by on the other bank. She was headed in the direction of Dodge. She was with a man.
With a man? What man?
Trumbull.
Smoking with a smile with Chesterfield.
Yes, put a smile in your smoking. It's as easy as ABC. Because Chesterfields made with Accuray are A, always milder. B, better tasting. C, cooler smoking. Yes, a Chesterfield is always milder.
Accuray controls your Chesterfield in the making. Gives it a more even distribution of fine tobaccos that burn more evenly, smoke much milder.
A Chesterfield is better tasting.
An Accuray Chesterfield draws more easily, lets you enjoy all the flavor.
And the Chesterfield is cooler smoking.
14% more perfectly packed than cigarettes made without Accuray. You enjoy cooler smoking. No hot spots, no hard draw.
So always buy Chesterfield.
Put a smile in your smoke and just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield. They satisfy.
The train's still there, Mr. Dillon. Way past midnight. It ought to be leaving any minute.
Now run up and tell the engineer to hold it, will you, Chester?
All right.
Marshal.
Yeah?
Look, coming out of the depot. It's Trumbull and my wife.
Yeah.
They don't see us. They ain't even looking this way.
You let me take him, Marshal.
No.
He's rightfully
No,
mine.
Calhoun. You might get excited and shoot him before he draws. I'll handle this. Now, you two stay back out of the light. Hey, Trumbull.
Marshal.
Evening, ma'am.
What do you want, Marshal?
I want to talk to you.
Don't have time. That train's about to leave.
It's not going to leave. Anyway, you're not taking it.
Oh. You're interfering because of Sidney here. Well, she's going with me, Marshal, and that's no business of yours.
I'm arresting you for robbery, Trumbull.
What?
Give me your gun.
No.
I said give it to me.
Get out of the way, Sidney.
You killed him. You killed him. Jim!
Is he dead, Marshal?
Yeah. Keppard, see if he's got the money on him, huh?
I sure will, Marshal.
I didn't mean nothing, Jim. He made me go with him. It wasn't my fault. You believe me, don't you, Jim?
I don't even want to talk to you.
But it's true.
I found it. Here it is, Marshal.
Yeah.
Should be over $4,000 there.
Good. We'll count it later and give it back to everybody.
Marshal.
Yeah, what, Calhoun?
I'd like mine now.
Yeah, all right. Here. $425.
Thanks. Sidney, take this money.
What for?
Take it.
But why?
That's all the money I got in the world. I don't figure I owe you nothing now.
What are you saying, Jim?
You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure. I know. So long, Jim.
Goodbye.
Calhoun,
What, Kevin?
I got some money coming back. I'll lend you half of it.
After all I done to you?
Well, can't blame me much for that.
I've been a fool, Caput. You was right.
No, that's over and done.
But I can't take your money. That wouldn't be right, now would it, Marshal?
Well, you can decide about that tomorrow, Calhoun. We'll ride out and bring those other people back into Dodge.
What for?
So they can file for government land at the land office here. Free land.
Should have done that in the first place.
You know, I know of a fine section north of here that I'd kind of like to file on myself.
Why don't you?
Well, one man couldn't handle it. It'd take two men to prove it up, you know. Two good men. I might show it to you sometime if you're interested.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Remember, friends, this Christmas, give everyone Chesterfields. Chesterfields are easy to give because they come ready to give in a bright red special holiday carton that's wrapped in its own colorful Christmas ribbon. Everyone enjoys Chesterfield's smoother, cooler smoking pleasure. So, to all your friends, this year say Merry Christmas with cartons of Chesterfields. No wrapping, no tying. They're easy to give because they come ready to give. Chesterfields in the bright red special holiday carton.
You know, there were a lot of ways for a man to die on the frontier. But on our next Gunsmoke, a man dies the worst way of all, needlessly. But that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vivi Janis, Vic Perrin, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Make Christmas their red letter day, their L&M red letter day. Give 'em the Christmas carton full of America's best. Yes, give L&M's on Christmas Day to friends who smoke the filter way. L&M's got everything, the gift for Christmas Day.
This is it. For Christmas, L&M filters and the handsome Christmas carton. No fuss with ribbons or paper. It's all wrapped and ready to give. This Christmas, give L&M Christmas cartons.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.